Saldoria stood as an island nation once known as Japan. In ancient times, monsters did not exist at all. Then, in a single instant, they were born and began to multiply rapidly. As a result, nearly 80% of the world became uninhabitable for humans due to the extreme danger. At the same time the monsters appeared, the world granted humans classes. These classes were assigned at birth, and people relied on them to shape their lives. There were fighters, warriors, priests, thieves, merchants, hunters, and shamans. Those who possessed 8 of these classes were regarded as talented. Beyond them existed 3 special classes, known as the chosen ones: the king, the sage, and the hero. Lastly, there were those most commonly assigned, the powerless individuals, such as people working in town development or in hotels. A man stood in front of a monster, attempting to hold his ground as he tried to keep it at bay. Behind him, a young boy remained slumped on the ground. Both of them belonged to the weakest class. Nearby, a young man held a rock in his hand, quietly acknowledging what he understood before flicking the stone toward the monster. The rock pierced straight through it, defeating the creature instantly. The man and the child were left in shock at what they had just witnessed. Neither of them could speak as they watched the monster burst apart. They were father and son. The young man approached them, asking if they were all right while collecting the coins left behind by the defeated monster. The father could not respond, his mouth left open in disbelief. The young man calmly gathered the coins and placed them into a bag, remarking that they appeared to be fine. The father, a level 1 villager, looked at the young man and tried to understand if he had saved them and how it was done. The son, also a level 1 villager, the young man simply stated that he had flicked a rock at the monster and expressed his thanks for what they had shown him. The 2 villagers reacted at the same time, both questioning the idea of a rock. The young man tossed the bag of coins toward the boy, shifting the focus as he handed it over. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the bag filled with coins. The father looked at it with hesitation, unsure of what it meant. The young man leaned down and indicated that the slime had dropped it, 100 bronze, now belonging to them. He turned his attention to the boy, pointing out that defeating a slime earned 100 bronze, presenting it as something impressive. The boy quickly shook his head from side to side, which caught the young man off guard. The young man pressed further, suggesting that such an amount could be used to buy sweets and toys. The boy's expression remained downcast, as he made it clear that a villager could not defeat a green slime. The young man looked at him with a quiet sense of understanding, acknowledging it as unfortunate. He then decided he would return to town, turning his back on them. The boy called out to him, wanting to know who he was, and wondered if he might be some kind of hero. The young man only glanced back before dismissing the idea, revealing his system window instead. The sight left both father and son stunned. His name was Kagami, a villager at level 999. The 2 villagers reacted in disbelief at the revelation of a level 999 villager, knowing that villagers were considered the weakest class. Meanwhile, Kagami simply thought to himself that he would have meat for lunch. The free city of Valman came into view as Kuji walked through the village, taking a bite of his meat. From within the crowd, a voice suddenly rose, questioning why monsters had to remain, why they clung to the strong in order to survive, and why young children were forced to carry swords in their hands. The one raising his voice was a young man standing atop a platform. He continued, insisting that the situation existed because of monsters, describing them as servants of demons, and stating that peace would never come unless the demon king was defeated. Kuji observed the scene from a distance, finding the noise excessive and the situation bothersome. Nearby, a man casually remarked about the presence of a hero party, drawing Kuji's attention toward them. Another man wondered if he might be able to join as well, and the 2 began walking away. The bald man dismissed the idea, pointing out that he was only a villager. His companion countered the thought, noting that with high enough levels, even villagers could become quite strong. He then questioned whether it was possible to raise his own level. Kuji quietly agreed with that line of thinking, recognizing it as the common belief held by most people. Inside the ancient caves, a blue devil lunged toward Kuji in an attempt to attack. He clenched his fist, locking onto his target, before driving a powerful punch straight into the demon. The moment it was defeated, the creature transformed into coins. Kuji noted to himself that there seemed to be an unusual number of monsters that day. As he crouched down to gather the scattered coins, he wondered if there might be a spawn block nearby. It would be better to find it before it was destroyed and take advantage of it for continuous monster hunting. Even so, the monsters would likely just respawn anyway. Because of that, he could continue clearing all these quests without issue. He glanced at a piece of paper in his hand, checking his progress as he considered how many remained. Then his attention shifted toward a nearby cave. He immediately started running toward it, thinking there might be more monsters waiting inside. Just before entering, he abruptly stopped and pressed himself against the wall, hiding from view. Inside, he spotted a hero fighting alongside his party as they defeated a monster together. Watching from concealment, Kuji felt a quiet sense of annoyance, recognizing the blue devil as his target. He questioned why heroes were even in a place like this, believing they should be occupied with conquering demon castles instead. A mage in the group praised their success, while the hero, Rex, raised his sword and pushed the party forward toward their objective, taking advantage of their current condition. Kuji turned away and began to run off, brushing it aside as something that did not concern him. He briefly wondered what their goal even was, only to dismiss the thought entirely. To him, they were simply interfering, taking down the blue devils he had intended to deal with. Midway through his retreat, he suddenly came to a halt, his eyes widening as something unexpected caught his attention. In the distance, Kuji spotted 3 monsters gathered together, immediately recognizing it as a cluster. As the blue devils were defeated, they turned into coins, with one of them dropping a rare item, the blue devil's horn. It was an item that could completely negate all hostility directed at its user by monsters, as long as it still held magical energy. Kuji glanced at the paper in his hand, a smug sense of satisfaction forming as he considered the situation. The day had been unusually fortunate, with an increased number of rare monsters appearing. Though it felt strange, he had already encountered several of them. Only 3 blue devils remained for the quest, meaning he would likely finish earlier than expected. His thoughts drifted to food, imagining rich and appetizing sushi, causing him to drool slightly in anticipation. He settled on the idea that he would be having sushi that night. It would not be from a sushi train, but it would still be sushi. While lost in that thought, he noticed the sound of someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw a girl wearing a coat. The sight made him question why she was in such a place and where she was headed. Observing her movement, he realized she was walking toward a group of monsters. He moved toward her and called out, trying to stop her, but she did not respond. He raised his voice, urging her to listen and come toward him, warning her about the monsters ahead. Despite that, the girl continued forward, passing right by the demons, which only looked at her without reacting. Kuji was left stunned. He turned his attention to the demons, wondering if they were somehow asleep. He began to approach them, but the moment he drew closer, one of the demons reacted immediately. He struck the demon without hesitation, confirming his suspicion. As his attack landed, it became clear that the monsters responded to him, but not to the girl. Once the monsters were defeated, he shifted his gaze toward the end of the tunnel, considering whether he should go after her. 5 minutes later, Kuji moved quickly through the area, searching for the little girl, realizing that he had already lost track of her. After some time, the path ahead began to brighten, suggesting the presence of an exit. Before he could reach the end of the tunnel, 2 demons appeared and blocked his way. Without hesitation, he engaged them, noting to himself that there were far too many monsters around. He defeated them one after the other, clearing the path forward. Just as the final demon fell, a sharp sound reached him, a scream. It sounded like a child. Kuji immediately rushed toward the end of the tunnel, trying to confirm if it was the same girl he had seen earlier. At the exit, Rex stood before the young girl, advancing toward her with a threatening presence. The girl remained frozen in place, fear evident in her small frame. Rex asserted control over the area, treating it as territory belonging to the royal family, and questioned her presence there. The girl, trembling, wiped away her tears as she reached out for her father, but Rex moved to strike her with lethal force. Before the attack could land, Kuji stepped in and intercepted it, placing himself between them and shielding the girl behind him. The impact of the clash stirred the air, sending up a cloud of smoke. Kuji turned his head toward the little girl, who remained bewildered, a faint smirk forming on his face. Behind him, the hero party stood in shock at what had just taken place. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kuji shifted his gaze toward them, questioning their actions of surrounding a small child. Rex fixed him with a sharp glare, demanding to know what he was. He pressed further, insisting that Kuji reveal his status. In response, Kuji displayed his system window, presenting himself as nothing more than a passing villager. Rex reacted with anger, rejecting the claim outright. It made no sense that someone like Kuji could withstand such an attack and remain unharmed. However, upon seeing the displayed status, Rex's reaction shifted into disbelief. The idea that a villager had defended against that strike was something he could not easily accept. A female member of the hero party stepped forward, setting aside Kuji's class for the moment. Her attention moved to the little girl, specifically to the horns on her head. She pointed out the obvious, identifying the girl as a demon. The little girl instinctively raised her hands to her head, only then realizing that her hood had fallen back due to the force of the earlier impact. Kuji remained silent for a brief moment as he stood beside her, then acknowledged the truth of the observation. Another member of the hero party questioned his intentions, pressing him on whether he still meant to protect her despite knowing what she was, and trying to understand what he was attempting to do. Some time earlier, within the ancient caverns, the hero party engaged in battle against the blue demons. Pauna, a level 78 magician, praised Rex for his performance. Rex, a level 90 hero, responded with confidence, carrying himself with the pride expected of his title. Tina, a level 50 priest, observed the surroundings and noted the unusually high number of monsters in the area. Palna then turned her attention toward another member of the group, checking on Oheim's condition. Nearby, Kuru, a level 42 sage, struggled to catch her breath, quietly objecting to being addressed that way. Palna cautioned her not to overexert herself, but Kururu insisted she was not pushing herself too far. She remained driven by a long-held wish to one day free humanity from the oppression of the Demon King. In the distant past, the world had once been made up of more than 196 different countries. However, with the rise of demons and monsters, only 3 countries remained. Tina, carrying a bag, reflected on how the number of environments suitable for human life had drastically declined. Kururu, still breathing heavily, agreed and continued the thought, recognizing that under the Demon King's command, monsters had taken over their lands. She remained determined that those lands had to be reclaimed for the sake of peace and prosperity. Palna remarked on Kururu's dedication, again referring to her with the same title, prompting Kururu to plead for her to stop. She identified herself properly as Kanazuki Kuru of Hezekiah. Palna dismissed the length of the name and casually shortened it to Kuwu, which startled Kururu. In the background, Tina asserted her own name in response. Palna then turned toward Rex, asking what he had been doing. Rex had been feeling along the cave walls, and upon finding something, it began to emit a faint glow. He informed the group that the cavern extended even deeper. Palna looked ahead and considered that the object meant to aid them in their quest might lie beyond that point. She then questioned Rex about what awaited them further inside. Rex confidently revealed what he knew, drawing from legends passed down through the royal family. According to those accounts, a holy sword rested within these caves, a weapon that could only be wielded by a hero of level 90 or higher. Palna questioned how he had come to know such information. Rex explained with clear self-assurance that Kururu was the princess of the country, and for the sake of his daughter, the king had willingly shared this knowledge with him. With that, Rex declared that their goal was now within reach. The child Kuji had been searching for finally reached the end of the tunnel. As she looked around for something, she quickly realized it was no longer there, causing her to slump down to the ground in disbelief. The realization struck her hard as she struggled to accept it, unable to understand why it was gone. While staring at the platform, a voice suddenly called out. The little girl turned toward it and saw Rex standing there. He questioned her presence, while Kururu, sensing something unusual, recognized the magical energy surrounding the girl. She immediately identified her as a demon. The girl rose to her feet, facing them with visible anger. Rex repeated the realization, then shifted his gaze to the platform and understood that the holy sword was missing. Turning back to the girl, he placed the blame on her. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes as she tried to respond, but she was cut off before she could explain. Rex, filled with disdain, asserted that the place belonged to the royal family. He drew his sword and prepared to strike. Kururu attempted to stop him, urging him to calm himself, but he did not listen. He rushed forward, convinced that her presence there had intent, and unleashed a magic attack toward her. The girl cried out in fear as the attack closed in, but before it could reach her, Kuji stepped in front of her and blocked it. He stood firmly between her and the hero party, confronting them for surrounding a child. The impact of the blocked attack produced a loud burst, sending smoke into the air. Rex turned his anger toward Kuji, demanding to know what he was. Kuji casually scratched the back of his head, presenting himself as nothing more than a passing villager. Rex rejected the claim and insisted on seeing his status, unable to believe that a villager could withstand such an attack. Before he could finish his thought, Kuji revealed his status. It clearly identified him as a villager. The little girl stared in shock, her mouth slightly open, while the rest of the hero party shared the same stunned reaction. Rex faltered at the sight, struggling to process it. Kuru, also shaken, pointed out that despite everything, Kuji had taken the attack without any harm, something she could hardly accept. Her attention then returned to the girl's horns, reinforcing the fact that the child was a demon. Even so, Kuji had knowingly chosen to protect her. The little girl shrank back in fear as Kururu pressed him, demanding to understand what he was trying to do. Kuji closed his eyes for a brief moment, searching for a way to explain the situation. Then he placed a hand on the little girl's shoulder, startling her, and presented her as not being a demon, but his younger sister. Palna and Tina looked at him with clear disbelief. Tina pointed out the horns on the girl's head, emphasizing that she had been born with them. Kuji continued trying to cover it up, awkwardly brushing it off before claiming they were simply accessories, something he had made himself, attaching directly to the head. His explanation faltered slightly before he firmly settled on it. His words only made Tina and Palna stare at him in growing shock. Kuji quickly doubled down, insisting on his claim. To prove it, he pulled out a blue devil's horn from his coat and presented it to them. Palna recognized it as the horn of a blue devil, acknowledging that it could explain the presence of magical energy. Before she could continue, Kuji demonstrated his point. With force, he pressed the horn into a concrete slab. The act left the entire hero party staring in stunned disbelief. Rex, in particular, was shaken as he realized that the slab was the very throne that had sealed the holy sword. It was not something that could be damaged so easily through sheer force. Kuji casually sat on the slab with a satisfied look, as if the matter had been settled. Kururu remained visibly shocked, while Kuji brushed off his hands and treated the act as something simple. Kururu questioned the explanation in her mind, recognizing how poorly constructed it was and doubting that it could truly convince anyone. In the background, Kuji added that such a thing should not be attempted casually. Despite this, Kururu's expression softened slightly. She found the situation unexpectedly amusing and let out a small laugh, which drew a confused look from Rex. She then accepted the explanation for what it was, deciding not to pursue the matter any further. Kuji inwardly acknowledged his success, satisfied that his attempt at deception had worked. Kururu smiled at him, signaling that they would leave the matter as it was. However, Rex did not let it go. His attention shifted back to the missing holy sword, insisting that it was a separate issue altogether. He then directed his focus toward the girl, pressing the question of what she had been doing in that room. Rex stared at the empty concrete where the holy sword had once been placed, reinforcing his suspicion. From his perspective, the girl had appeared at the exact moment the sword went missing, making it impossible to accept it as mere coincidence. Kuji, however, regarded it differently, maintaining that it truly was nothing more than coincidence. He showed little concern over the matter, even questioning what was so important about the holy sword in the first place. Rex responded by asserting his own identity, presenting himself as a hero, a chosen human. In his view, there was only one person worthy of wielding the holy sword. Kuji looked at him without much reaction at first, then seemed to recall something. Scratching the back of his head, he admitted that the situation might be his responsibility. If the discussion was about the sword, he had already found it earlier and sold it. The entire hero party froze in shock, their disbelief immediate and shared. Rex reacted strongly, unable to accept what he had just heard. Kuji, appearing uncertain, showed confusion over the significance being placed on the weapon. Rex firmly rejected the claim, holding to the belief that due to the ancient power within it, only a hero could wield the sword. To him, it was impossible for a mere villager to even lift it. Kuji acknowledged that the sword had indeed been heavy. However, he clarified that he had not lifted the sword itself, but rather the large stone seat it rested on. He then moved toward the concrete slab where he had previously embedded the blue devil's horn, intending to demonstrate his point. Doubt spread among the hero party, unable to accept what they were about to see. Kuji placed his hands on the slab and lifted it with ease, raising the entire structure above his head as if it required little effort. He presented it plainly, showing that it was possible. Rex could only watch in disbelief, his reaction deepening as he recalled Kuji's level. Kuji then calmly returned the slab to its original place. Rex could not reconcile what he had witnessed. In principle, increasing one's level required defeating monsters stronger than oneself. From his knowledge, villagers rarely surpassed level 30, and it was generally considered pointless for them to even attempt to grow stronger by entering dangerous battlefields. There was no real reason for someone to take such a great risk by trying to go beyond the limits of their assigned class. Rex stepped forward and raised his voice, declaring that the highest level ever recorded belonged to a legendary hero who had reached level 253. From his perspective, it made no sense that a mere villager could surpass such a height. He demanded an explanation, his expression filled with frustration. Kuji met him with an indifferent look, offering a simple reason, that he had been fighting monsters every single day. Rex reacted immediately, rejecting the answer. He insisted that he had done the same, pushing himself through countless battles. By his own account, he had defeated more monsters than anyone else, even dedicating himself to constant training. Before he could continue, Kuji cut through his words, pointing out that defeating monsters might be the only similarity between them. Kuji's expression hardened as he looked directly at Rex, and his restraint broke. He told him to stop, dismissing the argument altogether. In his view, it did not matter. That was simply how things were, and it was something to accept. Without lingering any longer, he reached for Alice's hand and began to leave. Rex called out to stop him, unable to let it end there. If Kuji truly possessed that level of strength, then there had to be a reason for it. Rex assumed that someone like him would aim to defeat the Demon King. Kuji turned back slightly and dismissed the idea, making it clear that he was only living an ordinary life and earning a living. To him, dealing with the Demon King was something better left to heroes. Rex was left stunned by that answer, struggling to understand it. The reasoning felt insufficient, almost unbelievable. Kuji responded calmly, suggesting that Rex still did not understand how the world truly worked. Rex's confusion deepened as he stared at him, trying to grasp what he meant. Kuji looked back at him, his eyes carrying a quiet, heavy sadness. Rex was left unsettled, unable to make sense of Kuji's attitude as he questioned what was wrong with him. As Kuji began to walk away, Kururu called out, causing him to pause. She brought up the matter of the holy sword, stating that it was the property of the royal family. Before she could continue, Kuji quickly interrupted, apologizing and asking for the matter to be overlooked. At the same time, Alice quietly questioned why such an item had been placed inside a dungeon. Kururu shifted her approach and invited Kuji to join their party and assist in defeating the Demon King. At that moment, Alice directed a sharp glare toward her. Kuji pointed to himself in mild surprise before waving the idea off, declining the offer. Kururu pressed further, asking for his reason. With the strength he possessed, it seemed clear that he could achieve things no one else had managed. Kuji responded without hesitation, denying the idea entirely. His tone carried a cold edge, and a sudden chill seemed to pass through the space, pushing the air around them. Turning away again, he asked if returning the holy sword would settle the issue. He offered to help them search for it, asking them to let the matter go after that. Kururu refused to give up. She questioned whether he had no desire for fame or fortune, and whether he felt nothing for the many people suffering across the world. Kuji looked back and admitted that wealth had its appeal, but fame held no value to him. As for those suffering, he acknowledged that he would help if he could. Kururu took that as reason enough, insisting that it should be motivation to fight. Yet even that did not move him. She then went further, declaring that once the Demon King was defeated, she would become his wife. Rex immediately reacted, taken aback by the sudden statement. Kuji's eyes widened briefly at the declaration before a small smile formed. In his thoughts, he recognized that her concern for others outweighed her concern for herself. Even so, Kuji maintained his decision and refused. Kururu pressed him again, urging him to explain his reasoning. Kuji answered plainly, stating that he did not see defeating the Demon King as anything particularly remarkable. Because of that, he had no intention of fighting or assisting them. That was simply how he felt, and he suggested they not dwell on it too much. Beside him, Alice held his hand, a faint smile appearing on her face. Kuji added that, even so, their way of thinking was not necessarily wrong. His words left the hero party confused. Palna admitted she could not understand and asked him to clarify. Kuji responded that it would be meaningless unless she came to the realization on her own, suggesting it would be better to forget he had said anything at all. Tina insisted that he at least offer a hint. Kuji gave a small answer, referring back to Kururu's earlier words about people suffering. He questioned whether they truly believed him to be that selfish. With that, he turned and walked away with Alice, leaving Kururu standing there in confusion. One of the party members noted that they had already left. Rex lowered his posture slightly, recalling that Kuji had said he still did not understand how the world worked. The thought lingered as he questioned what kind of person Kuji truly was. Then, with renewed determination, he resolved to grow stronger than that villager. Meanwhile, Kuji and Alice finally exited the cave. Kuji let out a tired sigh and noticed that night had already fallen. A sudden sneeze escaped him as the cold set in, prompting him to think it was time to head home. He then noticed Alice staring at him and questioned it. She hesitated for a moment before declaring that he was the person she had been searching for. Kuji pointed to himself in confusion. Alice struggled to gather her words, trying to ask properly before finally finding the resolve to request that he marry her. Kuji stepped back in surprise. In his thoughts, he struggled to process the sudden proposal, questioning who the girl truly was. Back when Kuji was still a child, a voice called out for him to return, stopping him in his tracks. It was his father, visibly upset, questioning whether he had once again been going out to fight monsters. His father reminded him that he was a villager and should behave accordingly, telling him to focus on work instead. Beside him, his mother watched with concern, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Kuji. Kuji turned toward them and brushed off their concerns, insisting that everything was fine. He explained that he could throw rocks from a distance, making it safe enough not to worry. He held up a small stone in his hand, adding that his level had even increased. At that time, he had only reached level 3. His father questioned how a villager could possibly raise their level at all. But Kuji did not stay to answer. He had already begun running off, determined not to stop. As he moved, he held firmly to his belief that defeating monsters was far more profitable than any job available to villagers. Villagers were not meant to fight monsters. Their roles were meant to remain within ordinary occupations such as tailoring, farming, baking, labor, and other similar work. Kagami Kuji had started defeating monsters when he was still just a boy. It had been nothing more than luck that allowed him to do so, something he did not fully understand at the time. Now, he could be seen throwing a rock at a slime, defeating it with ease. When monsters were defeated, they dropped money. The income gained from such battles far exceeded the small earnings of a villager. Kagami became captivated by the appeal of that wealth. At the same time, a small sense of doubt quietly formed within him. He found himself questioning, without directing it at anyone in particular, why monsters would drop money at all. Back in the present, outside the cave, Alice told Kuji that he was the person she had been searching for, then directly asked him to marry her. The sudden request made Kuji's eyes widen in shock as he reacted in confusion. He turned away from her, unable to understand what she was talking about. Kuji then questioned what a demon like her would even want with a holy sword. Alice hesitated before mentioning her father, causing Kuji to turn back toward her. The word lingered in his mind, bringing up the image of his own father lying lifeless in a pool of blood. He pressed a hand against his face while Alice looked at him with a quiet sadness. She explained that her father had fallen ill, and that she had heard rumors of a new hero beginning a journey. If that hero were to obtain the holy sword, she feared it would lead to her father being killed. Kuji looked at her and considered the situation, questioning whether a hero could defeat her father with the holy sword, in the same way one would face the Demon King. Alice hesitated again, uncertain in how to describe it, before admitting that her father was not just like the Demon King, but in fact was the Demon King himself. The realization struck Kuji immediately, leaving him visibly shaken. Alice quickly tried to apologize, explaining that she had not intended to hide the truth. Before she could finish, Kuji interrupted, surprised at the idea that the Demon King even had a daughter. Alice stared at him in shock, questioning whether he already knew about her father, and whether that was why he had shown no interest in defeating him. Kuji dismissed the thought, explaining that it was only a matter of time before the Demon King would be taken down regardless. Alice's expression grew more worried as she asked for his help, hoping he would agree. She questioned whether it was because monsters were born from the horns of demons. Kuji acknowledged that he was aware of how demon horns worked, but he questioned her reasoning. He pointed out that being born a demon did not automatically make it their fault, and that she herself was not so different from a human. Alice acknowledged his point, yet held on to her belief. That was exactly why she wanted to find out whether demons and humans could live together in peace. If such a thing were possible, then there had to be a way forward. Kuji looked at her, quietly regarding her as a child in his thoughts, understanding how she had arrived at such an idea, even to the point of proposing marriage. He then gave his answer plainly, apologizing before stating it directly. To him, it was impossible. Alice reacted with visible frustration, clenching her teeth. Kuji continued, explaining that even if demons themselves did nothing, the monsters would still attack humans. Because of that, humans would continue to hate demons. In turn, demons who suffered from those attacks would come to resent humans as well. Alice tried to argue against it, but Kuji stopped her and added that, even putting aside the fact that monsters came from demons, there were many people who already understood that demons were not truly different from humans. Alice stared at him in shock, unable to accept that idea. Silence settled between them for a moment before Kuji concluded that, in the end, that was simply how the world worked, a distorted and unbalanced system. Alice looked at him with unease, questioning what lay behind the expression he carried and wondering what he truly understood. She then asked why, if that was the case, he had no desire to kill demons. Kuji paused to think, then turned his back to her once again and gave a simple answer, describing himself as a fool. Alice watched his back as he walked away, repeating that word in her mind, unable to understand why he would think of himself that way or what he truly meant. After a moment, she took a step forward, her expression firming with resolve as she began to run after him. At the outer wall of Valman, Kuji let out a tired sigh, relieved to have finally arrived. He then glanced behind him, questioning how long she intended to keep following him. Nearby, Alice hid behind a tree, cautiously peeking out as she explained that this was the only town where she could buy the medicine her father needed. Kuji considered her situation and wondered if she had come to purchase it, then questioned whether she even had the money for it. Alice bit her cheek as tears began to gather in her eyes, giving him his answer without words. Kuji awkwardly accepted the situation for what it was. He then called her attention and she looked toward him. Kuji asked why she did not harbor any hatred toward humans. Alice responded with simple honesty, unable to see a reason for such hatred. To her, if everything was driven by hate, then nothing would ever change. Her words made Kuji pause, taken aback by the sincerity of her thinking. Alice continued, expressing her belief that humans and demons were equals. That statement left Kuji even more stunned. He looked at her as she stood there, her expression straightforward and unguarded. In his mind, the idea echoed, equals. It was something he had never once heard from a demon before. For a moment, he simply stood there, looking at her, before suddenly breaking into laughter. Alice looked at him in confusion, unsure of what had caused that reaction. Kuji wiped the tears from his eyes, finding her perspective unexpectedly refreshing. Alice, still smiling, regarded him in return, seeing him as an unusual kind of human. She recalled that her father had always believed that such a possibility existed somewhere. Kuji quieted after that, his expression settling as he considered her words. He admitted to himself that, in reality, he was still part of a very small minority. Even so, Alice held firm to her resolve, refusing to give up on her belief. Kuji quietly reflected that for a demon child to have come this far from home, sending her back to the castle alone would be too dangerous. He considered it briefly, deciding that helping her for a short while would not be a problem. Kuji paused for a moment, then stretched his body and brushed the matter aside, deciding that he had time to spare anyway. Alice looked at him, confused by the sudden shift in his attitude. He then motioned for her to come closer and reached out, taking hold of her hair. Alice reacted with unease, unsure of what he was about to do. Kuji calmly stated his intention to buy the medicine. The statement caught Alice off guard, and her surprise only grew when he added that she would be coming along with him. Startled, Alice tried to cover her horns, convinced it was impossible. Her demonic aura would immediately expose her presence. However, the moment her hands touched them, she froze in disbelief. Kuji looked at her with a steady gaze, dismissing the idea of any noticeable demonic aura. Panicked, Alice rushed toward him, overwhelmed by confusion as she tried to understand what had just happened. Kuji opened his arms slightly, prepared to steady her if she lost her balance. He explained that he had simply placed something over her horns. While searching for monsters in the past, he had come across something extremely rare. Spawn blocks, which produced endless waves of monsters, were troublesome by nature. By chance, he had destroyed one and obtained a mysterious high-ranking material. That material possessed the ability to alter a demon's nature. Using it, he had crafted an S-ranked item, something simple in form, yet extraordinary in effect, referred to as a piece of cloth. Alice reacted with clear excitement, overwhelmed by what she had just learned. The idea amazed her, and she wondered if such an item could be made for all demons. Kuji dismissed the possibility, reminding her that it had been crafted from an extremely rare, almost miraculous material. Turning away with a hint of satisfaction, he added that as long as she kept it on, she would be fine. He urged her to pull up her hood quickly, which she did without hesitation. Alice then called out to him, curious about what had led him to create something so specific. The item seemed perfectly suited for concealing a demon's horns. Kuji scratched his head, giving a vague explanation, suggesting that in some way, the two of them were not so different. Alice considered that idea, wondering if it applied to him as well, but Kuji brushed the topic aside, urging her not to dwell on it. Alice trembled with excitement, unable to contain her admiration for what he had done. Kuji turned back toward her and pointed out that she had yet to tell him her name. She introduced herself as Alice Balnesio. In return, he gave his name as Kagami Kuji. After a short while, Kuji suddenly noticed his hunger and suggested they get moving. He called out to Alice as he started forward. Alice smiled as she followed, expressing her willingness to get along with him. Within the town of Valman, Alice stood among the busy crowd, gripping her hood tightly. She reminded herself that she was in a human town, surrounded entirely by humans. Fear crept in as she considered what would happen if her identity were discovered. Before her thoughts could spiral further, Kuji handed her something and urged her to try it. The two of them sat down while quietly observing the people around them. Alice tasted the ice cream and reacted with clear delight, finding it incredibly good. Kuji watched her with a gentle expression, already knowing her reaction. To him, it was usually something eaten after a proper meal, but he treated the moment as something special. A man nearby noticed Alice and approached, observing how much she seemed to enjoy the treat. He offered her something else to try. Alice looked at him with excitement, clearly eager. Soon after, another person asked if it was her first time in Valman and handed her an apple. Someone else added a slice of pizza, encouraging her to try it, followed by another who gave her a burger as well. Overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, Alice brought her hands close to her mouth, unsure how to react. Kuji watched the scene with an awkward smile. As they walked away, Kuji held his side slightly, finding the situation almost unbelievable. He looked at Alice, now carrying a bag filled with different kinds of food, and felt a quiet sense of confirmation. Just as he had thought, she would begin to understand humans once she experienced them herself. Kuji then lifted his gaze toward the sky, thinking of his father and holding on to the idea that he would one day make him proud. At the same time, high above Valman, a group of massive bird-like monsters hovered in the sky. Standing atop one of them was a man who looked down upon the city with a dark presence, carrying an intent that suggested fear would soon follow. Alice had just begun to grasp a sense of hope. However, something was already approaching that would soon threaten to break it. While Kagami and Alice moved through the city, Kagami considered their next step, deciding they should find an inn for the night. Alice reacted with surprise at the idea. Even though she understood that it might not be the right time for such comfort, the thought of sleeping in a real bed felt almost like a dream to her. At the inn, Alice immediately leapt onto the bed, overwhelmed with happiness at the simple comfort. Kagami reminded himself that he needed to make sure she returned home safely, but for the moment, he planned to go out and buy the medicine. He also intended to find a friend who could accompany them on their journey. Alice looked at him, surprised that he would not be the only one with her. Kagami made it clear that while he was capable of handling fights on his own, protecting her at the same time would require additional help. There was also the risk of attacks from adventurers, which made the situation more complicated. He gave a brief farewell and left, intending to return later. Alice watched him go, asking him in her mind to come back soon. Left alone, she reflected on the situation. She realized that she had momentarily forgotten the reality that humans and demons did not get along. The events of the day had made her lower her guard. Still, she convinced herself that someone trusted by Kagami would be safe. After some time passed, a knock sounded at the door. A voice from outside indicated that someone had returned and asked for the door to be opened. Alice reacted with surprise at how quickly he had come back. She moved toward the door and opened it without much hesitation. The door swung open, revealing a large, muscular man standing there. As he stepped inside, his presence overwhelmed the space, causing Alice to fall back. The man looked down at her, his attention fixed on her small figure. Alice could only stare up at him, her fear immediately apparent. The large, muscular man introduced himself as Takacoako, making it known that despite appearances, he was a fighter. Kagami reacted in a way that made it clear how obvious that fact already was. Kagami then glanced at Alice, reassuring her that there was no need to be afraid. Takacoako was already aware of her being a demon and held no issue with it, so there was nothing to worry about. Alice showed surprise at that, while Takacoako made it clear that he would not turn against someone like her. His expression softened as he reflected on his past. Long ago, when he had been gravely injured and on the brink of death, it had been a demon who saved him by giving him medicine. From that moment, he came to understand that humans and demons were not so different. The hatred and conflict between them began to feel meaningless. Now, he spent his days managing a modest club and bar. Hearing this, Alice lowered her gaze, her eyes growing teary as she felt regret for being afraid of him earlier. She introduced herself as Alice, expressing her hope that they could get along from that point forward. Takacoako responded with an approving gesture, welcoming her warmly and showing confidence that they would get along well. Kagami then reflected on how he had first met Takacoako, recalling the time he had visited his bar as a customer. Since then, the two had developed a strong connection. Alice watched as Kagami and Takacoako engaged in a playful exchange, their familiarity clear. She noted how well the two of them got along. In the middle of it, Takacoako struck Kagami in the stomach, leaving him doubled over. Alice reacted in shock, realizing that Takacoako was also at level 999. Takacoako clapped his hands together as Kagami collapsed, then shifted his attention back to Alice. He observed that she had likely been sleeping outside until now and suggested taking her to the hot springs. Alice responded with clear enthusiasm, eager at the idea. She also thought Kagami should join them. Kagami, still lying on the floor, showed no interest in going along. Instead, he handed Alice a ribbon, telling her to use it to cover her horns, and left the two of them to go together. Alice paused at that remark, confused by what he meant as she considered the situation. As they stepped out of the inn, Takacoako laughed lightly, finding it surprising that Kagami seemed to dislike bathing. From her perspective, it was an unexpected trait, especially for someone like him. Alice walked beside her in silence, processing what she had just heard. In her thoughts, the idea settled in, realizing that Takacoako was, in fact, a woman. The realization struck her as something she had completely misunderstood until now. From a distance, Kagami watched the two of them leave. A quiet laugh escaped him as he realized that Alice had mistaken Takacoako for a man the entire time. His expression shifted slightly as he recalled Alice's earlier words about her father. That thought pulled him into a memory. Inside a carriage, a man spoke to him, emphasizing that a villager did not need to be able to fight. What mattered was fulfilling one's role properly. The expectation placed on him was clear: he should aim to become a proper tailor. As a child, Kagami held on to a different view. He believed that weaker monsters like slimes or moss goblins could be defeated from a distance by throwing rocks. However, against monsters of level 4 or higher, such methods had no effect. At that time, a warrior had intervened and saved him. The warrior's expression carried annoyance, reflecting the common belief that villagers were the weakest. Young Kagami looked up, letting out a quiet complaint, questioning the fairness of it all and wondering why people could not choose what they wanted to become. The carriage suddenly came to a halt, breaking the moment. Confusion set in as he questioned why they had stopped. He called out to his father. His father appeared at the entrance of the carriage, but behind him loomed a monster with its jaws wide open. His father's expression tightened as he urged him to run. The scene froze in his mind as the child cried out. Kagami abruptly returned to the present, his breathing uneven. He forced the thought away, insisting to himself that it was all in the past. His attention shifted when something outside the window caught his eye. He focused on it, trying to understand what he was seeing. Takako and Alice walked together through the town. As they moved along, Takako noticed something off about Alice and turned her attention to her. Alice's face had gone pale, her unease becoming clear. Alice's thoughts centered on Kagami's strength, questioning how he had managed to reach level 999. From what she understood, there should not even be monsters beyond level 500. The idea troubled her further, as she considered that if another human like him existed, someone like that might attempt to kill her father. Takako noticed the worry weighing on her and reassured her in a calm manner. From her perspective, there was no one else like Kagami who had reached such a level. Alice questioned how she could be so certain. Takako explained that Kagami lacked something important, something that all living beings should possess. To her, that absence made him the greatest fool in the world. Alice lingered on that thought, trying to understand what it meant. She wondered what kind of person Kagami truly was, what he was thinking, and how he had become so strong. The desire to know more about him grew stronger within her. She looked toward Takako, wanting to learn everything about Kagami. Takako considered it briefly, then decided that simply giving answers would not be meaningful. They had only just met, and understanding each other would take time. Learning naturally, through shared experiences, would be far more worthwhile. Alice lowered her gaze slightly, accepting that reasoning. She then smiled, expressing her gratitude and her determination to come to understand both of them better. Takako watched her closely, finding her presence undeniably endearing. Without hesitation, she lifted Alice into her arms and carried her along, moving forward with energy toward the hot springs. At that moment, a sudden shout echoed through the area. Both of them turned toward the source of the noise as more voices followed, rising in alarm. Their attention shifted upward. Monsters were falling from the sky. Above the town, a figure rode atop a massive bird-like monster, looking down at the chaos below with clear intent as the attack began. Kagami stood by the window, looking out as he noticed a flock of hellcrows gathering in the sky. Outside, Takako quickly moved to shield Alice. Alice stared upward in disbelief, unable to accept what she was seeing. The presence of the Demon King's army made no sense to her. From above, a voice echoed across the area, declaring the beginning of an attack, its intent clear as it spoke of overwhelming humans with the power of demons. Around them, the townspeople reacted immediately, shouting in anger as they prepared to fight back. Alice struggled to understand what was happening. In her mind, it could not be true. Her father would never have ordered something like this. Tears formed as she watched the demons descend and begin to ravage the city. Takako stayed close, offering reassurance and urging her not to panic. Alice's concern remained fixed on the town, but Takako cut through her worry, reminding her that Valman was a city filled with adventurers, and its people would not fall so easily. Behind them, someone pointed toward the sky, drawing attention to a sudden change. More monsters began to rise upward, flying into the sky instead of descending. Alice and Takako watched as the strange sight unfolded before them. Takako immediately recognized what it meant. Only one person would be capable of causing such a phenomenon: Kagami. Without hesitation, she lifted Alice into her arms and began to run. If they followed the source of where the monsters were gathering, they would surely find him. Kagami grabbed hold of a monster, lifted it up, and hurled it into the sky with force. The creature was sent flying upward with clear direction. Above, the demon commander shielded himself as the incoming monster nearly struck him. Looking down over the city, he tried to make sense of what was happening. The creatures were not only being thrown into the air, but they were moving with intent, as if aimed at specific targets. The thought crossed his mind that it could be the work of a hero, yet even that seemed unlikely, as such a feat felt beyond what a hero should be capable of. From below, Kagami spotted the demon commander hovering in the sky. He immediately identified him as the leader and considered that he would need to deal with him. For the moment, however, he decided it would be better to regroup with Alice and Takako first. As he moved, he suddenly stopped and hid behind a wall, noticing a familiar presence. It was the same hero again. From his position, Kagami watched Rex prepare an attack, raising his sword with intent. The display struck Kagami as reckless, especially in a situation like this. Before Rex could complete his move, Kagami leapt in and stopped him, interrupting the action entirely. He criticized the approach, clearly frustrated by the lack of awareness. Nearby adventurers noticed the scene, recognizing Kagami and reacting in disbelief at his actions. They questioned how he was able to handle monsters so easily, lifting and throwing them without effort. Kagami ignored their reactions and threw another monster into the sky, sending it upward with force once more. Rex struggled to process what was happening, unable to understand Kagami's intentions. To him, it looked like unnecessary interference, as if Kagami was trying to show off his strength. Kururu supported that view, noting that they had already gathered their forces to launch a coordinated counterattack. Kagami observed the preparations, noticing the presence of archers, crossbow units, and even mages assembled for battle. He acknowledged that their plan was not entirely flawed, but as he turned toward Kuru, he dismissed it as overly simplistic. He lightly struck her on the head, making it clear that, in his view, she was being too naive. Kagami began by pointing out the flaws in their approach. While he acknowledged the strength behind the hero's technique, he questioned the decision to aim for an immediate kill against the demon commander without even considering capturing him for information. He then shifted his attention to Kuru's arrows, judging them as poorly executed. If they missed, the arrows would fall back into the town, causing even more damage. In his view, their lack of experience was clear. Despite that, Kagami gave a small smile, recognizing that their intentions had been good. Kuru lowered her gaze, feeling the weight of his words. She realized that he was right. Her focus had been entirely on the monsters, causing her to overlook the safety of the town. Instead of protecting the people, her actions had put them at greater risk. Palna, still trying to understand, questioned what they should do instead. She also could not grasp how Kagami was able to throw monsters so easily, especially when he was not supposed to be capable of using magic. Kagami seemed ready to respond, but before he could, Alice suddenly appeared from the side, surprised by the mention that he could not use magic. Takacoako followed behind her, letting out a small breath of relief upon finding him. Kagami acknowledged their presence, noting that both of them were unharmed. Palna observed the interaction and began to question the truth behind Kagami's earlier claim. It became clear to her that Alice was not truly his younger sister, as her way of addressing him did not match that relationship. Kagami ignored the observation and shifted his focus back to Alice. His concern was directed entirely at her condition, checking whether she had been hurt. Noticing her troubled expression, he tried to lighten the moment, attempting to ease her worry. Alice looked at him with tears forming in her eyes. Kagami reassured her calmly, making it clear that everything would be handled. Kuru then stepped forward, introducing herself formally. She acknowledged Kagami's strength but expressed doubt that humanity could fully demonstrate its power without working together. Kagami dismissed the need for such cooperation. In his view, there was no reason to complicate things. The only requirement was to capture the demon commander in the sky. Kuru reacted with confusion, while Kagami continued his reasoning. The Demon King's army did not yet understand the strength they were facing, and because of that, they were unprepared. No matter how organized their attack might seem, they were still at a disadvantage. Kuru and the others fell silent, absorbing his words. Palna pointed out that the demon in the sky was on a completely different level, making the situation far more serious. In response, Kagami raised his hands, signaling for her to calm down. From his perspective, when dealing with enemies, the only real option was to defeat them. At the same time, when facing an opponent whose intentions were unclear, it was necessary to stay cautious and question anything suspicious. Rex and Tina looked at him in confusion, unable to fully grasp what he meant. Palna, however, focused on his mention of intentions, sensing that he knew more than he was openly sharing. Kagami turned his back to them, aware that Palna had begun to catch on. In his thoughts, he reflected on how the Demon King's army had never launched an attack before. Now, with the Demon King himself absent or inactive, the timing of this assault felt unnatural. He glanced toward Alice and let out a quiet sigh, wishing the situation were simple enough to resolve by directly asking the one responsible. Stretching his body, he signaled for everyone to step back. Alice looked at him, wondering what he was about to do. Kagami smirked slightly before launching himself upward into the air. The others watched in shock as he ascended, calling out to Takacoako. Takacoako immediately understood and leapt after him, preparing to assist. Kagami thought to himself that he only needed one more push. Takacoako matched his movement, preparing for the maneuver. With a powerful motion, she flipped midair and delivered a strong kick, sending Kagami flying forward at tremendous speed. High above, the demon commander noticed the sudden approach and grew alarmed. The sight before him made little sense. First monsters moving in unnatural ways, and now a human soaring through the sky. Kagami rushed toward him at high speed, but instead of stopping he overshot his target and flew past. The demon commander found the entire situation unsettling, questioning whether this was truly a human town at all. A loud crash sounded from behind him, startling the monster he was riding. He turned and saw Kagami rising from the impact point. Kagami steadied himself, feeling the force of the landing, and reflected that the launch had sent him farther than expected. Even so, he quickly regained his composure, ready to act. With a steady stance, Kagami directed his attention toward the demon commander, pressing for an explanation of what was happening. The demon commander stared at Kagami, unable to comprehend what stood before him. Kagami presented himself plainly as nothing more than a passing villager. The response only deepened the confusion. The demon commander recognized the level immediately, finding it absurd that a villager could possess such overwhelming strength. At that level, Kagami would be capable of threatening even the Demon King himself. Kagami acknowledged the mention of the Demon King, But before anything more could be said, the demon commander reacted. His expression sharpened as he launched an attack, determined to prevent any harm from reaching his lord. The strike created a cloud of smoke that filled the air. The demon commander watched closely as it began to clear, tension rising as he searched for the outcome. As the smoke faded, Kagami remained standing. He brushed off the attack as if it had been nothing, showing no sign of damage. He then spoke calmly, easing the tension by stating that there was no need for such hostility. From his perspective, the Demon King was someone he knew, and he had no intention of harming him. The demon commander paused, thrown off by the statement. The fact that his attack had failed to eliminate Kagami unsettled him, and the claim of familiarity with the Demon King only made it harder to believe. Kagami continued, bringing up Alice and identifying her as the Demon King's daughter. He made it clear that she was currently under his care. The revelation shocked the demon commander. The fact that Kagami even knew about Alice's existence forced him to take the situation seriously. If what Kagami said was true, then he could not ignore him. He questioned where Kagami stood, trying to determine whether he was an ally or an enemy. Kagami rejected both labels, making it clear that he did not align himself with demons, nor did he consider himself on the side of humans. The demon commander narrowed his gaze, pressing him for his purpose. Kagami answered with a quiet confidence, stating that he simply had a question. The Demon King he knew was not someone who would wish for the destruction of humanity. He recalled what Alice had told him, that her father had fallen ill, and that she had traveled far in search of medicine. With that in mind, he questioned whether this attack had truly come from the Demon King's orders. The demon commander reacted strongly, unable to accept the claim about his lord's condition. He insisted that the orders were genuine and came directly from the Demon King. Kagami pressed further, questioning whether he was absolutely certain and whether those commands had truly been received directly. His gaze hardened as he spoke, and the weight of his presence began to affect the demon commander. The demon commander's thoughts began to unravel as doubt crept in. He questioned whether the order had truly come from the Demon King himself. At the time, nothing had seemed unusual. His lord had been seated on the throne, and beside him stood his trusted right hand, Lord Estellar. Then realization struck him. Lord Estellar Urget. Memories surfaced, recalling how the command had been delivered as a royal order, instructing the attack on the town of Valman. The possibility emerged that the order had not come directly from the Demon King at all. Kagami let out a small laugh, easing the tension slightly, suggesting that it was still too early to draw conclusions. The demon commander resisted the doubt, holding on to the fact that the order had been given while standing beside the Demon King. Kagami acknowledged that point but maintained that the truth remained unclear. There was not enough information to fully understand the situation. It was possible that the one who issued the command had acted with his own intentions from the beginning. At the same time, there was also the chance that he himself was being manipulated. The idea shocked the demon commander, as the thought of someone influencing the Demon King seemed impossible. Kagami cut through the reaction, reminding him that it was only a possibility. Reacting too strongly without understanding the full picture would not help. With urgency building, the demon commander decided they needed to head to the Demon King's castle immediately. However, Kagami reached forward and grabbed hold of the Hellcrow's head, stopping its movement. The sudden action caught the demon commander off guard as he struggled to understand what Kagami was doing. The motion made it seem as though they might be forced downward into the forest. Kagami, however, remained composed. He glanced upward, noting that the remaining Hellcrows had finally gathered. The demon commander grew uneasy, unable to predict Kagami's next move. In the next moment, Kagami leapt from the Hellcrow without hesitation. He surged through the air, cutting through the sky with overwhelming force, striking down every flying creature in his path. The demon commander could only watch in disbelief, unable to fully comprehend the scale of what he was witnessing. The demon commander cried out in disbelief as an entire flock of Hellcrows was wiped out in a single motion. Kagami soon returned to his side, coins raining down from the sky around them. He casually raised a hand in greeting, treating the moment as if it were nothing more than good fortune. The demon commander could not comprehend what he was seeing. While he was consumed with concern for the Demon King, Kagami showed no urgency, behaving in a way that felt completely out of place. To him, it only reinforced the idea that Kagami was plotting something. Kagami lifted his hands, signaling for him to calm down. He pointed out that acting rashly would only make things worse. The demon commander struggled to follow, but Kagami continued, explaining that there was still a chance he had been misled. If he rushed to confirm things directly, both he and the Demon King could end up in danger. Instead, it would be safer to deal with the attacking forces first, eliminate the threat, and then return to the castle quietly. The demon commander hesitated, considering the reasoning. Kagami added another remark, mentioning that he also wanted to collect all the coins gained from defeating the Hellcrows. That statement only fueled the demon commander's frustration. He warned that the weight was becoming too much for the Hellcrow beneath them to handle, and that they would crash if it continued. In his mind, he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Kagami, however, remained calm, revealing that this outcome had been intentional. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and struck down the hellcrow they were riding. The sudden loss of support sent both of them falling from the sky. The demon commander panicked as they dropped rapidly, unable to understand how Kagami expected to survive such a fall. Kagami leaned back slightly, unconcerned with his own safety, noting that he would be fine, though the impact might hurt the other. Moments later, they crashed to the ground. The demon commander hit hard, groaning as pain spread through his body. When he regained awareness, Kagami was already standing nearby, watching him with a relaxed expression. He noted that the demon commander seemed to have recovered. The demon commander, still shaken, regarded him as something beyond normal and struggled to believe that he had survived. Kagami responded casually, brushing off the concern before asking for his name. The demon commander identified himself as Mino Abrasher, still uncertain of Kagami's intentions. He questioned whether Kagami truly had no plan to kill him despite him being a demon. Kagami's expression tightened slightly, clearly tired of the repeated doubt, and he dismissed the question as unnecessary. Mino's eyes widened as he processed the words, caught off guard by being called foolish. Kagami continued calmly, explaining that if it ever came down to it, he would act accordingly. However, from what he had seen, Mino appeared to be a reasonable person. More importantly, he was genuinely concerned about both the Demon King and Alice, which made it difficult to see him as a bad individual. Mino insisted that he was not aligned with humans. Kagami brushed the distinction aside, viewing it as part of a larger problem. To him, the conflict itself was meaningless. If monsters did not exist, humans and demons might have been able to live together without issue. Because monsters were born from the horns of demons, humans had come to fear and seek the destruction of demons. In turn, demons reacted in the same way, leading both sides to fight out of fear. He gestured toward Mino, questioning whether that cycle of fear and conflict was not simply tragic. Mino remained silent, unable to immediately respond. Kagami let a small smile appear, deciding that the matter was settled for now. With the enemy forces already dealt with, he prepared to leave. Carrying a sack filled with the spoils from the battle, he mentioned that he would return around the following afternoon with Alice. He made it clear that Mino would be coming along as well. Mino reacted, unable to understand why someone would willingly involve themselves in such risk. As Kagami stepped closer, the sudden proximity made him tense. Kagami picked up on it and questioned whether Mino was actually concerned for him. Mino quickly denied it, though the reaction betrayed a level of disbelief at how far Kagami was willing to go. Kagami accepted the response lightly, dismissing the idea that Mino would be worried. At the same time, he expressed his own intention to check on the Demon King's condition. Mino considered it and, with some hesitation, accepted the arrangement on the condition that Alice remained safe. Kagami's expression brightened, recognizing the decision as proof of Mino's character. He believed that Alice would be pleased with the outcome. With that, he left the matter for the next day. Mino remained where he was, reflecting on everything that had just happened. The existence of a level 999 villager still felt unreal to him. Though he could not move for the moment, he was at least still alive. The idea of understanding and coexisting with humans lingered in his thoughts. It had always been dismissed as impossible, and that impossibility was the very reason both sides continued to fight. Yet the words of that foolish human stayed with him. For now, he decided he would simply observe him. A quiet thought surfaced. If such a thing were truly possible, could peace actually be achieved? Mino lowered his gaze and let out a deep breath, pushing the idea aside. It was not something he should dwell on. His concern returned to Alice, hoping that she was safe and unharmed. Meanwhile, at the Valman Inn, Kagami sat across from Alice at breakfast, letting out a tired yawn. He noticed her expression and questioned the reason behind her smile. Alice appeared cheerful as she began eating, grateful that Kagami had taken the time to speak properly with Mino. Kagami considered it casually, acknowledging that Mino seemed like a reasonable individual overall. Alice agreed with that impression, feeling reassured knowing that it had been Mino leading the attack. The thought of meeting him again brought her a sense of relief. Kagami reminded her of their situation. The hero and his party were still nearby, and since she was pretending to be human, things could become complicated quickly. Even so, he recognized that interacting with humans properly was still important. He then realized something and asked about Takacoako's whereabouts. Alice explained that she had gone to check on her shop. Kagami reacted with mild amusement, finding that behavior typical of her. He then turned his thoughts toward their next step, knowing they needed to plan what to do moving forward. There were many humans around, while Mino carried a strong demonic presence. Regular methods of travel, such as horses, would not work well with demons, making them unsuitable. Alice let out a frustrated reaction, realizing that traveling on foot would take far too long, and there was no telling when they would arrive. Kagami agreed with that concern, then concluded that there was no avoiding it. However, he noted that there was still one method of transportation that could work even with demons. Alice's expression brightened at the possibility. With renewed energy, she decided that they would go with that option. Along the streets of Valman, Kagami pointed toward something in the distance, drawing Alice's attention. A group of Centauros moved along, pulling a carriage as they went. One of them reacted with disdain toward humans, carrying an air of arrogance. Kagami, clearly unimpressed, explained that these creatures were known as Centauros. Their pride was so extreme that they barely acknowledged humans at all. Then, with a slight smirk, he suggested she watch closely. What followed was unexpected. The Centauros were struck, and instead of resisting, they reacted with strange enthusiasm. The sight was unsettling. Kagami showed clear disgust, while Alice felt uneasy just watching it unfold. Kagami described them as creatures with extreme tendencies, explaining that they willingly obeyed humans in exchange for such treatment. The behavior repulsed him, and he made it clear that he had no intention of using them as transport under any circumstance. Alice agreed immediately, disturbed by what she had seen. She admitted that she had never even known such monsters existed. She then looked at Kagami with curiosity, realizing how much knowledge he seemed to have. Kagami responded casually, explaining that before reaching level 999, he had traveled extensively, encountering many things along the way. Alice reflected on that number again. It was something she had been wondering about for some time. A villager like Kagami had managed to achieve something no hero had ever reached. She asked herself how he had been able to reach such a level. Kagami gave a simple answer, attributing it to effort. Alice quickly stopped herself from pressing further, deciding that if it was something he did not wish to share, then she would not force the question. Still, her curiosity remained. Kagami noticed her expression and reassured her, understanding that anyone would naturally wonder how he had reached such a height. Kagami wondered how he had reached level 999. When he first started saving money to live a peaceful life, his level had risen alongside it. Alice reacted with confusion, unable to follow. Kagami noticed her disappointed expression and questioned it, insisting that money was important. Alice acknowledged his point, but before she could continue, Kagami cut in. He made it clear that he did not believe money was everything, yet basic needs like food and shelter still required it. Even a powerless villager would need money to hire protection. That was why he earned it by defeating strong monsters. Alice reflected that once he realized this, that must have been when he reached his current level, even if it meant risking his life. She struggled with the idea, questioning whether money truly held that much importance. Kagami assumed she would see it that way. After all, once someone gathered both wealth and strength, it would seem natural to expect life to become easier. His gaze dropped as he recalled that time, when he had found something at the Adventurers Guild shop. Standing at the counter back then, he had wondered if he would soon be able to afford a house. As his eyes moved across the shelves, something caught his attention. It was a mysterious item, one whose contents would remain unknown until purchased, priced at 10,000 gold. Alice was shocked by the price and urged him not to buy it, questioning how much money he even had. Kagami had about 5,000 gold. To Alice, that amount already sounded enough to buy a castle. Kagami, however, dismissed that idea without interest. To him, buying such things held no meaning. He had a dream. The value of an item could not be judged by its price alone, and this uncertainty was something he chose to face willingly. Alice strongly urged him not to accept it. Kagami considered that it might be an item holding the mysteries of the world. Alice let out a quiet sigh, realizing she could not stop him. She looked at Kagami with concern, unable to tell whether he was even being serious anymore. He offered no simple explanation, and just as she had thought, it was something that could not be explained. Kagami noticed her worried expression and remarked that, in the beginning, it had all been for the sake of money. Alice acknowledged this. Kagami scratched his head and reflected that money itself was a strange thing. Alice reacted with confusion. Kagami wondered why currency dropped by monsters held such importance in human life. Alice questioned why he would even ask, since that was simply how things had always been. A voice suddenly called out to them. Both turned toward it, seeing someone who had been searching for them. Kagami smiled upon recognizing Takacoako. He then pulled Alice along, deciding they would have to continue their conversation another time, as Alice needed to meet that man named Mino. Takacoako approached Alice and asked if they had spoken. Alice smiled and confirmed that she would not rush him. Takacoako took Alice's hand as they began to walk away, finding the situation quietly endearing. As they moved on, Alice thought about how they would continue later, and wondered how long she and Kagami would remain together. At the outskirts of Valman, Mino waited. Upon spotting her, he called out to Lady Alice. Alice responded as she approached him. Mino immediately dropped to one knee as she came closer, expressing relief at seeing her safe. His gaze lowered as he reflected on how far she had gone on her own. Despite existing to serve her, he had ended up attacking the very town where she was. Alice apologized to Mino and told him not to worry about it. Mino then turned his attention to Kagami, realizing that Kagami had not been lying after all. Kagami simply smiled in response. Correcting himself, Mino addressed Kagami properly and expressed gratitude toward the brave individuals who had been protecting Lady Alice. Takacoako reacted with interest, noticing him. Mino was startled and demanded to know who she was. Alice quickly embraced Mino, reassuring him that Takacoako was not frightening and that she even accepted demons. Hearing that, Mino offered his apology. Takacoako accepted it without issue. Mino introduced himself as Mino to the brave gentleman. Takakoo's expression sharpened at that, questioning being referred to as a man. Mino looked between Kagami and Alice in confusion, asking for clarification. They both affirmed that Takacoako was a woman. Takacoako stepped forward, towering over Mino, and introduced herself as Takacoako Builder. Faced with this, Mino became visibly uneasy and offered his sincerest apologies. Kagami pulled out a map and began laying out the situation. Since Mino was releasing noticeable demonic power, it would be necessary to keep him out of sight. Because of that, they would have no choice but to continue on foot from there. Alice, Takacoako, and Mino listened as he explained the plan. Mino hesitated and then spoke up, drawing Alice's attention. As she turned to him, he admitted that something had been on his mind for a while, specifically about her demonic power. Alice understood immediately that he could not sense it. She parted her hair and showed him the reason. It was because of a special cloth she had received from Kagami. He had also given her the ribbon she wore. Thanks to it, she had even been able to enter the town of Valman. Mino was stunned by this and realized that Kagami was the one responsible. Kagami cut in, noting that the item was extremely rare and that he had only been able to make one. Mino began to question whether they truly did not despise demons, but before he could finish, a voice suddenly called out to Kagami. Mino reacted sharply at the call. At that moment, a massive fireball came flying toward them. Kagami managed to dodge just in time, but the map in his hands was caught in the flames. He turned his gaze toward the source of the attack. Rex declared that Kagami had finally revealed his true nature. Kagami let out a quiet sigh, recognizing the arrival of the hero. Palna remarked that it was just as she had suspected. Kuru added that she had sensed something was off. Tina pointed out that traveling with demons meant that the claim about being siblings had been a lie. The hero party called for everyone to prepare themselves, labeling Kagami and Takacoako as traitors. Kagami reacted with mild annoyance, questioning why they had appeared one after another. Rex insisted that there was no way for Kagami to talk his way out of this situation. Kagami scratched his head, then noted how they were being surrounded. Kuru angrily made it clear that it was to prevent them from escaping. Hearing that, Kagami immediately moved, rushing straight toward Kuru. Kuru reacted in confusion, caught off guard. Kagami closed the distance before she could respond and lightly touched her head, declaring that this time she scored 0 points. To him, there was no point in fighting when facing an opponent that could not be beaten. Rex charged in immediately after. Kagami intercepted the attack, blocking his sword and questioning what had happened to their strategy of surrounding him. Rex dismissed it, admitting that such tactics did not work on someone like Kagami. Kagami raised his voice, urging him to give up already. Rex refused, holding firm to the belief that if heroes gave up, no one would be left to fight villains. Kagami paused briefly, thinking to himself that Rex lacked skill and acted recklessly, yet still had courage. He grabbed Rex's sword and pointed out that it would not be good if the hero were to fall here. Rex pulled back and avoided him, reacting by calling him a monster. Kagami accepted that label without resistance, telling them to leave this so-called monster alone and return to their mission of defeating the Demon King. Tina pointed out that one of the Demon King's subordinates was right in front of them. Palna added that many had suffered from the previous day's attack, making it impossible to simply let the one responsible walk away. Kagami let out a quiet sigh, admitting that they had a point. There was no denying that Mino had gone on a rampage in the town. For that, he turned to Mino, suggesting that an apology would be appropriate. Mino responded with a sharp glare, unable to accept that idea. From his perspective, demons had been humiliated repeatedly as a result of the events from the previous day. Alice watched him with a quiet sadness. Rex rejected the idea entirely, insisting that it was not something that could be settled with an apology. To him, demons that threatened human lives were evil, and anyone who cooperated with them was no different. Hearing that, Kagami moved instantly, closing in on Rex. He seized Rex's sword and challenged that claim, questioning who had decided such a thing and doubting the reasoning behind it. Rex struggled, unable to free his weapon from Kagami's grip, and began to panic as he tried to understand what Kagami meant. Kagami then pointed toward Alice, asking whether she appeared evil. Rex believed he understood demons, yet failed to recognize that she was the Demon King's daughter. The realization struck Rex with shock. Kagami pointed out that despite every encounter they had, Rex had never once noticed it. Kagami questioned whether it was because Rex had never truly seen her as completely evil. Rex paused for a moment, frustration building as he struggled with the thought. Kagami affirmed that it was the truth. While monsters born from demon horns posed a danger to humans, demons themselves were no different from humans aside from the harm caused by those monsters. Because of that, he refused to allow his demon companions to be killed. With that, Kagami gripped Rex's sword and snapped it with his bare hand. Rex and the others could only stare in shock at the broken blade. Kuru pointed out that regardless of that argument, the one who attacked the town was, by all appearances, still a criminal. Mino remained calm and unaffected. Kagami turned toward him, grabbed him, and forced him into a bow. He offered an apology on Mino's behalf. Tina reacted in surprise at the sudden acknowledgement. Kagami explained that Mino had only been following orders, and according to Alice, the Demon King had not been in good condition lately. Kuru questioned what that meant. Kagami revealed that he had actually met the Demon King before. The others were left stunned. Rex reacted strongly, unable to accept it. Kagami continued, explaining that from what he had seen, the Demon King did not seem like someone who desired the destruction of humanity. Because of that, he did not believe the recent attack reflected the Demon King's will. The Demon King's presence had been intimidating, and it made him want to see the situation for himself. Rex trembled with anger, rejecting everything outright. He could not accept that Kagami had met the Demon King, nor the claim that such a figure would not seek humanity's destruction. To him, it sounded like nothing but lies, and he demanded to know what Kagami was basing those claims on. Kuru supported that stance, insisting that demons were humanity's greatest enemy. Kagami then asked a simple question, whether the Demon King's army had ever attacked humans before. Rex fell silent, stopping to think. As he reflected on it, he realized that it had not happened. Humans had been slaughtering any demons they came across, yet not once had the Demon King retaliated. Rex began to realize something, considering the slim chance that Kagami might be telling the truth. If the Demon King was not what they believed, then it raised a troubling question about what they had been fighting for all this time. Palna suddenly raised her voice, firmly declaring that the Demon King was still the enemy. Rex noticed as she began casting a spell and reacted in alarm. Palna urged everyone to pull themselves together, refusing to let doubt take hold. She launched a fireball toward Kagami, insisting that the attack on Valman by demons the previous day was an undeniable fact. From her perspective, there was even a possibility that Kagami had been influenced or controlled by demons. Kagami reacted by pointing to himself, but Palna continued, warning them not to accept his words without question. Rex and Kuru found themselves torn, uncertain of what to believe. Kagami scratched his head, acknowledging that there was some truth in what she said. Then, raising his voice, he concluded that if that was how they felt, there was nothing more to discuss, and it was time to part ways. Rex and the others froze at his sudden decision. Kagami showed a faint smirk, grabbed Mino, and made his escape without hesitation. The others could only watch in shock as they ran off. Rex was left confused by how abruptly it ended. Tina took their retreat as proof that they had been lying all along. As he fled, Kagami reflected that if they had spoken longer, perhaps understanding could have been reached. For now, he left it at that, saying they would meet again another time. He let out a quiet sigh, realizing they had not been able to accept it. Behind them, Rex and the others began chasing, calling out for them to stop. While running, Kagami thought about how, for humans, living alongside demons meant enduring all the harm caused by monsters. He muttered to himself and called out to Alice. The path toward coexistence was clearly not an easy one. Alice, however, remained hopeful, noting that this time, unlike before, they had at least listened. Takacoako and Kagami both smiled at that. Kagami agreed, accepting that fact. He then resolved that until Alice chose to give up, he would remain by her side. Mino looked toward Kagami and called out to him, informing him that a carriage had been prepared just ahead. Kagami reacted with surprise, wondering when that had been arranged. As they approached, the Centauros from earlier turned their attention toward him, addressing him with hostility and warning him not to look at them so casually. Kagami muttered Mino's name under his breath, calling him out with irritation. Mino gave a faint smile as he revealed that he had taken the carriage from a passing merchant. Since he had not killed the man, he saw no issue with it. Takacoako remarked that this likely explained how the heroes had managed to track them down. Kagami responded by kicking the carriage, calling out Mino's name in frustration and treating him like a fool. Despite that, they all climbed aboard. Takacoako took hold of the whip, struck the Centauros, and set them into motion. The Centauros let out strange sounds as they began to run, while Takacoako laughed loudly. Inside the carriage, both Alice and Kagami sat with visible discomfort. Mino offered an apology. In the distance, Rex and the others watched as Kagami's carriage moved farther away. Tina pointed out that they had escaped. Rex noted that their destination remained the same, making another encounter likely. Kuru observed Rex with concern. He reaffirmed to himself that monsters were detestable beings that had to be eliminated, and that demons who sought to destroy humanity would not be allowed to escape either. At the same time, a thought lingered in his mind about the possibility of demons who desired peace. He clenched his teeth, reminding himself of his role as a hero. Kuru quietly called out to him. Palna then suggested that they should move on, as they needed to gather supplies for the journey ahead. Rex glanced at her, noticing that she had not shown even the slightest hesitation. Palna responded with certainty, insisting that there was nothing for her to doubt. The others could only look at her in confusion. Not far from the Demon King's castle stood the fortified city of Salaria. As they approached, Alice reacted with awe at the sheer size of its walls, finding it impressive and completely different from the town of Valman. Kagami gave a small smile, noting that Salmaria's proximity to the Demon King's castle meant its regulations were far stricter. Even so, if Alice truly wished to continue, he would support her. Kagami then glanced toward Takacoako, questioning why she was riding on the Centauros. Takacoako responded with a pleased expression, treating him like a well-behaved child. The Centauros reacted with irritation, insulting Kagami and warning him not to address her so casually. Kagami reflected to himself that they had already taken a dislike to him, then shifted his focus back to the matter at hand, asking if everyone understood the plan. They had come to the city under the pretense of merchants. During their journey, they had acquired the horn of a blue devil they had defeated, an item capable of releasing stored magical energy. To conceal the demonic aura leaking from Mino, they would hide it beneath the items in the carriage. With the horn's effect, they hoped to deceive the inspection. Kagami also asked Takacoako to dismount, and she agreed without issue. At the inspection point, the inspector questioned their purpose, noting that it must have been difficult for a villager to travel that far. Kagami responded with an easy smile, expressing relief at having hired such dependable bodyguards. Alice held up the blue horn, Takacoako offered a friendly wave, and Kuji added awkwardly that they were indeed reliable. After examining them, the inspector confirmed that everything was in order and allowed them to pass. Kagami expressed his thanks. The inspector then mentioned that a parade was currently drawing large crowds, suggesting they would have a good chance to make a profit. Hearing that, Kagami turned back with curiosity, wondering about the parade. In the streets of Salmaria, performers filled the area, bringing life and movement to every corner. Alice looked around with a bright expression, deeply impressed by the town. Takacoako, however, noticed something off in Kagami's expression and questioned what was troubling him. Kagami explained that after asking around for more details, the situation felt unsettling. In the past few days, the city had apparently been attacked by the Demon King's army. The battle ended in Salmaria's victory, and now, by the next day, they were planning to form a subjugation division. Alice's expression shifted to shock upon hearing this. Takacoako sought clarification, connecting it to what had happened in Valman. Kagami confirmed that until now, the Demon King had never acted this way before. Winning against the first attack had likely made the people overconfident, and the celebration taking place now was for that victory. He continued, explaining that the monsters roaming near the Demon King's castle were extremely powerful. A subjugation force sent there would likely be wiped out, and at best, only half might survive. The fact that the Demon King's army had chosen this town as their first target raised concern. If this cycle of retaliation and continuous conflict continued, then any chance of coexistence would likely be lost. Takacoako noticed Alice's worried expression and pointed out that stopping the subjugation force at this point would be difficult. If the demon army were to attack again, defending Salmaria would become even more challenging. Kagami agreed with that assessment. He added that the island of Atros, where the Demon King's castle stood, contained a spawn block, which produced monsters of extremely high levels. On top of that, in preparation for a larger assault, there was a strong possibility that a large number of monsters had already been gathered. Kagami continued, pointing out that if a demon chose to act, they could wipe out their opponents all at once. Even a fortified city like Salmaria would not be able to withstand such an invasion. Takacoako acknowledged that his reasoning might be correct. Kagami then revealed that he had come up with an idea. Instead of forming a subjugation force, they would go directly to meet the Demon King, attempt to persuade him, and then flee together with the entire demon race. Alice and Takacoako both stared at him, caught off guard. Alice reacted in confusion, while Takacoako, though understanding his intentions, found the plan far too reckless. Kagami looked toward her as she continued, raising a serious concern. If the Demon King truly desired the destruction of humanity, then what would Kagami do? In that situation, could she simply ignore it and stand by? Alice found herself agreeing with that thought. If her father truly intended to wage war against humans, then she would. Before that thought could fully form, Kagami cut it off, declaring that if it came to that he would fight. Alice was moved by his resolve. Kagami then clarified that such a fight would not be carried out alone, but with both humans and demons united as allies, working together toward coexistence. Takako, Alice, and Mino were all taken aback by the idea of such an alliance. Kagami, with a faint smirk, explained that they would gather those from both sides who wished to end the conflict. If they searched for them, he believed they would find many who shared that desire. Takako questioned whether that was truly possible in a situation like this. She recalled her earlier doubts, wondering if humans and demons could really coexist peacefully. Mino quietly observed the exchange. Kagami began to respond, but Alice stepped in before he could finish. She pointed out that they had already achieved something similar. When Kagami turned to her, she continued, expressing her intention to join this allied force herself. Mino reacted with surprise, while Takako and Kagami both looked at her. Kagami reminded her that by doing so, she might one day have to face her own father. Alice accepted that possibility, even if her father truly intended to go to war against humans. Alice held firmly to her belief, refusing to give up on the idea of coexistence between their races. If she were to abandon it here, everything would come to an end. Before she could continue, Kagami gently patted her head, encouraging that they would move forward and do their best together. Alice responded with a small, bright smile. She then turned her attention to Mino, wondering about his decision. Mino reflected on his position as a loyal subject to his demonic highness, yet at the same time, he could not bring himself to leave Lady Alice alone. Acting on that resolve, he suddenly jumped out of the carriage, declaring that he would not leave her side. Alice and Kagami reacted at once to his sudden movement. Takako observed as Kagami quickly pulled Mino back inside, scolding him for acting carelessly. She laughed at the situation, finding him foolish, and then expressed her own interest in joining them as well. Alice responded warmly to that, while Kagami accepted it without hesitation, deciding that from this point on, they would all continue together. The Centauros added their own rough remarks, stating that regardless of what was said, they would accompany them, expecting some form of appreciation. Kagami lifted his spirits and declared their next step, pushing forward with the decision to head toward the Demon King's castle. At the Salaria Inn, Kagami remarked that while their current mood was high, he would have preferred to leave the place as soon as possible. Takako immediately corrected his posture, telling him to sit properly. She then explained that after the recent attack, the front gates were now closed before sunset, and the guard station there had become especially strict. Alice let out a quiet sigh, realizing that slipping out unnoticed would be extremely difficult. Kagami added that they also needed to avoid drawing attention, so once the gates reopened, they should leave without delay. Alice agreed with that plan. She then pointed out that since the subjugation division would be large, it would take time for them to depart, meaning they could reach their destination ahead of it. Kagami nodded, finding that it matched his own thinking. Takako observed the two of them as they discussed things calmly. She found it surprising that they were not more flustered, instead working through the situation with clear heads. Then, in a sudden shift, Kagami lifted Alice onto his shoulders, as if demonstrating something. Takako laughed at the sight, wondering what they were doing. Watching them, she could not help but feel that the idea of peace between humans and demons did not seem so impossible. She clapped her hands to regain their attention, putting an end to their antics. She then suggested that since they could not all move around freely, the two of them should go and enjoy the parade. Alice hesitated, feeling that it was not the right time for such things, and also worried about leaving Mino behind. Takako reassured her, recalling that Mino had said there was no need to worry about him. Then, turning her attention to Kagami, she firmly instructed him to escort Alice around the town. Alice apologized, while Kagami tried to object, only to be silenced by Takako's sharp glare. At the street parade, Alice looked around in complete awe, taking in everything with excitement as she realized this was what a parade was like. The entire town was alive with energy. Kagami watched her with a small smile, telling her to settle down and suggesting they calm themselves by getting something to eat. As they stood there, a performer approached and handed Alice a balloon, charmed by her presence. Alice accepted it, momentarily puzzled. Soon after, a baker offered her some freshly made bread, and then another passerby handed her kebabs. One after another, she received gifts, leaving her overwhelmed yet delighted by the kindness around her. Alice reacted with excitement, noting how many things people had given her again. Kagami laughed, pointing out that the same thing had happened back in Valman, almost as if it were some natural talent of hers. Alice then passed all the food she had received over to Kagami, suggesting that they should share it together. Kagami hesitated, unsure if she really meant it, but Alice insisted. From her perspective, he had always been looking after her, and by eating he could maintain his strength. Kagami was quietly moved, thinking that despite her being so young, she was straightforward and sincere, even worrying about him in her own way. Still, he reassured her that there was no need for concern anymore because of a certain skill he possessed. Alice asked about it, and Kagami explained that it was called auto-revive, a skill that allowed minor injuries to heal naturally. Alice understood then why he never appeared hurt, finding him truly remarkable. She felt a growing desire to be helpful to everyone as well. Kagami scratched his head and told her that she was already being helpful. Before she had appeared, he had already given up on the idea of coexistence. Alice tried to ask what he meant, but Kagami's attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. Spotting something, he became distracted and focused on getting food, asking if she minded. Alice reacted, trying to stop him and return to what he had said earlier, wanting clarification. Kagami avoided the question, acting as if he did not fully explain himself. Just then, he caught a familiar voice nearby. It was Rex and his group, with Palna commenting on his slow eating and Rex insisting on proper table manners. Kagami and Rex's eyes met. Rex immediately stood up, reacting to the encounter. Meanwhile, on Atros Island at the Demon King's castle, numerous monsters stood assembled, prepared and waiting. Somewhere in Salaria, Kagami reacted with surprise upon noticing Rex again, recognizing the persistent hero. He quickly moved to shield Alice as Rex approached, intent on meeting him once more and addressing him as a mere villager. The chef nearby stepped in to remind them to keep their voices down inside the restaurant. Rex lowered his head in apology before continuing, intent on asking Kagami something. However, when he looked around, Kagami had already slipped away. Tina struck the table in frustration, pointing out that he had run off again, and her patience was beginning to wear thin. Rex urged the group to move quickly and pursue him. Despite their efforts, they eventually stopped, realizing they had lost him. Palna turned to Rex, questioning what they should do next while criticizing him. Rex reacted to being called an idiot, but steadied himself, noting that at least they now knew Kagami was somewhere in the city. Tina suggested informing the townspeople and organizing a search, but Rex hesitated. He decided they should hold off for now, uncertain of how Kagami might respond. Tina grew concerned at the thought that Kagami might harm anyone who found him, but Rex struggled to clarify his thoughts before being interrupted. Kuru stepped in, asserting that such a situation was unlikely. She pointed out that during their previous encounter, they had come out completely unharmed. From her perspective, Kagami did not seem like a bad person. Tina reacted to her statement, but Palna quickly cut in with irritation. Kuru raised her voice, emphasizing that Kagami had approached them with the intention of talking. When they attacked him without giving him a chance, he had not fought back. He had not tried to force his beliefs onto them or use strength to make them submit. Instead, he had simply chosen to leave. Rex acknowledged that Kagami often carried himself in a way that seemed to look down on others, yet he also recognized that they should not carelessly harm others. He was troubled by the way Kagami kept retreating and felt that cornering him would only make things worse. Palna questioned what that meant for their next move, challenging whether they should simply continue chasing him or begin sympathizing with demons. Rex clarified that there was something he wanted to ask Kagami. Kuru added that she also wanted to understand why he was protecting demons, and that the next time they met, she intended to ask him directly. Even so, she reassured the others that their goal of defeating demons had not changed. Back in the city of Salaria, Kagami and Alice paused to catch their breath, surprised at how quickly they had managed to get away. Alice nodded while still panting, equally caught off guard. Kagami remarked that they seemed to keep running into the same people over and over again. Their attention soon shifted to a lively crowd gathered nearby. Kagami observed how excited everyone seemed. Alice tried to see what was happening, but her height made it difficult. Noticing this, Kagami lifted her up, asking if her view was better. Even then, he found it surprising how she remained enthusiastic about the festival. Alice apologized, but Kagami reassured her that it was fine, adding that it was a good opportunity to experience new things. They stopped by a nearby stall, where Kagami bought ice cream. Alice tasted it and was amazed, thinking that humans were truly remarkable to have created something so delicious. She felt that others should also be given the chance to try such things. As they continued, Alice noticed people rushing past, urging others to hurry because something was about to begin. The crowd surged forward, drawing their curiosity. Suddenly, Alice reacted in shock upon spotting a monster. The surrounding crowd shouted with excitement, urging action. Confused, Alice wondered what was happening and why everyone seemed so eager. Kagami explained that it was part of a festival performance, where warriors would demonstrate their strength by defeating a weak monster. Then, a loud explosion echoed, startling them. A much larger monster appeared, far more dangerous than expected. Some initially assumed it was part of an elaborate act, but that illusion quickly shattered when the creature began attacking, slashing through the crowd as people screamed in panic. It became clear that this was no performance. Kagami immediately pulled Alice close, shielding her and warning her to stay back. As he assessed the situation, he realized that even if he began gathering power for his skill, it would take time. He quickly considered what to do next. A nearby person cried out in fear as the large monster advanced. At that moment, Kuru stepped in and cast a divine shield. The monster crashed into the barrier, forcing her to strain under the impact. Kuru and the person beside her were violently pushed back into a wall. She reacted with frustration as the impact settled. The person beside her questioned whether she felt no fear, then urged her to forget about him and escape. Kururu refused to retreat. To her, protecting the people was the duty of the nobility, and she would not abandon others to save herself. The person noticed that despite her resolve, her body trembled as she faced the approaching monster. As it drew closer, Kururu realized that she could no longer move. Just as the creature reached out toward her, Kagami suddenly appeared in front of her and stopped its attack with one hand. Kururu was left in shock at his sudden presence. Kagami immediately countered, driving his fist into the monster's face with a powerful strike. The blow sent the creature flying backward. Kururu dropped to her knees, overwhelmed by what had just happened. Kagami turned his attention to her, remarking that this time she had earned a perfect score. Kururu could only stare at him. At that moment, her party arrived, calling out to her. Tina reacted with shock upon recognizing Kagami's level. Kagami remarked that such a reaction should have come from him instead. Rex stepped forward and grabbed him, confirming his identity and making it clear that he would not let him escape this time. He questioned how Kagami had managed to defeat such a monster. Kagami explained that while the monster had been strong, he had used a technique called charge blow. Rex was taken aback, realizing that a basic technique had been enough to bring it down. Kagami added that it was the only move he could use quickly in that moment. Rex fixed his gaze on him, feeling there was much to discuss. Palna and Tina looked on in confusion. Kagami responded calmly, accepting the idea of a discussion, but first insisted they confirm whether any other monsters were nearby. Kururu hesitated briefly before stepping forward. She grasped his hands and expressed her gratitude for being saved. Kagami brushed it off, explaining that she had bought enough time for him to gather the energy needed to defeat the monster in a single strike. Palna observed that even when it was not a demon, he still chose to save others. Kagami let out a quiet sigh, considering himself a neutral party. Suddenly, a man rushed toward them, urgently trying to get their attention. He demanded to know what they were doing and insisted they needed to flee immediately. Kagami questioned whether this meant more monsters were nearby. The man clarified that it was something far worse. A massive swarm of monsters from Alstoro Island was heading toward them, numbering around 10,000. Kagami's eyes widened at the scale of it. The man declared that the town was beyond saving. A man urgently informed Kagami and the others that a massive horde of monsters was heading toward the town. Alice tried to object, but the man firmly insisted it was true, emphasizing that nearly 10,000 monsters were approaching. Kagami turned toward Rex and called out to him. Rex responded, waiting for what he had to say. Kagami urged him to begin evacuating the townspeople as quickly as possible, while he would move swiftly to locate his other companions. Before leaving, Kagami added that he would entrust Alice to Rex and his group. Rex and the others were visibly shaken by this. Rex reacted strongly, questioning whether Kagami had lost his senses, reminding him that demons were considered their sworn enemies. From his perspective, leaving Alice in their care made no sense, especially if they chose to harm her. He struggled to understand how Kagami could make such a decision. Kagami responded that if Rex truly intended to harm her, he would not be making this request. He also reminded him of his earlier desire to have a discussion. Rex hesitated, acknowledging that point, but before he could continue, Palna interjected, questioning whether Kagami simply did not care about the outcome if something happened to Alice. Kagami's expression showed concern as he pleaded with them to protect her, asking them earnestly to ensure her safety. Faced with that sincerity, Palna and the others found themselves unable to refuse. They watched as Kagami quickly ran off. Tina remarked that he had sounded genuinely desperate. Palna then turned to Alice, interpreting the situation as her being left behind. Alice, however, did not see it that way. She believed that Kagami had entrusted her to them with full confidence, and because of that, she chose to believe in them as well. Kururu was quietly moved by Alice's conviction. Alice lowered her gaze, thinking about what would happen when the massive horde finally arrived and wondering what she should do. Kururu stepped forward and gently embraced her, offering reassurance and telling her not to burden herself with such worries. She assured her that they would keep their promise, reminding her that Alice was not a threat. Palna let out a sigh, stating that this was not the time for such moments, and moved ahead. Kururu then encouraged Alice to join them, focusing on working together to safely evacuate everyone in the town. As Rex fought off the incoming monsters, the others moved alongside Alice, spreading the warning to the townspeople. Soon, both the hero party and Alice raised their voices together, urging everyone to evacuate as a massive horde of monsters approached. Panic spread as they called for people to run and get to safety. Amid the chaos, debris suddenly flew toward Alice, but Rex reacted quickly, stepping in to block it and warning her to be careful. Kururu checked on her condition, and Alice expressed her gratitude. Rex reminded her to stay alert, though he was interrupted before he could finish. A voice suddenly shouted in anger, demanding that they get away from Alice. Takacoako and Mino arrived, immediately focusing on her safety and asking if she was unharmed. Rex recognized them at once. Alice called out to them as well. Rex addressed Takacoako bluntly, recalling that Kagami had gone to look for them. Alice quickly corrected him, clarifying that Takacoako was a woman. Rex froze in confusion at that realization, and Alice firmly reaffirmed it. Takacoako responded with a slight frown, commenting on their unusual situation. Mino stepped forward with intensity, demanding that Alice be released immediately. In response, Alice moved toward him without hesitation. Rex, however, pointed out that even if Mino concealed his horns, his demonic presence could still be sensed. He explained that Kagami had entrusted Alice to them for protection. Takacoako questioned Kagami's intentions, trying to understand his reasoning. Rex then explained the situation in full to both Takacoako and Mino. After hearing everything, Takacoako acknowledged that she understood what was happening. She decided that they would also search for Kagami, noting that there was only one road leading to the inn and wondering if he had taken a wrong turn. Rex grew increasingly frustrated, questioning where Kagami had gone. At that moment, a man rushed in, calling for help and reporting that someone was fighting a horde of monsters at the west gate. Everyone else had already fled, leaving a single individual standing against the swarm alone. Alice reacted in shock upon hearing this. The situation grew more urgent, with the realization that at this rate, the one fighting alone would not survive. Calls for help echoed, urging someone to save him. Alice immediately thought of Kagami. If humans continued to hate demons for the destruction of their homes, then the idea of coexistence would become impossible. Yet Kagami was trying to protect everyone on his own. Without hesitation, she began running toward the west gate. Takacoako noticed and called out to her, but Alice pressed on, thinking that even for Kagami, facing such overwhelming numbers alone was too much. Before she could go further, Takacoako quickly caught up and lifted her onto her shoulders, deciding that it would be faster this way. Alice reacted in surprise, realizing Takacoako had joined her. She was certain that the person being spoken about was Kagami. Takacoako agreed, urging them to hurry. Even if Kagami possessed a recovery skill, the number of enemies was far too great for him to handle alone. Takacoako then called for Mino to follow, deciding that they would move across the rooftops to reach their destination faster. She acknowledged that even for someone like Kagami, this was not a situation one could face alone. Acting like this was reckless, something only a fool would attempt. Rex reacted with disbelief, questioning whether Kagami had a death wish. Alice turned to him in surprise, realizing he was coming as well. Takacoako questioned his intent, wondering if he was actually going to help them. Rex made it clear that after hearing what was happening, he could not simply ignore it. More than that, he could not understand why Kagami would take on such a situation without any support. Takacoako reasoned that Kagami likely wanted to prevent anyone else from getting hurt, whether human or demon. Rex struggled to accept that, questioning whether acting in such a way was not the same as throwing one's life away. Takacoako maintained that whether it seemed foolish or not, as long as there was even a 1% chance of success, Kagami would never give up. Rex countered that even so, there was a clear difference between recklessness and true bravery. Takacoako responded that for Kagami, when it came to protecting those he cared about, fear for his own life simply did not exist. Rex lowered his gaze, thinking about how he had already prepared himself for such risks, but Takacoako cut that thought short, making it clear that this was not about preparation at all. Rex reacted, caught off guard by her words. At that moment, Mino suddenly came to a stop at the entrance of the west gate. Rex questioned the abrupt halt, but his attention shifted immediately as he noticed the scene ahead. Every monster near the gate had already been slain. The sight left him stunned, unable to understand how such a thing was possible. Beyond the fallen creatures stood Kagami, surrounded by even more monsters, ready to face them. The idea that someone considered a mere villager could possess such overwhelming strength left Rex in disbelief. Alice called out to Kagami as she saw him. A massive snake-like monster lunged toward Kagami, but he caught it mid-attack and tore its body apart with his bare hands. Rex watched in shock, struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. The sheer power displayed raised a question in his mind, whether Kagami could truly be human at all. This was the strength of a level 999 villager. As Rex, Alice, Takacoako, and Mino watched, Kagami moved through the overwhelming sea of monsters with ease, cutting them down one after another. Rex found it hard to believe, unable to understand why Kagami would push himself this far. Takacoako began to recall Kagami's past. When he was still a child, monsters had killed his father right before his eyes. The grief, frustration, and helplessness left a deep mark on him. He could not forgive his own weakness. He resented a world where villagers were destined to be weak, and he directed that resentment toward monsters, demons, and even himself. From that point on, Kagami sought strength by defeating monsters. However, he initially fought them from a distance, throwing rocks to stay safe. While this allowed him to defeat low-level monsters, there was a clear limit. No matter how many he defeated in that way, his experience did not increase, and his level remained unchanged. In the end, he was still confined by his weakness, avoiding danger rather than overcoming it. Realizing this, he abandoned his safe approach and began challenging monsters head-on. Even though it was nearly suicidal for a villager, he chose to face them directly. He needed to know whether he was truly weak, whether he would have to give up on avenging his father and simply continue living as he was, and whether such a life held any meaning. At one point, the young Kagami lay exhausted on the ground after confronting goblin monsters. To him, they felt overwhelmingly strong, though it also made him question whether it was simply that villagers were that weak. As he reached a hand toward the sky, something changed. The level that had remained stuck for so long finally increased, rising from 4 to 5. In that moment, Kagami came to understand a fundamental rule of the world. When an enemy was defeated under extremely unfavorable conditions, even if they were of the same level, the experience gained would increase in proportion to the gap in strength. The more a person's equipment and fighting ability fell short compared to their opponent, the greater the experience they would gain. It was a harsh rule, one that demanded risking one's life in exchange for growth. For a villager, their only advantage lay in their overwhelming weakness. The young Kagami came to a startling realization and laughed. He wondered if villagers would die once they became stronger, and decided that it did not matter. If strength required his life as payment, then so be it. He resolved to use that very weakness as his weapon, directing his hatred toward monsters and the demons that gave rise to them, vowing to destroy them all. True to that resolve, he repeatedly threw himself into battles where he stood at a clear disadvantage, risking his life over and over again. He carried the weight of the grudge left behind by his father's death. At one point, after wandering far from his village, the young Kagami hurried back home. As he arrived, he froze at the sight before him. The villagers were gone, their bodies scattered across the ground. Panic set in as he searched for his mother. Takacoako later explained that the village had been completely wiped out by a group of bandits. Alice lowered her gaze, unable to accept it easily. Kagami's father had been killed by monsters, and his mother had been killed by humans. Mino came to understand the meaning behind this. Rex, reflecting silently, realized that Kagami had lost both parents in such a way. Takacoako went on to explain that Kagami had eventually chosen a neutral path, and that meeting Alice's father had played a major role in shaping that decision. Alice reacted with surprise at that revelation, and Takacoako suggested that she should hear the details directly from Kagami himself. At that moment, a voice rose with urgency, declaring that they could not allow Kagami to die. Rex reacted, recognizing Kururu's resolve. Takacoako showed approval, while Alice also made up her mind to do everything she could for Kagami. Meanwhile, as Kagami continued fighting, his thoughts turned inward. If monsters did not exist, then there would be no need to fight demons. Without such roles dividing them, perhaps everyone could have lived together peacefully. In that world, his father and mother might not have had to die. He questioned who had decided that things had to be this way. As more monsters swarmed him, piling on from all sides, he struggled beneath the weight. Even if it was the world itself that had created these rules, he could not accept them. A massive monster loomed above him, opening its jaws and unleashing an attack toward his pinned-down body, pushing him to the edge as he faced whether he could defy it. As a massive monster released a powerful attack toward Kagami, he remained pinned beneath a pile of demons, struggling to move while realizing he could not escape in time. Even in that moment, he reflected on what he had already accomplished. The number of enemies had been reduced, and because of that, the morale of Salaria's adventurers would rise. The town would not fall so easily. Even if only slightly, the possibility of coexistence would still remain. With that thought in mind, a faint smile formed on his face as the incoming attack closed the distance. He accepted what was about to happen and prepared to face it directly. At the final moment, however, the attack was suddenly deflected. The force scattered debris and smoke across the battlefield. As the dust began to clear, Kagami looked ahead in surprise and saw Kururu standing before him, breathing heavily, her frustration evident at how close he had come to dying. Kagami stared at her, still trying to understand her presence. At the same time, Rex appeared at his side and struck with force, cutting through the surrounding enemies. His actions reflected his resolve as a hero, unwilling to abandon someone to fight alone. Kagami dropped to the ground, stunned that both the hero and the sage had arrived, seemingly ready to risk themselves. Soon after, Takacoako rushed toward them without hesitation. To Kagami's disbelief, she charged straight at the massive monster and brought it down with overwhelming strength. He could not understand why she had come to such a dangerous place and insisted that actions like this would only lead to unnecessary loss, believing that he alone should bear that burden. At that moment, Mino appeared beside him, making it clear that he would share that burden as well. Kagami was taken aback, unable to understand why a demon would involve himself in this. Mino challenged that thinking, pointing out that Kagami himself had been ready to throw his life away without purpose. Before Kagami could respond, more allies arrived. Tina approached and began treating his injuries, while Palna joined them, determined to make him answer for his actions later. Overwhelmed, Kagami watched as everyone moved together in coordination, pushing back and defeating the surrounding demons. Kururu made it clear through her actions that they had all come to bring him back safely and would overcome the situation together. Kagami struggled to grasp their resolve, questioning whether they were all willing to risk their lives so carelessly. Kururu rejected that idea outright, showing through her stance that none of them intended to die, nor would they allow him to fall. Surrounded by their support, as they fought and protected him, Kagami began to realize that he was no longer alone. Elsewhere, Alice watched the battle from behind cover, observing how everyone had come together for Kagami. Strengthened by what she saw, she made up her mind and turned back towards Salaria, ready to act. Back on the battlefield, Kagami turned his attention to Alice, wondering where she had gone. Mino informed him that she had gone to find a safe place to hide, leaving Kagami to take in the situation. As the fight continued, Kagami initially urged the others to retreat and take cover. However, he stopped mid-thought when he noticed the firm expressions from Kururu and Takacoako. Seeing their resolve, he abandoned the idea. Letting out a quiet sigh, he accepted the circumstances and decided that they would only fall back if it became absolutely necessary. This would not be a reckless sacrifice. Rising to his feet, he steadied himself and prepared to bring the battle to an end. Tina showed her support, ready to assist him. Kagami then charged forward toward a demon that was hurling rocks, moving with confidence. However, he was immediately struck by a projectile and sent flying back toward his allies. Tina rushed to check on him, concerned. Despite the impact, Kagami laughed it off, admitting that he had pushed himself too far, especially knowing she was there to heal him. Tina corrected him firmly, reminding him of her role and the importance of her safety, urging him not to act carelessly. Kagami accepted her point and agreed. He then admitted that he had never truly fought alongside others before. Thinking back on his earlier words, he expressed regret over what he had said about the princess. With a slight smile, he acknowledged that they would fight as a team, even if it seemed obvious to everyone else. Looking upward, Kagami noticed the flying enemies and recognized them as a major threat. After a brief moment of thought, he called Kururu and Palna closer. Without hesitation, he grabbed both of them by the waist, catching them off guard. Ignoring their reactions, he focused on the task and asked them to prepare their magic. Before they could fully respond, Kagami leapt high into the air, carrying both of them with him. As they reached the height of the flying demons, he directed their attention toward the targets. Kururu and Palna reacted quickly, casting their spells and eliminating the airborne enemies one after another, with Kagami positioning them perfectly in the air. Together, they cleared the skies efficiently. After landing, Kagami acknowledged their success. Impressed by the strength of magic users, Tina immediately stepped in to treat any injuries they had sustained. At the same time, Palna silently simmered with frustration over Kagami's actions, while Kururu questioned his behavior. Still confused by their reactions, Kagami explained that he believed they had simply been working together as a team. His words left them momentarily speechless. Palna quietly held onto her irritation, while Kururu, still flustered, chose to accept his reasoning. As the group regained their composure, Takacoako stepped forward, unwilling to be left behind as the battle continued. Takacoako moved decisively, assigning Rex to deal with the weaker enemies while she took on the stronger ones herself. Rex resisted the idea, insisting that he should handle them, but Takacoako paid no attention and charged forward. With overwhelming strength, she cut down every demon in her path. Watching her, Rex felt both astonishment and frustration, quietly resolving that he would one day surpass her. Mino remarked that it would be troublesome if someone like Rex became even stronger, but Rex showed no hesitation and pushed forward with determination, continuing the fight. As time passed, more demons fell, their bodies piling across the battlefield. However, the group began to show clear signs of fatigue. Kagami observed them closely and recognized the growing danger. Everyone was nearing their limit, and the number of remaining enemies made it clear that they could not continue like this. He concluded that while they still had the ability to move, they should retreat before it was too late. Kagami tried to call for a withdrawal, but Takacoako cut him off before he could finish. She refused to accept it, pointing out that they still had strength left and that they had no intention of abandoning anyone. Kururu supported her stance, making it clear that although they understood what Kagami was trying to do, they would not agree to it. Kagami maintained a faint smile, but inside he was unsettled, struggling to find a way forward. If things continued like this, everyone could lose their lives. Amid that tension, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him. He snapped back to reality and recognized it immediately. Alice had returned. Her presence alone gave him a sense of relief, yet at the same time, he could not understand why she had come back to such a dangerous place. Alice called out again, drawing his attention. As he turned toward her, he was surprised to see several others standing behind her. Confusion crossed his face as he tried to understand who they were. Alice, however, remained confident, showing him through her expression that things would be all right. As the group took notice, someone recognized the newcomers as adventurers from Salaria. With firm resolve, Alice stepped forward, determined to help save Kagami. Before he could fully process it, the adventurers raised their voices and rushed into battle, striking down demons as they joined the fight to protect their home. Kagami was left overwhelmed by the sudden shift, struggling to grasp what was happening. Alice revealed that she had sought help from the adventurers, telling them that others were already fighting and desperately needed support. At first, fear had held them back from facing such a massive horde. But after witnessing people continue to fight despite the danger, they found the courage to step forward and join the battle. She showed her gratitude toward those who had been fighting from the very beginning. Hearing this, Kagami felt a quiet embarrassment. As he stood near Alice, Kururu watched the two of them from a distance. She reflected on how a single villager, standing alone against 10,000 monsters, had managed to inspire so many adventurers. The scene reminded her of the heroic tales she had once read in the castle's library. Kururu's attention shifted as she heard Rex nearby. Watching him, she saw him let out a breath before breaking into a grin, clearly energized by the presence of such an unusual villager. Rex resolved to see the battle through to the very end. Kagami noticed this as Rex rushed back toward the monsters once more, and that determination stirred something in him. He decided that he would also give everything he had. Even so, he warned Alice that the battlefield remained dangerous and that she should stay back. Alice agreed without hesitation, though she carried a small sense of regret, having truly wanted to help him this time. Kagami turned toward her and gently placed a hand on her head, catching her off guard. To him, what she had done was already remarkable. Despite being a demon, she had convinced so many people to step forward and help others. That alone was something worth recognizing. Hearing this, Alice's eyes began to fill with tears. Kagami lowered himself slightly and offered his thanks with a soft expression, and Alice responded with quiet happiness. As the battle pressed on, even more monsters appeared, forcing the adventurers to ready themselves once again. From a distance, Kagami observed them fighting bravely, standing their ground despite the overwhelming threat. With renewed resolve, he decided that they would give everything they had and claim victory. He moved forward once more, charging back into the battle. Rex joined in with equal intensity. Nearby, Mino reflected silently on how these same people might one day stand as his enemies. Takacoako, however, urged Kagami to focus only on the fight ahead, assuring him that things would hold on their side and encouraging him to unleash his full strength. Without hesitation, Kagami rushed straight toward the towering one-eyed monster. He pushed forward, striking down any creature that stood in his path, sending them flying as he advanced. The Salaria adventurers watched in disbelief, questioning where such overwhelming strength came from and how he could continue fighting with such intensity after everything he had already endured. The massive creature loomed over him, but before it could strike, Kagami seized it by the leg. With all his strength, he lifted the enormous body and began spinning it around. The monster's weight and size turned into a weapon, sweeping through the battlefield and crushing the surrounding enemies. The adventurers could only stare, unable to fully process what they were witnessing. The sight blurred the line between man and monster, yet none of that mattered as long as he fought on their side. Encouraged by this, they pressed forward with renewed determination. After bringing down the giant one-eyed monster, Kagami turned at the sound of cheers behind him. The adventurers, inspired, surged forward once again. He watched as one fighter struck down a monster with a punch, while others worked together to defeat another. The sight stirred something within him, and a small smile appeared as he felt respect for those fighting beside him. Leaning forward, Kagami prepared himself and broke into another run. He charged through the enemy ranks, sending monsters flying in all directions as he passed. More creatures were thrown aside as he continued his relentless advance, showing no sign of stopping. From behind, the adventurers quietly acknowledged that such strength was beyond anything they could match. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Rex dropped to one knee as exhaustion began to catch up with him. Tina approached and offered him a potion, but Rex refused, knowing he had already used too many and that it would no longer help. Kururu urged him to rest. Rex refused to back down, believing that as a hero, he had to continue summoning his courage until the very end. Kururu countered that stepping back or retreating also required courage. Her words caught him off guard. She explained that allowing his exhausted body to recover was just as important, and that pushing himself beyond his limits in a battle like this was not a wise choice. Rex turned his gaze toward Kagami, who was still fighting, and found himself thinking about him. Tina then explained that Kagami was able to rest without concern because of one of his abilities. With that skill, he could recover simply by taking a break, even without relying on recovery items. Rex was surprised to learn that Kagami possessed such a high-level ability. Tina suggested that perhaps Kagami trusted the people around him more than anyone else. Because of that trust, he could confidently step back when needed, knowing his allies would hold the line. Rex continued watching as Kagami faced yet another massive monster. Other adventurers fought alongside him, and Rex began to understand that they were truly being relied upon. He quietly admitted to himself that he could not match Kagami. Tina started to comment on Kagami's level, but Rex stopped that line of thought. What impressed him was not Kagami's strength alone, but his ability to act without hesitation or bias. He recalled how Kagami had treated Alice and recognized the sincerity in it. Kuru shared the same understanding. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Palna noticed Takacoako and Mino approaching. Observing their condition, she realized they were taking a brief rest after their efforts. She offered them a potion. Both Takacoako and Mino showed clear signs of exhaustion and accepted the need to recover. Palna handed Takacoako a potion and advised her to drink it while it was still effective. As Palna handed over the potion, her gaze drifted toward Mino, who was resting nearby. In that quiet moment, a thought crossed her mind. It would be easy to eliminate him while he was vulnerable. Without drawing attention, she slowly raised her hand and aimed it toward the back of his head. Takacoako noticed the movement immediately and intervened, stopping her before she could act. She made it clear that such a decision might lead to regret, especially if Palna truly intended to hear what Kagami had to say once everything was over. The warning caught Palna off guard. She glanced at Takacoako briefly before lowering her hand. Turning away, she walked off, choosing instead to wait and see how things would unfold. Mino, unaware of the full exchange, remained confused about what had just happened. Takacoako reassured him that he would understand in time. Meanwhile, the battle continued without pause. Kagami pressed forward, defeating one monster after another. As he looked across the battlefield, he began to sense a shift. The tide seemed to be turning, and victory no longer felt out of reach. With that realization, he urged everyone to push just a little further. Then, without warning, the ground began to shake violently. Kagami initially considered the possibility of an earthquake, but someone called out, directing attention toward the distance. When he looked up, a massive black creature appeared on the horizon. The monster was enormous, towering far above the surrounding mountains. Its presence alone carried a weight that silenced the battlefield. As everyone took in the sight, a shared understanding spread among them that this was something far beyond what they had faced so far. Kagami could only stare, caught off guard by its scale. The creature continued to advance, each movement reinforcing the danger it posed. Kuru struggled to process what she was seeing, unable to recall anything like it from the kingdom's records. Mino, despite his connection to the Demon King's forces, also had no knowledge of such a being. This realization unsettled Takacoako even more. It was clear that the monster's power was not just for show. Recognizing the threat, Takacoako urged an immediate retreat, seeing no other option. However, before she could push further, Kagami calmly observed the creature's size. As Takacoako watched in disbelief, he stretched his body, preparing himself. By the time she realized what he intended to do, it was already too late. Kagami had already moved, charging straight toward the massive monster, leaving her to quietly condemn the recklessness of his decision. Kagami leapt high into the air, drawing back his arm as he aimed a decisive strike at the monster's head, his focus steady. In the next instant, the creature moved with unexpected speed, evading the attack and countering midair. The impact sent Kagami flying backward, and he crashed hard onto the ground, lying still. The sight shook the adventurers. A sense of despair spread quickly, as some began to believe that even Kagami could not defeat such a monster. The thought that Salaria might be lost took hold, and panic pushed many to retreat. Takacoako lowered her gaze, reflecting on the outcome, realizing that even Kagami's attack had failed to leave a mark. Amid the confusion, Alice ran straight to Kagami and lifted his head, trying to bring him back with a potion. Though weakened, Kagami tried to warn her about the danger, but Alice refused to leave him behind. As he slowly regained awareness and managed to sit up, her determination remained clear, choosing to face the situation alongside him. Kagami noticed that beneath her resolve, she was still afraid. He gently urged her not to push herself too far. Before he could continue, another potion was pressed to his mouth, catching him off guard. Kururu, filled with concern, stepped in, making it clear through her actions that his reckless behavior was the reason Alice had been left trembling with fear. Hearing that, Kagami lowered his gaze and quietly acknowledged it, offering an apology through his expression. At that moment, a new presence appeared on the battlefield. A demon descended before them, observing Kagami with a faint sense of amusement at the fact that he was still standing. From his perspective, this unexpected resistance explained the delay in their plans. He had initially assumed that a hero was responsible, only to realize that it had been Kagami instead. In response, Kagami rose to his feet and stepped in front of Alice, positioning himself to shield her. At the same time, Mino moved forward as well. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mino recognized him immediately and addressed him as Lord Estellar. Estellar acknowledged Mino, recalling that he had been reported missing. Seeing him now, he noted that Mino had been occupied with protecting Alice, something that reflected his consistent loyalty to the Demon King. Kagami turned his attention toward the demon, seeking to understand who he was. Mino explained that long before joining the Demon King's service, this individual had already stood at his lord's side as his most trusted subordinate. Estellar Urgot was known as the second strongest among the demons, surpassed only by the Demon King himself. Hearing this, Alice quietly repeated the name to herself, unease settling in. Mino then shifted his focus back to Kagami, checking on his condition. Kagami reassured him that his injuries had been fully healed, explaining that since he had not relied on potions before, their effect had been especially strong. Estellar questioned whether Kagami still intended to resist. Kagami made it clear through his stance that while he would rather deal with the massive monster first, he was prepared to face Estellar as well if necessary. With that resolve, Kagami moved forward once again, rushing toward the enormous black creature, while Estellar remained where he was, calmly watching his advance. After a brief pause, Mino spoke up, cautioning Estellar that Kagami was far from an ordinary human. Though classified as a villager, he had reached the unprecedented level of 999. Estellar reacted with clear dismissal, acknowledging that such a level was rare, yet insisting that Kagami was still nothing more than a villager. To him, that alone made Kagami unworthy of any real recognition. This perspective left Kururu confused, prompting her to question what he meant. Estellar clarified that villagers possessed unusually low base attributes. Even at level 999, they could not compare to specialized classes such as heroes or magicians. From his viewpoint, a villager's strength was so limited that it barely warranted attention. Kururu pushed back against that claim, believing that strength was not defined by level alone and that skills played an equally important role. Estellar responded by pointing out that aside from Kagami's ability to recover on his own, there was little evidence of any exceptional skills. He added that even possessing such an ability was already unusual for a villager. Others of the same class had attempted to surpass level 100 due to their rapid leveling, yet none had ever reached a level as extreme as Kagami's. Even so, Estellar maintained that a villager's skills remained insignificant, reflecting what he saw as the inherent limitations of their class. Kururu found herself unable to respond, while Takacoako quietly questioned how Estellar held such detailed knowledge. Continuing, Estellar emphasized that even without considering skills, the difference in raw attributes was undeniable. The opponent Kagami now faced was far beyond what a level 999 villager could realistically overcome. Shifting his attention back to the battlefield, Estellar soon noted that Kagami was returning. At that same moment, Kagami came flying past the group, crashing hard against the ground. Takacoako and Kururu immediately rushed toward him, while Alice reacted in alarm at the sight. Estellar remained composed, concluding that Kagami had already reached the peak of his growth. In his view, even with his abilities, this was the limit of what a villager could achieve. Yet from beneath the rubble, Kagami began to rise. He steadied himself and stood firm, facing forward as if rejecting that conclusion. There was a quiet confidence in him as he made it clear through his actions that such limits were not absolute. This time, he had intentionally reduced the damage he took, showing that he was still capable of continuing the fight. Estellar observed closely as Kagami moved back toward Alice and requested a potion. Watching this, he reflected on how a villager's health and stamina were usually inferior even to that of a magician. However, Kagami's endurance clearly exceeded those expectations, suggesting that it was likely supported by a skill. While Estellar acknowledged the persistence Kagami displayed, he ultimately attributed it to that ability, seeing it as the reason he had lasted this long, and viewed surrender as the wiser choice while he still had the chance to survive. After taking the potion, Kagami turned his attention back to Estellar, questioning his intentions and whether he truly meant to wipe them all out. Estellar made it clear that his only goal was the destruction of Salaria, and that anyone who stood in his way would be eliminated. Kagami quietly repeated the idea to himself, realizing that everything was being done solely for the sake of destroying the town. Estellar went further, showing no regard for the lives within it, viewing them as insignificant. At that moment, Alice stepped forward, unable to stay silent. She tried to stop him, holding firm to the belief that her father would never have wished for such an outcome. She sought to reach him, hoping he would reconsider and face the truth again. Estellar's gaze turned cold as he looked at her. Within his thoughts, he acknowledged that neither she nor the Demon King would have chosen this path. His expression hardened as he called forth the enormous black monster. Then came the unsettling question of whether the Demon King would still give the same answer if asked now. The meaning of his words spread unease through everyone present. Mino quickly realized that something was deeply wrong. Estellar then revealed the truth. Controlling the creature had not been simple. By repeatedly administering a drug to weaken it, he had eventually brought the Demon King under his control through his own power. Before them, the massive black monster lowered itself, submitting to his command. Mino was overcome with anger at the revelation, unable to accept what had been done. Estellar remained unmoved, stating that this battle was never the will of the Demon King. It was a conflict created by his own hand. The moment deepened as Estellar revealed the truth, that the Demon King was sealed within the massive black monster. With a darkened expression, he made it clear that the Demon King had never desired this war. It was his own will that had driven it forward. The revelation left everyone shaken. Alice struggled to process what she had just learned, while Kagami sought to confirm whether the figure encased within the black armor was truly the Demon King. Estellar explained that the entity was known as Messia, an ancient weapon created solely for the destruction of humanity. It was a force that could only be controlled through the Demon King's power. Kagami reflected on this, questioning whether such a purpose could ever be justified. He came to understand that the Demon Kings played no part in this at all, and that Estellar was using him against his will. After a brief pause, Estellar affirmed this without hesitation. In response, Kagami resolved to act. He made it clear through his stance that he would save the Demon King together with the people of Salaria, not only as their ruler, but also as Alice's father and someone important to him. Estellar was momentarily unsettled, trying to grasp Kagami's reasoning. Observing Alice's actions up to this point, he came to the conclusion that Kagami had effectively chosen to oppose all demons. Kagami turned to Alice and gently reassured her. Estellar, however, dismissed his resolve, insisting that someone of his standing could not hope to overcome such overwhelming power. No matter how much effort he put in, the result would remain the same. Kagami ignored this completely. Fixing his gaze forward, he rushed toward Messia once more, refusing to give up. Estellar watched with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a stubborn presence. As Kagami leapt forward to attack, Messia struck first. Though he managed to avoid a direct hit, the impact of the attack still caught him in its force, sending debris crashing down around him. Buried beneath the rubble, Kagami raised his hand again, calmly signaling for another potion. Alice, still by his side, continued to support him as he struggled back to his feet. Estellar observed this with growing disbelief, unable to understand how Kagami continued to stand after enduring repeated blows. Each time Kagami charged forward, he was struck down again, yet he continued to rise. Even so, Kagami continued to stand. Kuru watched in stunned silence, while Alice looked on with tears in her eyes. Despite enduring repeated blows, he gathered himself again, refusing to stop. Rex, too, could only watch in disbelief at how far Kagami was willing to push himself. With renewed focus, Kagami charged at Messia once more. This time, he avoided the incoming attack with precision. Taking advantage of the opening, he unleashed a series of strikes, landing blow after blow until Messia finally staggered. For the first time, Estellar showed clear surprise, while Rex recognized that Kagami's efforts were beginning to have an effect. However, the moment did not last. Messia's power surged as its eye emitted an intense glow. In an instant, it struck back with overwhelming force, sending Kagami flying once again. Alice could only watch in shock as he crashed heavily onto the ground, his body battered once more. Estellar descended to observe him more closely, beginning to question whether someone like Kagami could truly be nothing more than a villager. At the same time, Takacoako and the others rushed to his side, concerned. When they tried to understand what he had been attempting, Kagami simply showed that he had only acted because he needed to try. Alice, no longer able to endure it, urged him to stop, unable to accept him pushing himself so far. Kuru shared the same concern, recognizing that continuing like this would only lead to his death. Tina added that the potions had already lost most of their effect, and from that point on, only limited healing magic remained. Even with all of this, Kagami turned his attention back toward Messia. A faint smile appeared as he looked at Alice, recalling his promise to save her father. At that moment, a soft glow surrounded his body as Palna stepped forward and used her healing magic. Even as she restored him, she struggled to understand how he could keep fighting with such unwavering resolve. Kagami briefly acknowledged her ability to heal, recognizing its value. However, Palna's expression turned serious as she demanded an explanation. She questioned why he refused to treat demons as enemies and why he continued to fight in such a reckless manner. Takacoako, Kuru, Tina, and Rex all waited for his answer. When Kagami hesitated, Palna made it clear through her stance that she would stop supporting him if he did not respond. With no choice left, Kagami began to speak through his actions and expression, recalling the moment when his father had been killed by monsters. The memory remained clear to Kagami, an event that made him question why villagers like himself were so powerless. Unable to accept that weakness, he searched desperately for a way to grow stronger, eventually devoting himself entirely to increasing his level. As time passed, he earned money, his life stabilized, and he came to believe that hunting monsters was the most reliable way to survive in that world. However, as he continued, his thinking began to change. He started questioning the very structure of the world around him. He wondered why monsters dropped currency that could be used in human society, what the true meaning of classes was, and why such a large gap in strength existed between them. He also questioned the purpose of the status system, considering whether it existed only to display one's condition. When he reflected on levels, experience, and the way skills were granted at set intervals, it all began to feel artificial and without clear meaning. The others struggled to fully grasp his line of thought, but Kagami continued. He revealed that his mother had not been killed by demons or monsters, but by humans. If monsters had been responsible, he might have been able to accept it as something unavoidable. Instead, that experience led him to a different conclusion. The world was not divided simply into good humans and evil demons. There were kind demons just as there were cruel humans. Even so, that realization alone was not enough to resolve the conflict between them. As long as monsters created through demonic power continued to harm humans, resentment toward demons would remain. Kagami explained that in this world, when humans eliminated dangerous monsters, their own lives improved. Survival itself depended on defeating monsters and demons. Because people accepted this as the natural order, they never stopped to question it. Instead, they followed the path set before them, bound to the roles assigned to them without resistance. Noticing Rex's confusion, Kagami pointed out how Rex often justified his actions by relying on the idea of being a hero, as if he were trying to convince himself more than anyone else. He then turned that thought back on him, questioning whether, if given a true choice, Rex would still follow that same path or choose something different. Raising his voice, Kagami made it clear that he wanted the freedom to choose, believing that everyone should have that right. However, he acknowledged that the very rules of the world stood in the way of that freedom. As he slowly rose to his feet, he revealed what had happened when he reached level 999. At that point, he had fallen into despair. The status window no longer showed any requirement for the next level, making it clear that no matter how much he tried, he could not grow any stronger. The realization left those around him in shock. Even after reaching the highest point, he had still wanted to go further, yet an unseen force had set a limit he could not cross. Estellar paused at this, questioning why Kagami continued to fight despite knowing that limit existed. Kagami revealed that after reaching level 999, he had gained a new skill. At first, it seemed insignificant, but it only deepened the doubts that had already begun to form within him. Then, Kagami revealed his status window, drawing Estellar's full attention. The skill he possessed was one that defied the natural order, allowing his growth to continue beyond the established limits by turning accumulated experience into strength. The meaning behind it unsettled Estellar. For Kagami, this ability represented something more. It was proof of his right to challenge the system itself. Kagami declared that if there truly was a god who had created this world, then he would face that being directly and demand a world where everyone could live freely by their own choice. The weight of that resolve left Alice stunned. Estellar, now deep in thought, began to grasp the true implications of Kagami's ability. If Kagami continued fighting with such power, then the situation was far more dangerous than he had first believed. A thought began to form that Kagami might have already adapted to facing something on the level of Messia. As Kagami steadied himself once more, it became clear that potions no longer had any effect on him. Rex, Takacoako, and Estellar all watched closely, anticipating what he would do next. Then, with visible strain, Kagami released a surge of power from within. The force spread outward, sending violent winds across the battlefield and lifting debris into the air. Takacoako immediately moved to shield Alice as the ground and air trembled under the pressure of Kagami's unleashed strength. Estellar was left in stunned confusion as the power continued to rise. Rex, unable to fully understand what was happening, could only focus on Kagami's next move. Kagami, however, showed through his actions that this was not something he had wanted to rely on, but the situation had forced his hand. He had activated a skill that allowed him to break past his natural limits. Normally, a person could only draw out a portion of their full strength, but this ability temporarily raised that restriction. For a brief moment, Kagami's power was effectively doubled. Estellar was caught off guard by the scale of it, while Kagami remained aware of the cost. Once the effect ended, his body would be pushed to its limit, leaving him unable to move. It was a final, desperate measure. Without hesitation, Kagami rushed toward Messia, committing himself fully as the outcome would decide which of them held greater strength. As he closed the distance, the massive creature swung its arm to strike him down. This time, Kagami moved with ease, avoiding the attack without difficulty. Taking that opening, he leapt onto the creature's shoulder and propelled himself toward its head, gathering all his strength into a single, decisive strike. In that instant, Kagami rejected the limits that had been placed upon him, the boundary of level 999 and the rigid rules that governed the world. He chose to define his own limits. With that resolve, he delivered a powerful blow. The impact shattered Messia, its massive body breaking apart as the black armor cracked and collapsed to the ground. Through the falling debris, Kagami pushed forward, forcing his way through the broken remains. At last, he reached the one within. A faint smile appeared as he came face to face with the Demon King. After Messia's destruction, its shattered armor lay scattered and smoking across the battlefield. Kagami pulled the Demon King free from the wreckage. At that moment, Alice rushed toward them, drawn by the sight. The Demon King, though weakened, remained conscious and recognized her presence. Overcome with emotion, she reunited with him, unable to hold back her tears. Watching the scene unfold, Kagami quietly felt a sense of relief. With that, he allowed himself to fall back, collapsing onto the ground. Alarmed, Alice quickly turned her attention to Kagami. He showed that he could no longer move, the result of forcing his body beyond its limits. As Alice carefully tended to him, the Demon King observed the scene in silence. With the immediate danger gone, Takacoako and the others took the opportunity to rest, waiting to see what would happen next. After a brief pause, the Demon King acknowledged how much time had passed and recognized that he now owed Kagami a debt. Kagami made it clear through his attitude that he did not see it that way, having acted for both the Demon King and for Alice, whom he regarded as someone close to him. The Demon King reflected on this, finding it unusual that someone like Kagami would consider a demon so important, yet noting that Kagami had always been different from others. Turning his attention to Alice, the Demon King showed regret for the distress she had endured. Alice reassured him through her actions, recognizing that it was thanks to Kagami and the others that he had been saved. Takacoako accepted this acknowledgement with a calm expression, while Rex and the others remained uncertain, unsure of how to process everything. Noticing their hesitation, the Demon King shifted his focus to Rex and recognized him as a hero. The situation left Rex conflicted, caught between his role and what stood before him. Before he could settle his thoughts, Palna reacted strongly, her focus turning to whether the Demon King should be eliminated. Though she lacked the means to act immediately, her thoughts lingered on how he might respond if faced with death. The Demon King reacted calmly, accepting the possibility without resistance. This only unsettled Palna further. Before anything could escalate, Mino stepped forward and placed himself between them and the Demon King, making it clear through his stance that he would not allow any harm to come to his lord while he still stood. The tension in the air eased slightly as Alice stepped forward, placing herself in front of her father and appealing to Palna with clear emotion. For a brief moment, silence settled over them. In the end, Palna lowered her gaze and chose to walk away. Alice let out a quiet breath of relief. The Demon King then turned his attention to Mino, acknowledging his loyalty and showing pride in having such a devoted retainer. Mino responded with humility, dismissing the praise. Soon after, the Demon King shifted his focus to Estellar, seeking to understand his intentions. Estellar paused to consider before admitting that he had originally planned to use the Demon King's power to bring destruction upon humanity. However, he now doubted that he would have another chance to carry it out. Kagami reacted to this, trying to understand what he meant. Instead of answering directly, Estellar redirected his attention to Kagami. He brought up Kagami's desire to challenge the creator of the world and revealed that there were two possible ways to achieve it. This revelation surprised Kagami and drew the attention of everyone present. Estellar then explained that the first method was to kill the Demon King. The implication immediately affected those around him. Alice clung tightly to her father, shaken by the idea, while Rex reacted with disbelief. Kagami struggled to see how such an act could serve as guidance. As he thought it through, he began to connect it with Estellar's earlier actions during the attack on Salaria. The escape routes had not been completely sealed, suggesting that the chaos had been intentionally allowed to spread, feeding fear and directing hatred toward the Demon King. With that understanding, Kagami looked forward and firmly rejected the idea. He made it clear through his resolve that he would never take the Demon King's life. Estellar accepted that answer, noting that it only complicated matters further. Kagami then pressed him, questioning where he had learned of such a method. If Estellar was willing to sacrifice even his own kind for that goal, then he too was acting within the rigid structure of the world's rules. Estellar noted the irony in Kagami's words, pointing out how far he had already advanced within the very system he now questioned. When Kagami pressed him about the second method, Estellar chose to reveal it. He explained that the clue lay in an item sold within a town, an unnamed object of extreme value. Hearing this, Kagami immediately recalled the mysterious item priced at 10,000 gold. The realization struck him, and he questioned whether that was truly what Estellar meant. Seeing that Kagami understood, Estellar began to activate his magic. As Kagami reacted, Alice turned toward her father. Slowly, both the Demon King and Estellar began to fade, their forms breaking apart as they dematerialized. Watching her father disappear before her eyes, Alice was left overwhelmed. Kagami, filled with anger, directed his frustration toward Estellar, unable to accept how someone who claimed loyalty could act in such a way. Estellar showed no hesitation, viewing his role as a retainer as nothing more than fate. As his form continued to vanish, he left Kagami with a final condition. He would hold the Demon King for 1 year. If Kagami failed to meet the required conditions within that time, the Demon King's power would once again be used to bring destruction upon humanity. With that, Estellar, the Demon King, and Messia disappeared completely. In the aftermath, Alice remained in quiet despair, calling out to her father, while Mino stood frozen, struggling to process what had just occurred. Kagami moved to reassure Alice, though his thoughts had already turned toward what lay ahead. He now had only 1 year and would need to gather 10,000 gold somehow. As the group tried to come to terms with everything, Kuru looked to Kagami, wondering what they should do next. After a brief pause, Kagami scratched his head and reached a decision. To everyone's surprise, he proposed that their first step would be to open a casino, leaving the others stunned as they tried to understand what he had just suggested. At Takacoako's bar in Valman, Kagami directed everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. 2 months had already passed since the incident in Salaria, leaving them with only 10 months remaining to meet Estellar's demand. To save the Demon King, they needed to obtain the mysterious item worth 10,000 gold coins. In order to gather such a large amount, they had continued their preparations, and the construction of a massive casino was now nearing completion. Kagami then pointed out a major issue. They still had not hired any staff to run the casino, and with the grand opening only 2 weeks away, they would need to address that immediately. Before he could finish, Takacoako struck him on the head, clearly frustrated, and made it known that if he had taken things more seriously, the situation would not have reached this point. Kagami insisted that he had been taking it seriously. He argued that Valman was full of activity, with mercenaries, merchants, and adventurers causing constant commotion from morning until night. From his perspective, money would soon start flowing in. All that remained was to secure staff to manage the operation, though Takacoako was not convinced. Takacoako struck him again and scolded him further, questioning whether he understood how difficult it was to manage even a small establishment like her own. She pressed him on the details, asking who would train the staff in such a short time, how their salaries would be handled, how food supplies would be secured, and how he planned to prepare everything necessary. From behind, Tina felt uneasy, admitting that they also shared responsibility for leaving everything in Kagami's hands. She acknowledged the need for 10,000 gold and asked how much they still lacked. Kagami answered that they were short by about 5,000 gold. Rex reacted to the amount, noting that such a sum could be enough to buy something as grand as a castle. He questioned whether it was truly necessary to gather that much. He then turned to Kagami, asking what he had been doing over the past 2 months. Kagami explained that he had spent that time training in a dungeon, earning what money he could. Tina recognized the effort but pointed out that neglecting to hire staff remained a serious oversight. Kagami raised his voice slightly, emphasizing that his time had not been wasted. He revealed that during that period he had managed to create a special cloth capable of concealing Mino's magical energy. With it, Mino would now be able to move around freely as long as he wore a hat. It was an item specifically designed to disguise magical presence. Kuru stated that given their current situation, they had no choice but to give it their best effort. Tina followed, pointing out that they needed to gather a large number of staff before the casino's opening while also saving up 5,000 gold within the remaining 10 months. From her perspective, the task bordered on impossible. Kuru acknowledged that it might seem that way, but insisted that it still had to be done. Rex then expressed confidence, believing that with his reputation as a hero, things would work out, and he placed himself forward as someone they could rely on. Tina added that, on top of everything, their most dependable member was not even present. Nearby, Alice listened quietly. In her thoughts, she understood how difficult their situation was, yet she felt genuinely happy seeing humans and demons working together like this. It was something she wished she could share with her father. She remembered the events in Salaria, where Estellar had taken her father away. He had given them a 1-year deadline. Within that time, Kagami was expected to uncover the secrets of the world. If he failed, her father's power would once again be used to attack humanity. To uncover those secrets, they needed a special item, and to obtain it, they would have to gather the overwhelming sum of 10,000 gold. As the discussion continued, Tina announced that she would be leaving. She reflected on how she had originally joined to defeat the Demon King, and under the current circumstances, she felt her presence was no longer necessary. Palna then stated that she would also take her leave for the time being, and that their discussion would be put on hold until they met again. With that, she departed. Tina noted her absence, feeling that things would become a little quieter, but Kagami showed that he was not troubled by it. He then turned his attention to the others, wondering about their decisions. Takacoako remained, explaining that she had stayed to continue strengthening herself. She believed that being alongside Rex and Kuru was the best path for her at the moment, and chose to leave the final decision to them. Kuru then spoke, reflecting on her upbringing. As a princess, she had lived her life within the castle walls, viewing the world through what she had been taught. However, she had come to realize that there was much more to learn by seeing things firsthand, just as Kagami had shown. Because of that, she wished to stay and assist him, asking to be allowed to help in return for being accepted there. Kagami responded with a warm expression, showing that he would rely on them moving forward. Rex then shared his own thoughts. As a hero, his focus had once been solely on defeating the Demon King, but that no longer held the same meaning for him. Like Kuru, he realized that he had not truly been living for himself. Through Kagami, he had come to understand that roles did not define everything, and that there was value in living beyond the title of a hero. With that realization, he chose to support Kagami, ready to help in whatever way he could. Kagami questioned whether someone like him, a mere villager, could truly be of help to a hero like Rex. In response, Rex held firmly to the idea that it was Kagami himself who had shown him that roles and races held no real meaning. From that point on, Rex decided to address Kagami as his master. Kagami immediately rejected the idea, making it clear through his reaction that he did not want to be called that. From a distance, Alice listened quietly. In her thoughts, she reflected on how 2 months had already passed since everything began. During that time, they had all worked together. She had never imagined that they would one day stand side by side with a hero and his companions. The path they had once almost given up on had slowly begun to open again. Rex expressed his desire to train under Kagami, believing that in return, he could support him in whatever way was needed. Kagami reacted with confusion and raised his voice slightly, unable to understand what Rex was saying, and again rejected being called master. Even so, Rex remained stubborn, continuing to address him that way and insisting on training together. Kuru stepped in, shifting the focus back to their situation. Time was running out, and they needed to act. She suggested that they head to a place where people gathered and begin hiring staff. Rex then proposed the plaza where they had previously recruited companions. Kagami agreed with the idea. He then called out to the group, addressing Alice, Kuru, Tina, and Rex, and stated that they would go to the plaza to recruit staff. Rex responded with confidence, showing that Kagami could rely on him, while Mino questioned why his name had not been included. Nearby, Takacoako observed the group, commenting to herself that they were acting like fools if they believed it would be that simple. Later, at Valman Plaza, Kagami looked around at the crowd and questioned why, despite the number of people present, they had not been able to recruit anyone. Even with someone like Rex, who stood out, and Kuru, who carried herself with grace, they had not succeeded. Frustration built within him as he wondered what else was missing. He questioned what more was needed beyond having appealing people involved, and where things had gone wrong. Tina, noticing his thoughts, questioned his reasoning. Kagami reflected that even though he had prepared handouts, the situation still felt uncertain and unconvincing. A short distance away, Alice watched as Kagami struggled, realizing he had reached his limit for the moment. Nearby, a man's gaze lingered on her. As she walked, she hoped that things would somehow work out. Lost in thought, she failed to notice the person in front of her and collided with him. She quickly showed her apology, acknowledging that she had not been paying attention. The man stood before her, his presence raising a quiet sense of unease, as if he might be something more than just another passerby. The man continued staring at Alice, making her feel increasingly uneasy. After a moment, he smiled and regarded her with interest, viewing her as a gentle and delicate presence. Kagami quickly noticed the situation and called out to Alice as he moved toward her. He stepped in and confronted the man, questioning whether there was any issue. The man reacted with mild offense, presenting himself with formality and introducing himself as David Foran, a level 77 merchant. He explained that he served the royal family of the Hekisaldorian kingdom and stated that he had come with the purpose of retrieving Kuru. Kagami's expression turned cautious, and without hesitation, he raised his voice and called out for the security guild. He loudly accused the man of behaving in a suspicious and inappropriate manner, describing his actions in a way that drew immediate attention. David was caught off guard by the sudden accusation. People nearby reacted quickly, startled by the commotion. Some began to agree with Kagami's claims, commenting on the man's unsettling gaze, while others labeled his behavior as suspicious. David attempted to deny the accusations, but his voice was drowned out by the growing attention. Soon after, guards appeared behind David and instructed him to come with them to the station. He stood in shock as they escorted him away. Kagami then urged Alice to leave, but at that moment, she raised her voice and called for the guards to release the man, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. Kagami was left confused by her reaction. Alice made it clear through her expression that while she understood Kagami's intentions, she did not believe his actions had been appropriate. Her words struck Kagami more deeply than expected. At the same time, David was visibly moved by her defense. He showed appreciation for her actions, recognizing her kindness despite her young age. Alice responded with a gentle smile as he looked at her. Without saying anything further, David left, while Kagami continued to watch him. Afterward, David shifted the focus, questioning Kagami's actions and what he had been trying to achieve. Kagami admitted that his approach had been meant to place David in a difficult position. He pointed out that David had specifically stated that he had come to retrieve Kuru, which made him suspicious of his true intentions. David responded by suggesting that Kagami should not rely on baseless assumptions to justify his actions. At the same time, he acknowledged that Kagami's suspicions were not entirely unfounded, hinting that he did indeed have business that involved all of them. At that moment, someone called out to David. When he turned, he saw Kuru approaching, questioning why he was there. David acknowledged her presence immediately. With clear delight, he showed admiration upon seeing her in good health, appreciating her appearance with great enthusiasm. Hearing this, Kagami concluded that David's behavior only confirmed his earlier suspicion. Rex, however, stepped in and noted that this was not unusual, as David had acted the same way when they first met. It was simply part of his personality. Rex then approached David and recognized him, noting that it had been a long time. David responded with a polite apology for not greeting him sooner. Rex dismissed the formality and suggested that instead of continuing the conversation in the open, they should move somewhere more suitable. David agreed without hesitation. Later, inside a cafe, Kuru turned her attention back to David, asking about his purpose for coming to such a place. David acknowledged his earlier lack of formality and explained that a report had been received. According to that report, instead of continuing their journey to subjugate the Demon King, they had chosen to remain in the town. By order of the king, he had been sent to confirm whether this information was true. Kuru reacted with clear surprise at this. Rex then understood the implication, recognizing that David had come to take Kuru back. However, David clarified that unless she had truly abandoned her mission to defeat the Demon King, he had no intention of forcing her return. As a sage, that mission remained her highest responsibility. Kuru responded with firm resolve. She made it clear through her words that their goal had not changed. In order to defeat the Demon King, they were strengthening themselves while gathering the necessary funds to obtain proper equipment. This approach was based on the method Kagami had used to reach level 999. By following that path, they believed they could grow stronger than before. Because of this, they had chosen to remain in the town to train. Her purpose remained unchanged, and she intended for that message to be conveyed clearly. Nearby, Tina quietly found Kuru's explanation quite convincing. David then continued, acknowledging that reports had also reached them claiming that Kuru and Rex had been misled by a villager. Hearing this, Kagami reacted, showing interest in the mention of such reports. David explained that many adventurers had witnessed the events during the Salaria incident, and as a result, rumors had spread throughout the kingdom. Through his sources, he had gathered a considerable amount of information, including details about their current location. Kagami listened without much reaction, unimpressed. He pressed David to make his point clear without delay, wanting to understand what he was getting at. David then prepared to explain further. While it was true that he had come to retrieve the princess, that objective was only part of a larger purpose. His real mission was to continue the search for the Demon King, whose whereabouts remained unknown. According to the report, they were currently making preparations. If what Kuru had said was accurate, then there would be no issue. However, to confirm the truth of their claims, he requested permission to observe their actions for 1 month. Kagami reacted with clear discomfort, finding the idea of being monitored stressful. David then added another point. Although he found it difficult to believe, based on Kagami's performance during the Salaria incident, it seemed possible that Kagami might be capable of defeating the Demon King himself if he truly wished to. Kuru was left without a response to that implication. Kagami immediately rejected the idea, making it clear that such an assumption underestimated the weakness of a villager. He emphasized that their success had only been possible because of everyone's combined efforts, including powerful magic, healing, and timely support. Tina observed him quietly, noting how talkative he became when the situation grew tense. Kagami continued, pointing out that the opponent in Salaria had not even been the Demon King, but rather one of his subordinates. If they had faced the Demon King himself, there was no chance they would have won. Because of that, they were now focused on saving money, improving their equipment, and gathering allies. In return for helping Kuru and Rex grow stronger, they were assisting him in collecting the necessary funds. David listened carefully and showed understanding. Based on this, he concluded that they were currently attempting to recruit more companions. He then expressed his intention to help, offering his assistance in their efforts if they would allow it. Kuru showed her surprise at David's offer to help. David made it clear through his words that while he may serve as an observer, his foremost role remained that of Kuru's devoted servant. Later, at Valman Square, Takacoako arrived to check on their progress. What she found surprised her. A long line of people had gathered, waiting for recruitment. The scene was far beyond what she had expected, leaving her wondering what kind of method had been used to achieve such results. She noticed David speaking with Rex and turned her attention toward them, curious about his identity. Rex, still in disbelief, tried to process what had just happened, while Tina pointed out how remarkable it was that they had managed to attract so many people when earlier they had failed to draw even a single applicant. David explained that his contribution had simply been organizing the information on the flyers. He understood that many people would feel uncertain about applying to a newly established workplace, so he had made the details clearer and easier to understand. As Rex read through the revised flyers, he recognized how well-structured and easy they were to follow. Nearby, David expressed his willingness to assist further, offering to help manage the casino as well. Kuru showed clear delight at this development. Takacoako then approached and observed that things seemed to be progressing smoothly. Tina acknowledged that the success was largely due to David's efforts and noted that they would likely secure enough staff members now. David then formally introduced himself to Takacoako, who observed that he appeared to be someone capable of handling responsibility. In response, she introduced herself as well, expressing her intention to work alongside him moving forward. Kagami soon approached, attempting to interrupt their conversation and refocus everyone. However, he was quickly cut off as Tina directed him to continue hunting monsters instead. Takacoako agreed with that suggestion, leaving Kagami feeling set aside as the others continued their discussion. David approached Kuru with a request, expressing his intention to personally wake her each morning. Kuru immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. Nearby, Kagami observed the exchange, and Rex noticed his reaction. Rex tried to encourage him, suggesting that he should not let it bother him and that he would join him in hunting monsters once his training was complete. Kagami declined the offer, reminding him that he had responsibilities to handle, particularly maintaining the facilities. His attention then returned to David and Kuru, noting how well the two seemed to get along. Rex explained that David had been serving the royal family since before Kuru was born, making him someone almost like family to her. He then asked Kagami if something was troubling him. Kagami admitted that the situation felt unusual. The idea of being observed for an entire month seemed sudden, especially since no one had monitored them before. He questioned why David had appeared now. Rex considered the possibility that it might be connected to their decision to abandon their original quest. Kagami acknowledged that it could be related, but he still felt that something was not right. He then advised caution, particularly when it came to Alice and Mino. From a distance, David watched them, his expression appearing calm and unreadable. Meanwhile, far away in the royal capital of Saldoria, within the throne room, the king reflected on the situation involving Kuru. He found it difficult to accept what he had heard. This was King Simon Saldoria. He considered the reports before him, which spoke of a level 999 villager and a demon who desired peaceful coexistence. Palna confirmed the truth of these claims. She suggested that their actions might be straying from the path the king had intended and asked for his judgment on the matter. The king found it difficult to accept her words so easily. However, Palna's knowledge of the situation was too detailed to dismiss as mere falsehood. He then acknowledged her directly, confirming her identity as Palna. The king reflected on the report, realizing that someone had managed to influence Kuru, who had been raised to despise demons. He found it difficult to understand what kind of person could cause such a change, especially someone described as a mere villager. When Palna questioned the idea of being conditioned, the king clarified that Kuru had been shaped through strict and disciplined education. He then considered the possibility that his daughter had truly changed, and that the cause of it was that villager. At the same time, he questioned why Palna herself had not been affected in the same way. He wondered if her reason for bringing this information forward was driven by a desire for wealth or status. Palna dismissed that idea entirely, making it clear that such things held no value for her. As for why she remained unaffected, she revealed that everything she had witnessed felt too strange for her to fully accept or understand. When the king asked what she truly wanted, her answer came with clear intensity. She desired a world where demons did not exist. The king was taken aback by her words. Palna then clarified that her purpose in coming had been to report on the villager's condition and to ease any concerns the king might have. With that, she excused herself and left the throne room. Left alone, the king reflected quietly, sensing that Palna carried a heavy burden of her own. Outside, Palna's arm trembled uncontrollably. She gripped it tightly, trying to steady herself. The thought of humans and demons living together left her deeply unsettled. With that unease growing stronger, she reaffirmed her belief that demons must be eradicated. This marked the beginning of Palna's past, tracing back to the day she first met that young man, and what followed after. At that time, in the royal library, Palna was only 9 years old. Magic was understood to be the result of accumulated knowledge combined with creativity. Only by building knowledge and developing the body's network of magic could one properly imagine and control magical energy. Without the ability to manipulate that energy, casting magic would not be possible. With that in mind, Palna had been instructed to continue reading in order to expand her understanding as a developing magician. Because of this, she visited the library every day. One day, while she was reading, a voice nearby questioned whether she disliked books. A young boy was seated beside her. Palna turned her attention to him, curious about who he was. The boy presented himself casually, explaining through his manner that he was simply someone who had been made to come there. Palna showed little interest in his explanation. The boy then handed her a book. Through his actions, he suggested that if she did not truly enjoy reading, he would recommend the one he had given her. He also implied that libraries were not the only places where one could learn about magic. Palna opened the book and began to read. In her thoughts, she concluded that it was still just another book in the end. She considered returning it, not wanting to cause trouble for anyone. The boy questioned who she believed she might upset. He then revealed that he had no parents and lived on his own. Palna fell silent for a moment before continuing to read. From her perspective, he was someone much taller than her, someone who read constantly, always with glasses, and carried a gentle expression. That encounter marked her first meeting with him. Despite everything, she realized that she did not truly dislike the library as much as she thought. The boy held a clear desire not to remain confined within a limited world. He possessed remarkable talent. His ability to handle both knowledge and magic stood far above others. Driven by a deep curiosity, he would travel to explore anything that caught his interest. Palna often followed him during these journeys. Over time, without realizing it, she began to refer to him as her master. She came to understand that there was far more to the world than what she had learned from books alone. There were many things she still did not know. Her master seemed to understand nearly everything. He held strong ideas about how the world should be and worked toward bringing those ideas into reality. However, that same determination became both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. One day, as they sat together on a bench, Palna found herself confused and unsettled by an idea her master brought up. He believed that if humans and demons could understand one another, life would become far richer than it currently was. Palna questioned this, thinking that even if he wished to learn more about demons, there should be safer and more practical ways to do so. However, her master saw it differently. From his perspective, true understanding would take time, and there would always be things that both sides could not immediately comprehend. Driven by his endless curiosity, her master turned his attention toward the unknown nature of demons. He believed that through fair interaction and the sharing of knowledge, the world could become more prosperous. He even gave an example to support his thinking. If demons could better control their magic, it might be possible to regulate the birth of monsters. Palna reacted strongly to this idea, recognizing the danger in it. Still, he continued to consider the possibility. If such a future were truly achievable, Palna would have tried to stop him. However, by that time, he had already taken action and begun interacting with demons. Before long, they traveled to a place where demons lived. Upon their arrival, the demons reacted with surprise, questioning why humans had come to such a place. Her master attempted to explain his intentions, aiming to establish a stable relationship. However, his words were met with immediate rejection, and the situation quickly turned hostile. They were chased and forced to flee, finding no ease in escaping. Even so, her master did not give up. He continued visiting the demon village, returning again and again without any form of protection, always bringing gifts with him. Through his actions, he expressed his desire to learn about how demons lived their lives. At first, the demons remained suspicious, unsure of what he truly intended. However, as he persisted without hesitation, their attitude toward him slowly began to change. Over time, the tension lessened, and Palna noticed that the demons were gradually warming up to him. It was something she had not expected. Then, one day, her master began to feel that the time had come. Palna did not understand what he meant at first. Soon after, he called out to those around him, preparing to speak about what he had learned from the demons. He continued, sharing what he had learned about humans, and expressed his wish to teach those ways to the demons as well. In return, he hoped to introduce them to a human village. The demons fell silent at the proposal. He assured them through his conviction that no harm would come to them. One of the demons stepped forward and quietly spoke to their chief. After a moment, the chief gave his approval. Overcome with relief, her master embraced the moment with joy, showing that he had succeeded. Palna watched with a small sense of pride, thinking that it was a good outcome for him. She felt glad that the demons had come to trust him. The place chosen for the exchange was the town where Palna had been born. Since it was difficult for demons to approach the royal capital due to strict surveillance, this village was considered more suitable. Few people there had ever seen a real demon, and compared to other places, the hostility toward them was not as severe. The demons arrived through a route that was normally impossible for them to pass because of the heavy monitoring. When her master entered the meeting place alongside them, he gestured toward Palna. However, behind him, one of the demons began to gather power in his hand. Before anything could be understood, the demon moved. In an instant, the demon struck, driving his hand straight through her master's chest. Everything fell silent. The situation shifted without warning, and no one present could react in time. Then chaos broke out. The demons turned hostile, and violence spread through the area. One of them signaled the others, and they began attacking the humans. Palna stood frozen, unable to process what was happening as she watched the slaughter unfold. She could not understand how everything had come to this. Amid the chaos, a human urged her to run. Yet she remained still, recalling her master's earlier reassurance that no harm would come. Moments later, she was carried away by a soldier, leaving her master behind. As she looked back, she saw that he was already gone. Tears followed as the weight of what had happened settled in, and the belief she had held shattered. In the present, within the royal capital, Palna sat quietly, reflecting on those events. Many years had passed since that day. She had once considered leaving it all behind and living a normal life. But then she encountered Rex and Kururu, who were determined to defeat demons and the Demon King. She refused to let that chance slip away. It was an opportunity she had finally grasped, a path toward what she had carried within her for so long. Even if the one responsible for her loss was tied to the very system of the world itself, she would not turn away. With firm resolve, she held onto her decision. She would see it through, and she would have the villager return what had been taken from her. Meanwhile, inside the training cave, Rex directed Kururu to apply strengthening enhancement magic to him. She responded immediately, casting the spell without hesitation. With his strength boosted, Rex rushed forward and struck with his fist, delivering an attack powerful enough to rival that of a martial artist. However, before he could continue, Kagami suddenly struck him from behind, knocking him off balance. Rex reacted in confusion, unable to understand why he had been interrupted. Kagami made it clear through his actions that relying on enhancement magic defeated the purpose of the training. The goal was to overcome opponents who were stronger, not to depend on external support. Rex tried to push back against this idea, but Kagami pointed out that the enemy they faced was a level 103 Berserker mage. Rex, at level 91 and without his equipment, recognized the gap and felt that victory was impossible under such conditions. Kagami explained that fighting under unfavorable circumstances was precisely the point. Beyond the experience gained from level differences, there was also valuable growth that came from facing higher-ranked opponents. He reminded Rex that this had been explained before and emphasized that learning to fight under disadvantageous conditions was essential. Even so, he reassured him that if things became too dangerous, he would step in, allowing Rex to fight without holding back. Kururu offered to heal Rex, but he refused, choosing instead to continue on his own. With renewed determination, he charged forward once more and struck the Berserker mage directly in the face, showing confidence in his effort. The Berserker mage responded immediately, releasing a fire spell that struck Rex. The heat overwhelmed him, causing him to react as he endured the attack. Kagami observed and pointed out that the opponent was clearly stronger, advising that patience and caution were necessary. Rather than confronting the enemy head-on, he suggested a strategy of striking and retreating. Kuru, watching closely, questioned whether it was safe to leave Rex in such a state without healing him. Kagami turned his attention to her, noting that she still had plenty of energy. He saw this as a good opportunity for her to grow gradually as well. At that moment, David approached Kururu, entering the scene as the training continued. David observed the situation and expressed his belief that Kagami's actions were rooted in concern for Kururu's safety. As a sage, she was vulnerable if she strayed too far from her position at the rear of the group. He also pointed out that, based on Kagami's approach, this kind of training carried constant risk. Avoiding pain entirely would make it difficult to grow stronger. Kururu responded with confusion, unable to fully accept that reasoning, especially considering that Kagami was, by class, a villager and should be weaker than her. Kagami explained his stance in a simple way. Because she was a girl, he did not want to force her into situations that were too painful or frightening. Kururu was taken aback by this. At the same time, Rex reacted strongly to Kagami's words. He could not accept the difference in treatment, feeling that his own struggles were being dismissed. Kagami responded plainly, pointing out that Rex was a man, which only fueled Rex's frustration. Driven by that emotion, Rex surged forward and unleashed a series of attacks against the Berserker mage. Through sheer determination, he managed to defeat it. Kagami observed the result with satisfaction, recognizing that Rex had improved. Despite the pain he endured, he no longer hesitated. He then reflected on the weight carried by heroes, understanding that they were bound by heavy responsibility. At the same time, he questioned whether Kururu would be able to bear such pressure. Kururu then spoke about her own progress. When she had first started her journey, she had been at level 42, and since then, she had only gained 3 levels. Kagami reacted with concern, confirming that she was still at level 45 and warning her against acting recklessly. He then mentioned that he had an idea that could help her increase her level. Kururu showed immediate interest, eager to hear more. While they were focused on this discussion, Rex was once again being overpowered by the Berserker mage in the background. Kururu expressed her determination, showing that if she could reach level 200, she would commit herself fully. Kagami hesitated at the number, caught off guard by the scale of her goal. Kururu noticed his reaction, questioning his hesitation. Meanwhile, Rex, having been struck down again, called for assistance. Alice moved to offer him a potion, while Kururu apologized for not reacting sooner. David observed the exchange and noted that Kagami still had much to understand when it came to matters of the heart. At the same time, he recognized that Kagami's strength at such a young age had been shaped by his own experiences. Kagami brushed it aside, showing that the explanation was something for another time. In his thoughts, he reflected on how it had all begun. At first, he had fought simply to collect the money dropped by defeated monsters. David responded by suggesting that perhaps it was better to leave that story for another time. Even so, he found it reassuring that Kagami's efforts had not been driven purely by money. Because of that, he felt he could trust him with Kururu's safety. Kagami reacted, questioning whether David truly saw him as someone who had gained his strength solely for the sake of money. David dismissed the idea, making it clear that he had no reason to think that way. However, he explained that it was rare for villagers to pursue higher levels. Those who did often did so for financial gain. Unfortunately, many of them lost their lives while chasing stronger monsters. Alice, listening closely, wondered whether defeating powerful monsters truly resulted in earning large amounts of money. David confirmed that this was generally the case. He added that while rewards were not always directly tied to a monster's level, there were rare types of monsters that dropped especially large sums. Hearing this, Kagami turned his attention to Alice, considering whether she might know of a place where such rare monsters could be found. Alice apologized, admitting that she did not have that kind of knowledge. She then recalled something from her past. Once, she had come across a book in the library that described the strongest monster in the world, a being so powerful that even the Demon King's strength could not compare. The thought crossed her mind that if such a creature could be defeated, the reward it would leave behind would be unimaginable. Kagami noticed her distraction and asked what was wrong. Alice quickly dismissed it, choosing not to elaborate. Kagami then reflected that relying solely on defeating monsters would not be enough to earn everything they needed. That was the reason they had decided to open the casino. He then shifted the topic, asking about the current progress of their preparations and reminding David that the opening was only 2 days away. David reassured him that there would be no mistakes on his part. He admitted that he had some free time, which was why he had chosen to accompany them. At the same time, he acknowledged that observing them remained part of his responsibilities. Kagami recognized the cleverness in David's actions, yet he also felt a sense of appreciation. He expressed that he was grateful to have someone capable handling the workload, showing that he trusted David with the task. Kagami reflected that when he had first met David, he had truly believed him to be a dangerous individual. However, he now recognized that without David's help, they would not have been able to prepare everything in time for the opening. David dismissed the praise, turning his attention instead to Takacoako. From his observation, Takacoako was an exceptional individual, capable of completing tasks without relying on others and earning both respect and trust from those around him. In his view, that level of ability stood out clearly. Kagami quickly corrected him, making it clear that Takacoako was actually a woman. David was visibly taken aback by this information. Kagami pointed out that it should have been obvious from her appearance, though David struggled to reconcile that with his impression. David found the idea unsettling, unable to match Takakoo's presence with his expectations. Kagami noted that it would be best not to dwell on it too much, especially since Takacoako would not react kindly if she heard such remarks. David then recalled several moments during their work when Takacoako had come into close contact with him, touching his shoulders, his back, and even other areas in ways that felt unusual to him. Kagami interpreted this as nothing more than Takakoo's way of teasing. Nearby, Alice noticed Kagami's expression and questioned what was on his mind. Kagami brushed it off, though he admitted to himself that he had begun thinking about his own future, even considering the idea of finding a partner someday. Alice responded without hesitation, showing that she saw no issue with staying by his side. Kagami, in turn, treated it lightly, suggesting that such a possibility could be considered far in the future. Kururu reacted strongly to this, unable to ignore the implication. The idea left her visibly unsettled as she questioned the situation. In the background, Rex continued calling for assistance, still recovering from the earlier training. Kagami clarified that there was no serious intention behind the remark, especially since drawing too much attention to Alice's identity could lead to suspicion. Kururu, however, remained concerned, pointing out the significant difference in age that would exist in such a scenario. She also felt that Kagami should not undervalue himself. With strong conviction, Kururu made it clear that she would not accept such a situation. Alice, on the other hand, showed no concern, remaining unbothered by the idea. Kururu continued to object, holding firmly to her stance. After some time passed, Rex finally expressed relief, showing how exhausted he had become. He reflected on the training and recognized how overwhelming it had been, realizing that without Kagami's guidance, he might not have made it through. Kagami reflected that most of the effort in the battle had come from Kururu. Hearing this, Kururu lowered her gaze and felt apologetic. Alice expressed that if she had the ability to use healing magic, she would have helped heal everyone herself. Rex reassured her, reminding her that she had always supported him by providing potions. Even so, Alice felt that in moments like this, she was unable to protect anyone, and that realization weighed on her. Rex acknowledged her feelings, believing that her intentions alone already held value, and he felt grateful for her presence. Kagami then turned his attention to Rex and asked about the experience he had gained from the battle. As Rex checked his status, he was visibly surprised by the amount he had accumulated. Kagami noted that the gain was significant and pointed out that facing the threat of death played an important role in that outcome. Rex understood this as he reflected on it. Kagami went on to explain that this was how Rex had managed to reach such a high level at a young age. In his own case, his progress had been supported by his self-recovery skill. He added that Rex, having Kuru by his side, could rely on her healing, and that it would be unwise to fight strong enemies without her support. Without that assistance, growth would not be as efficient, and risking death at this stage would make everything meaningless. Rex became curious and wondered when Kagami had obtained his self-recovery ability. Kagami explained that it had been his first skill, acquired upon reaching level 100. Rex found the idea appealing, wishing he could obtain a similar ability. Kagami thought it unlikely, recalling that even Estellar had described it as an extremely rare case. He added that villagers were known for acquiring unusual skills, which made his situation an exception. Rex then reflected on everything he had learned so far. He recognized that Kagami possessed a self-recovery skill, a skill that allowed him to surpass physical limits, and another that enabled him to grow beyond natural growth restrictions. These were the three abilities Kagami had already revealed. Rex realized that Kagami should still have several other skills and became eager to know more. Kagami admitted that he had not intended to keep them hidden for so long, but they were not something he would normally share. Rex understood but still felt the need to know. Kagami hesitated, reflecting on the nature of the abilities he had obtained, and questioned whether Rex truly wished to learn about them. Kagami quickly realizes there is no avoiding it, as everyone is waiting for him to explain. He makes up his mind, but then, almost on cue, 3 berserker mages suddenly appear nearby. The timing works perfectly. Without hesitation, Kagami picks up a rock. Rex watches in confusion, but Kagami moves ahead, deciding it is easier to show than explain. He signals them to watch carefully, then flicks the rock forward. It strikes one of the berserker mages in the head, and in an instant, the monster vanishes, leaving coins behind. The result is clean and immediate. Kagami calmly notes that the attack was only a display of 5 out of his remaining 7 skills. Kururu is left stunned, unable to process what she just saw. The idea that a simple flick could involve multiple skills at once confuses her. Kagami notices this and, without slowing down, gives another hint. He throws another rock. The second berserker mage disappears just as quickly, leaving the same result behind. However, Rex still cannot piece it together. Seeing their confusion, Kagami finally brings out his status screen. He reveals his skills in full, Auto Revive, Super Finger, Hyper Finger, Ultra Finger, Miracle Finger, Perfect Finger, Exotic Full Burst Act 5, and Reverse. The list is unusual, especially the repeated Finger series. Alice points this out right away, while Rex begins connecting it to what Kagami had mentioned before, like Auto Revive and the skills tied to greater limits. However, the Finger series and exotic abilities are still new to them. Kagami keeps things moving and tells Rex not to rush. He plans to show each skill one by one, but also makes it clear not to expect too much. Then, without delay, he begins demonstrating their effects. The first is Super Finger. Its function is simple but effective. The power behind a single finger flick is greatly increased. Rex quickly wonders just how much the flicking power actually increases. Kagami answers without hesitation. A single finger carries the strength of 2. Simple but already enough to change the result. Then he moves on without pause. Hyper Finger comes next. The flicking power increases even further. Then Ultra Finger follows, pushing that power even higher. Each step builds on the last, turning something small into something dangerous. Miracle Finger shifts things in a different way. It prevents injury while flicking. Then Perfect Finger completes the set, improving accuracy no matter the situation. Every flick becomes precise, controlled, and reliable. Kuru, Rex, and Alice stay silent as they take it all in. The explanation is straightforward, but the result is not. Kagami then checks if they finally understand. This is what it feels like after gaining these kinds of skills all the way to level 900. At that point, even a simple flick of a rock is enough to defeat a slime. Alice starts to connect it. The moment Kagami lay down and still landed the shot, that was the effect of Perfect Finger. Rex also begins to see it. Compared to throwing, the flick was clearly more accurate. Kagami brushes it off, almost mocking the simplicity of it. However, Alice shifts the focus. She brings up the skills from level 700 and beyond, Exotic Full Burst, Reverse, and the one tied to challenging something greater. These feel different from the Finger series. She also recognizes that all his effort was not wasted, and even notes how impressive the names sound. Kagami responds quickly. Exotic Full Burst Act 5 turns out to be nothing more than a name that sounds cool. The gap between expectation and reality hits instantly. Alice drops in disappointment, while Kagami reflects on it as a moment of real despair. But then, without slowing down, he introduces the next one. Reverse. Its effect is clear but harsh. The lower the level, the more powerful skills and spells can be used without cost. However, as the level rises, the range of usable powerful abilities continues to shrink. Alice immediately understands what that means. At Kagami's current level, his options are almost gone. The only spell left to him is Charge Blow. Kagami confirms it. He gained Reverse at level 800. Rex sees the problem clearly. It is a skill that becomes worse over time, limiting more and more as the level increases. And Kagami is already at level 999. Kagami accepts it as it is. Since he never had much magical energy to begin with, even a single usable spell is enough. Rex looked at Kagami with clear excitement, still amazed that Kagami could wipe out monsters just by flicking small rocks. To him, that alone proved how incredible Kagami's abilities were, and he believed the rest of Kagami's skills must have their own uses as well. However, Kagami remained grounded. Compared to ordinary skills, he simply accepted what he had, thinking that at the very least, his fingers were strong enough to make use of it. Rex, however, couldn't help but compare. He pointed out that Kagami could at least use his abilities, while he himself still hadn't learned a single skill. But then Kagami shifted the perspective. Rex still had the chance to dream and grow, while Kagami had already reached a limit where learning new skills was no longer possible. To him, even learned skills meant little if they couldn't be properly used or understood. That thought lingered, and Alice quietly wondered what Kagami truly meant by it. But then, the moment was broken. A loud voice suddenly called out for Kagami, cutting through everything. It was Takacoako, rushing in after searching everywhere for him. Kagami was caught off guard, momentarily startled, thinking it might have been a monster. However, Takakoo's presence quickly turned intense, her tone carrying a clear sense of urgency. Alice noticed it too and pointed out that Takacoako wouldn't come like this unless something serious had happened. And she was right. Something had gone wrong. Takacoako called for David to explain, and he stepped in, laying out the issue. They already had enough alcohol prepared for the bar, but the real problem was the casino. Takacoako had completely forgotten to place an order for it. Kagami suggested a simple fix, just buy from a merchant, but Takacoako shook that down immediately. She had planned to use only top-quality alcohol, and what local merchants could provide wouldn't meet that standard. Realizing the mistake, Takacoako admitted it was entirely her fault and apologized. However, Kagami didn't make it a bigger issue. He stayed calm, telling her not to worry. He was already grateful for everything she had done, and even if they couldn't secure everything before the grand opening, they could always arrange it afterward. But then, David stepped forward with a more immediate solution. There was a route not far from their location that led to Salaria, a place known for its winery that supplied alcohol to the royal capital itself. If they moved quickly, they could head there, negotiate directly with the supplier, and transport everything back using a supply carriage. It wasn't a simple fix, but it was a clear path forward, and right now, it was exactly what they needed. Kagami considered David's suggestion and found it reasonable. Alcohol from the capital was known to be high class, and as long as the supply for the capital remained untouched, it shouldn't cause much trouble. Still, Kagami grew curious and wondered how David knew all of this. It turned out that David had simply looked into it beforehand, nothing more. Takacoako leaned in, clearly impressed, giving him quiet approval. However, David didn't stop there. He mentioned that there were still a few matters where he would need Takakoo's help. Kagami stayed silent, but his thoughts shifted. David didn't feel like an ordinary servant. There was something more behind him. And beyond watching over Kuru, Kagami began to question what role David was truly playing here. But then the mood softened. Alice, in her usual gentle way, expressed how glad she was that David was around. Kagami smiled slightly, deciding that for now, there was no need to dig deeper. They would simply wait and see how things unfold. Time passed, and the day finally arrived. The casino opened its doors, and the place quickly filled with people. The crowd alone made it clear how big this moment was. Alice noticed the overwhelming number of guests, while Kagami quietly acknowledged how impressive it was that everything had come together like this. However, Alice soon shifted the focus. She approached Kagami about something more personal. Her outfit felt difficult to move in, and it made her feel uneasy. Kagami looked at her and thought it suited her well. Still, Alice remembered how she had been pushed into wearing it by Kuru and Takacoako, which made the experience feel a bit overwhelming. Kagami reassured her in his own way, believing there was no bad intention behind it. That seemed to ease her, and she responded with a light smile. For a moment, Alice reflected on everything. With David's help and everyone's non-stop efforts, they had managed to bring the casino to life. Even so, Kagami didn't slow down. As usual, he continued hunting monsters for money, even right after the grand opening. When he returned, the sight caught him off guard. The casino was packed with customers, far beyond what he expected. Alice then pointed out someone familiar. She noticed Manu among the crowd and called out to him. Manu reacted, recognizing her voice, but when he turned around, his appearance startled both Alice and Kagami. He looked completely worn out, likely from being overworked. Still, Manu approached, clearly relieved to see Alice, almost as if regaining his energy just from that moment. Alice appreciated his hard work, acknowledging everything he had done. After that, she and Kagami moved on, trying to locate Takacoako. They headed toward the bar, expecting to find her there. However, she was nowhere to be seen. Alice assumed she might just be taking a break. But then she noticed something off about Kagami. Calling out to him, she asked what was wrong, sensing that something might have happened. Kagami brushed it off at first, but his attention shifted. Something caught his eye, a door labeled as Takako's room, something he had never heard of before. Curious, they opened it, and Kagami took a quick look inside. However, what he saw was unexpected. A group of muscular men were inside, engaged in something strange. Without hesitation, Kagami shut the door. The moment left him oddly drained, and he decided it was best to move on. He suggested they get something to eat instead. Soon after, they found Rex. He welcomed them at first, but his energy dropped the moment he recognized Kagami. Still, Kagami noticed how hard Rex was working. Alice then wondered about Kururu's whereabouts. Rex explained that Kururu couldn't handle customers directly, so despite their arrival, she was likely in the break room with David. However, Rex quickly shifted focus. He questioned why Kagami and Alice were calmly sitting down and browsing the menu while everything was so busy. To him, this wasn't the time to relax. Kagami, however, saw it differently. From his point of view, they were customers, and customers should be treated properly. Rex clearly didn't agree, showing no interest in serving someone like Kagami. Meanwhile, Alice simply focused on the menu, already deciding on a chocolate parfait. Kagami, however, suggested she take a bit more time choosing. After their meal, Kagami felt completely full, while Alice enjoyed her dessert. But then her attention moved elsewhere. She began to wonder where Tina was. Kagami thought about it and concluded that since Tina was a priest, she would likely be in the chapel. Later, they made their way there. Alice noticed that they had even built a chapel, which surprised her. However, the place felt empty. Kagami also saw it clearly. The space existed, but no one was there. Tina explained the reason. The town already had a proper church, so people naturally chose to go there instead. Even so, Kagami didn't think the chapel should be left unused. Since it was already built, he believed there should be a purpose for it. He considered simple ideas, like teaching people about faith, or making use of the confessional room. However, Tina pointed out that such things were meant for priests specifically. Kagami then shifted the idea again. Perhaps the consulting room could be used instead. A place where people could come, even after losing, and find some encouragement to keep going. Tina wasn't fully convinced and wondered if someone else might be better suited for that role. However, Kagami saw it clearly. From his perspective, Tina was already good at listening to others, and that alone made her the right person for it. Kagami reflected that, at least for him, Tina was easier to talk to than Takacoako. Because of that, he thought she should try it out herself. And so, they gave it a test. Tina asked if there was anything troubling him, but Kagami felt something was off and wanted her to speak in a more saintly way. Tina adjusted and took on that tone, treating Kagami like a lost soul in need of guidance. This time, Kagami shared his concern. Even though the casino had finally been built, most of its management had been left to someone else. As a result, a strange and possibly dangerous place known as Takako's room had appeared inside it. Faced with that, he wondered what he should do. Tina, staying in that role, simply encouraged him to keep moving forward. Later, Kagami and Alice headed to the break room. Inside, Takacoako and Kururu were surprised to see Alice. Their attention quickly shifted to her appearance. The dress caught their eyes, and they both found it fitting, with Kururu especially drawn to how cute Alice looked. Then Kururu noticed the stuffed animal Alice was holding. Kagami quietly claimed responsibility for it, and that seemed to satisfy her. In fact, Kururu approved of it and soon moved closer, unable to resist embracing Alice because of how cute she found her. However, the moment didn't last long. David stepped in, reminding Kururu that it was time to start. Kururu tried to delay it slightly, asking for just a bit more time, and David allowed it. But then Kururu revealed something else. She wanted Alice to try on another outfit. At the same time, Takacoako had a similar thought, as if it had happened by coincidence. Watching this, David noticed something different. Kururu had changed. In the past, she had never shown any interest in things like accessories or clothing. But now, that had clearly shifted. Kururu considered that maybe Alice had some kind of charm, and perhaps she herself hadn't changed at all. David didn't fully agree. To him, it wasn't just his own observation. Even Kagami had likely noticed it. The encounters Kuru had experienced had clearly shaped her. For a moment, Kuru fell silent. Then Alice quietly acknowledged it as well. She had come to see that it was now possible to have a proper conversation with Kuru, something that hadn't been the case before. Kuru was finally starting to look at her directly. From Alice's perspective, Kuru had become someone important, someone she could trust. Even so, there were still things she couldn't bring herself to share. Kuru gently denied it, but hearing Alice speak like that brought her quiet happiness. At the same time, she reflected on herself. Somewhere along the way, her thinking had shifted. What once felt certain had changed. The idea of needing to eliminate the child had faded, replaced by hesitation shaped by what she had learned and by her growing understanding of the world's true nature. At the center of it all was Kagami. He continued to fight with everything he had, protecting both humans and demons, even if it left him worn down. Watching that, Kuru began to face a question she could no longer avoid. She needed to decide things for herself, questioning whether what she was doing was truly right. Takacoako observed that people naturally change through their experiences. To her, staying the same would be the strange thing. David agreed, but he added another layer. The Kuru from before would have shown far more tension, especially when money and beliefs clashed. If she were forced to choose a different path, then the real question was which direction she would take. Alice quietly thought about it, wondering if Kuru's change felt mysterious even to David. Takacoako then added that encounters could shape people in both good and bad ways. Even she had changed after meeting David. That statement caught him off guard. Without lingering, he excused himself to handle scheduled deliveries and quickly left. Not long after, Kuru and Takacoako turned their attention back to Alice, both insisting she try on more clothes. Alice, clearly uneasy, looked for a way out. That chance appeared when she noticed something left behind, David's glove. Even though he had just been holding it earlier, he had somehow left it behind. Using that as an excuse, Alice handed her stuffed animal to Kuru and slipped away, saying she would return the glove. Once outside, she searched for David but couldn't find him at first. It seemed possible she had already passed him while rushing earlier. However, after some time, she finally spotted him and moved toward him. But then, just as she closed the distance, she stumbled over a rock. David reacted in time and caught her before she fell. However, in that sudden motion, her ribbon slipped away. The covering fell and her horns were exposed. What he noticed in that moment, however, remained uncertain. As the ribbon slipped away, Alice grew uneasy. Her thoughts immediately went to her horns, and she struggled with what to do next. However, David's reaction was unexpected. Instead of concern, he simply noted how beautiful the ribbon was. He then considered where it came from, and Alice revealed that Kagami had made it for her. David quickly understood its purpose, that it was meant to hide her horns, and reminded her to take proper care of it. That response left Alice confused for a moment. But then, David stepped in to help. With calm precision, he adjusted the ribbon back into place, making sure everything looked just right. Once finished, he observed that she looked perfect, even comparing her to Kuru from when she was much younger. Alice accepted it quietly, and David soon shifted his focus. There was still work left for him to handle, but he planned to return to the break room once everything was done. Before leaving, he made it clear that Alice should head back to Kagami. At that moment, Alice handed over the gloves he had left behind. David realized that she had gone out of her way just to return them, and he appreciated it before moving on without delay. Left behind, Alice felt a mix of relief and unease, still unsure about what had just happened. Even so, she expressed her gratitude as he departed. Later that night, inside the casino's break room, the mood had shifted. Manu was visibly upset, unable to take the situation lightly. Takacoako tried to calm him, acknowledging his urgency but also pointing out that they didn't even know if the concern was real. Still, the possibility of someone suddenly disappearing was enough to worry anyone. Then, Alice appeared. Unaware of the tension, she asked about the situation. Manu reacted immediately, focused on the fact that she had left without saying anything. The worry he carried quickly turned into relief once he saw that she was safe. To Alice, it felt simple. She had only gone to return David's gloves. But then, the mood tightened again. Manu pulled her along, insisting that they needed to leave this place and go somewhere far away. However, Alice resisted. She didn't want to be separated from Kagami. To Manu, that response felt too naive for the situation they were in. Takacoako stepped in once more, concerned that his approach was only confusing Alice further. That seemed to reach him. Manu realized he had gone too far and pulled back, acknowledging it. But even then, the tension didn't fade completely. Rex raised a serious point. If what Manu feared turned out to be true, and if their identities were exposed, then the consequences wouldn't stop with just them. Alice raised her voice, unable to hold back anymore, demanding to know what was really going on. The tension had already built up, and Kagami finally explained it. Manu had discovered something serious. David was acting as a spy for the kingdom. The moment that truth settled in, Alice's expression shifted, filled with quiet worry. Manu then laid out what he had seen. Earlier, he noticed David moving in a cautious way, far more alert than usual. Instead of heading to his normal duties, David made his way toward the warehouse, a place he wasn't responsible for. That alone felt strange. So Manu decided to follow him. And what he found there confirmed his suspicions. Near the warehouse, someone pretending to be a casino staff member was waiting, clearly there to meet David. Alice struggled to process it and questioned whether it was truly real. However, Manu had no doubt. What he witnessed and heard left no room for uncertainty. David had passed along a report, stating that no suspicious activity had been found among Kuru, Rex, and their so-called company. That detail stayed with Manu, especially the way David referred to them. What troubled him most was that single word, company. Even if it was just a misunderstanding, it wasn't something they could afford to ignore. Kagami then reflected on their earlier stance. From the beginning, they hadn't been too concerned about David watching over Kuru and the others. As long as he contributed, they had allowed him to stay. However, that assumption now felt uncertain. If there was another reason behind his actions, then the real question emerged. David might not have been watching Kuru at all. He could have been watching Alice. Kuru considered that possibility as well. Looking back, David always seemed to be nearby whenever she and Alice were together. Even so, he never appeared particularly cautious around Alice, which only made things harder to read. Kagami then turned his thoughts toward the kingdom itself. They didn't seem to know everything, but there were signs that they held doubts. And for Kagami, that was where the real danger began. If those doubts grew, and if the truth about Alice and Manu came into question, then the situation would quickly turn into something far more serious. Alice stepped forward with her own thought. She didn't believe David was reporting everything about her to the kingdom. To her, it felt like he was simply doing his role of watching over Kuru as usual. Kagami questioned that reasoning, wanting to understand what made her so certain. Alice then recalled what had just happened. David had seen her horns, yet he didn't react or mention anything about her being a demon. To her, it felt as if he already knew and had chosen to stay silent. That realization shifted the mood instantly. Manu reacted first, clearly alarmed, pushing for immediate action. However, Takacoako stepped in as usual, trying to keep things steady. Kagami followed up, reminding them of something important. David had already made a report stating that there was no suspicious activity. That detail didn't match the idea that he had already discovered the truth. From Kagami's point of view, it would be strange to make such a report if he already knew Alice was a demon. But Manu didn't back down. There was still a possibility that David only found out after submitting that report. If that were the case, then he could simply be acting normal until the next report, where everything would be revealed. Kagami considered that, but another possibility came to mind. There was also a chance that David was deliberately covering for them. If that was true, then leaving now would only ruin any chance he had to protect Alice and Manu. That idea, however, didn't sit well with Manu. To him, it made no sense for David to go that far, especially when it meant lying to the kingdom. Kagami saw how firm Manu was, but he didn't argue further. Instead, his attention shifted to Alice. Watching her, he reached a quiet decision. If David had been observing them all this time, then they would simply observe him in return. With that, Kagami settled on a plan. If David ever reported anything about demons, they would deal with it then. Until that moment came, they would choose to trust him. Manu didn't agree easily, but seeing Alice accept that decision softened his stance. In the end, he went along with it. Takacoako, who already held a strong respect for David, volunteered to keep an eye on him personally. And so, time moved forward. A full week passed, and David continued his reports without change. Each time, the same conclusion, no suspicious activity. However, while that problem seemed to settle, another quickly took its place. Kagami looked over the situation and felt the weight of it. Their sales were far from what they needed, and that shortfall now became the next issue they had to face. Kagami looked over the numbers and laid it out clearly. Around 800 customers had come in a single day. However, once the running costs were deducted, the profit left behind was almost nothing. Tina observed that most civilians and adventurers leaned toward low-risk bets, which kept the return small. Rex added another issue. The nobles who were more likely to spend big had only shown up during the opening. After that, they stopped coming entirely. Takacoako pointed out the reality of it. This was a casino, and earnings would never be stable day to day. Still, she carried a firm tone, reminding everyone that at least they weren't losing money yet. To her, that alone was something to be thankful for, especially considering David's contributions. Tina followed that line of thought, reinforcing that avoiding losses at this stage was already an achievement. Kagami tried to come up with something on the spot. He thought about introducing lucky tickets as a reward for visitors, hoping it might draw more people in. However, the idea quickly fell apart in his own mind. It would only lead to more losses. David quietly agreed with that assessment. Looking at the bigger picture, David admitted that attracting nobles was proving harder than expected. He had anticipated some resistance, but not this level of disdain toward commoners. It was something he hadn't fully prepared for. Kagami took responsibility as well, admitting that he had been careless in overlooking that gap. From there, Kagami considered a possible solution. The only way forward might be to create a VIP room specifically for nobles. Kururu reacted to that thought with clear frustration, seeing nobles as people who avoided effort while still expecting privileges. Kagami then turned to her, questioning whether even someone like her would think that way. Kururu didn't hesitate. To her, the kingdom was built by its people, and she always kept them in mind. She refused to be placed alongside those nobles. Kagami clarified his intent. What stood out to him was her ability to recognize what was wrong, and that was something he respected. Kururu calmed down after that, realizing she had reacted strongly. At the same time, David returned to the discussion, believing that once a VIP room was established, the issue with nobles would likely be resolved. Kagami, however, remained cautious. Even if they built it, there was no guarantee it would work. But if it did, even in the smallest chance, it needed to bring in significant profit. With that in mind, Kagami shifted his focus again. If the casino couldn't fully cover their needs yet, then he would make up the difference himself. As always, that meant going back to hunting monsters. Now, the question in his mind was simple: what kind of hunt would bring in the most money? Takacoako leaned in after hearing Kagami's thoughts and quietly suggested an idea. If he asked Manu to create a flock of hell crows, then defeating them could bring in a huge amount of money. The logic was simple, and for a moment, it seemed possible. Kagami considered it. During the attack on Valman, it was Manu who had led those creatures. So the idea wasn't completely unrealistic. However, he quickly weighed the reality of it. Rare monsters were never easy to deal with, and more importantly, there was no guarantee of even finding what was needed to make it happen. He broke it down further in his mind. Spawn blocks didn't just appear anywhere. They were formed from gathered magical energy of demons, giving birth to monsters. Once destroyed, they disappeared completely. Even if a similar one appeared somewhere else, it would take time, and for an entire day, no new monsters would emerge from that spot. Takacoako realized the problem as well. Since hell crows were rare, finding a spawn block tied to them would be extremely difficult. And even if they managed to find one, the process itself was far from simple. It would require feeding it magical energy from Alice and Manu, waiting for a monster to appear, defeating it, and then repeating the entire process from the beginning with a new block. In the end, Kagami saw it clearly. The method was too inefficient to rely on. But then, just as that idea faded, Alice approached with something else. She brought up a rumor about a dark dragon. Kagami paused at that. The creature she mentioned was said to be the strongest of all monsters, a being whose power rivaled or even surpassed that of the Demon King. However, to him, it sounded no different from an old tale, the kind of story found in ancient books rather than something real. Alice shifted the topic and wondered how much money they would earn if such a creature were defeated. Kagami thought it through and came to a simple conclusion. The stronger the monster, the higher the reward. If that dark dragon truly stood at the peak, then the payout would likely match that level of power. That idea quickly led to another question. If they could actually find it, what would Kagami do? Kagami turned it back on her, asking if she really knew where it was. Alice believed that with a map, she could at least point out its general location. Hearing that, Kagami considered another step. If Manu had any knowledge, then he might be able to provide more details. Not wasting time, Kagami approached Manu and suggested they move somewhere private. Soon after, they stepped into an alley behind the bar. There, Manu shared what he knew. The creature was known to him, but its actual presence remained uncertain. Kagami pressed further, wondering if that meant Manu had never seen it himself. However, the issue went deeper than that. The information they had was incomplete, filled with gaps. Manu had only learned about it from records kept in the castle of his demonic highness. Even then, the demons themselves had limited knowledge about it. Kagami questioned why that was the case, but Manu had no clear answer. What he could say was that the creature was believed to exist somewhere not far from the royal capital. Still, there was a warning tied to it. For safety, no one was meant to approach that area. And in all that time, no one had ever truly confirmed its existence. Kagami thought back to what he knew. He was familiar with the lands around the royal capital, yet no such dungeon came to mind. That alone made the situation even more uncertain. Manu then questioned Kagami's sudden interest in such a dangerous being. For Kagami, the answer was straightforward. If Alice believed she could point to its location, then he would go there, and if it existed, he would defeat it. Manu quickly stepped in, trying to stop Kagami's idea before it went any further. From what the legends said, the dark dragon was around level 500. Even without considering its unknown nature or abilities, the lack of information alone made it dangerous. Its strength could vary in ways no one could predict, and that uncertainty made it even worse. Kagami already understood that much, but Minu pushed harder. To him, Kagami still wasn't grasping the real danger. The creature's power was said to rival that of his own demonic highness. Kagami knew exactly how strong that figure was, which made the comparison even more serious. If Kagami rushed into this and failed, everything would be lost. Minu's concern showed clearly. He acknowledged Kagami's efforts to save the demonic highness, but if Kagami died in the process, then none of it would matter. Kagami, however, took that concern in a different way. Hearing those words, he felt a quiet sense of reassurance. Still, his focus didn't change. If he truly wanted to create a world where humans and demons could coexist, then he couldn't afford to hold back. Every possible way to earn the needed money had to be considered. The goal remained clear. Without 10,000 gold, they couldn't save the Demon King, and if that failed, the war would begin again. Minu paused at that, the weight of it settling in. He wondered if there was truly no other path. Kagami admitted that there might not be, but money wasn't the only problem. Time was just as important. They only had 1 year left. And beyond that, the idea of facing a fabled creature stirred something in him. Minu understood what that meant. After a moment he made a decision. If Kagami was going forward with this, then he would go with him. That caught Kagami off guard. He hadn't expected Minu to step in like that. It raised another concern. If both Minu and Alice joined him, it might attract attention. After all, David might not be the only one watching them. Minu acknowledged that risk, but there was another factor. Kagami didn't know the exact location of the creature. If only the two of them went, it would seem more natural and less suspicious. Kagami started to consider involving Alice, but Minu immediately shut that down. There was no telling what demons might do if she were exposed to that situation. Kagami brushed it off as a passing thought, but then Alice stepped in firmly. She made it clear that she intended to go with him, leaving the decision hanging in the air. Back in the room, Kagami laid out the situation again. Even with the casino running, their earnings were far from enough. Reaching 10,000 gold still felt like a distant goal. David was already handling the construction of a VIP room, but there was no guarantee it would solve anything. Hearing that, Tina wondered what Kagami planned to do next. Kagami made his decision clear. He and Minu would head to a dungeon to earn money directly. However, that immediately drew reactions. Rex wanted to come along, seeing it as a chance to train. Alice followed without hesitation, determined to join as well. Kururu also stepped forward, pointing out that accompanying Rex was part of his training condition. But Kagami stopped them. There was no way to predict what dangers waited ahead. The target they had in mind was far too dangerous, and bringing more people would only increase the risk. In the end, he insisted that only he and Minu would go. Rex couldn't hide his disappointment. Alice tried to push back, but Kagami gently redirected her, telling her to stay and look after the casino. With that, he lightly patted her head, closing the discussion. Later, at the gates of Valman, the group gathered to see them off. Alice checked everything repeatedly, making sure Kagami had what he needed: his supplies, food, and potions. Still, it didn't feel like enough to her, as if something was always missing. Kagami had to pull her back from overpacking. She then turned to Minu, checking on his preparations as well, though his confidence remained steady. Kagami reassured her, telling her she was worrying too much. From his perspective, this trip wouldn't take long. They would be back within a month. Takacoako observed the scene calmly, noting that it was only natural for everyone to gather when their leader was setting out. Kagami then entrusted the casino to David while he was gone. Even so, Kagami reflected on his role. Being the leader didn't seem to change much in practice. Takacoako, however, saw it differently. To her, the one in charge wasn't needed for everything, only for making the decisions that mattered most. As the moment of departure settled in, Alice called out to Kagami once more. She wanted to know if there was anything he needed her to do while he was away. Kagami gave a simple answer: he wanted her to stay well. It wasn't a light remark. To him, Alice's presence was the reason he could keep moving forward. If anything were to happen to her, it would take away his will to fight. Alice accepted that quietly, and with that, the journey was set into motion. Kagami accepted the situation as it was and turned to David, wondering if there was anything else he needed before leaving. After a brief pause, he brought up something he had already mentioned to Takacoako the day before, deciding it was only right to ask David as well. What he asked for was simple but important. While he was away, he wanted someone to look after Alice. David received that request with quiet humility and agreed without hesitation. Hearing that, Kagami felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Knowing that both Takacoako and David would watch over things gave him some peace. With that, he placed his trust in everyone and prepared to leave. Soon after, they set out. As they departed, David noticed Alice's expression. She seemed troubled, as if something was holding her back. Alice began to question herself, wondering why she couldn't be of use to Kagami like the others. However, David challenged that thought. From his perspective, her presence alone gave strength to everyone around her. To him, She was like sunlight, something that quietly supported others without needing to force it. Alice fell silent, taking in those words. David then added that support didn't come in just one form. Everyone, including himself, contributed in their own way. But that didn't mean there weren't other paths she could take. He explained that helping Kagami could also mean doing things he hadn't thought of yet, or achieving something without him even realizing it. It was simply another way of supporting him. To make his point clearer, David gave an example. If Alice were to ask him for something, he would end up doing it without much resistance. Alice responded instinctively, asking for something simple like juice and food. That reaction only proved his point. To David, her natural charm was already a form of influence. It was something she could learn to use. Even so, Alice didn't fully understand what he meant. To her, the idea of treating that as a weapon felt unclear. David then broadened the view. Even without special training, simply standing beside Kagami, like Rex, Kururu and Minu did, was already a form of support. The real question was whether what she could do now was all that mattered. Alice reflected on that quietly. It wasn't just about discovering what she could do, it was about growing and increasing what she was capable of. That thought settled in her mind. Seeing that, David assured her that he would support her as well. Alice accepted that with gratitude. Then, without hesitation, she turned to Kururu. Her expression had changed, now carrying clear determination. She made a request to learn magic. The sudden shift caught everyone off guard, leaving the moment hanging with quiet surprise. Later, inside the study room, the focus shifts to magic as the discussion begins. Kururu explains to Alice that reading as many books as possible is essential, since knowledge builds the foundation for magic. She emphasizes that forming a clear image of magic in the mind is the very first step to using it. With steady guidance, she encourages Alice to keep learning little by little. Alice responds with firm determination, showing that she understands what lies ahead. At the same time, the mood lightens slightly as Tina shares an update. Thanks to David and Takacoako, the casino is now back in operation and steadily improving. The staff is performing better and lasting longer during work. However, she then raises a simple but important question about why Rex is also present. Rex explains his reason calmly. He wants to learn more about magic, but up until now, his time has been spent training his body, leaving little room for study. Tina acknowledges that it makes sense. Still, Rex reflects on his situation, realizing that having a large reserve of magical energy means nothing without knowing how to use it. At present, he only has one technique that channels his magic, the Heaven's Fury decapitating wave. Curiosity then takes over as Rex asks about the concept of a magic image, specifically how Kururu forms hers when using a levitating ice blade. Kururu describes it simply. She imagines a single drop of ice, something she can control and refine by channeling magic into it. From there, the shape slowly forms and stabilizes. She notes that the process becomes easier with practice. Rex accepts this without hesitation. The explanation deepens as the basics of magic are laid out. Magic is a power that both uses and consumes magical energy. Within the body, an organ called the magic circuit processes and controls this energy as it flows. With enough magical energy and consistent practice, anyone should be able to use magic. However, there is an exception. In Kagami's case, his unique skills have sealed his ability to use magic entirely. In contrast, Rex points out that they possess a large amount of magical energy available to them. Hearing this, Alice reflects on their progress. Even after 10 full days of practice, doubt begins to surface, as she quietly questions whether she truly has the talent for it. David quickly shuts down Alice's doubt, making it clear that magic is not something anyone can handle easily. His tone turns firm as he pushes her to keep learning as much as she can. He stresses that progress comes from steady effort, not hesitation. Alice takes this in, realizing his words carry weight, and quietly resolves to keep trying. He then offers a more focused path. Instead of chasing everything at once, he advises her to choose one type of magic and commit to it. Mastery of one will open the way to learning more later. The idea settles in, and Alice begins to think carefully about what she truly wants. Soon she arrives at her answer. She chooses healing magic, wanting the ability to help others whenever they are hurt. The choice feels simple but meaningful. Rex and Kururu react with quiet approval, and David acknowledges it as a good direction. The moment passes, and the atmosphere shifts back to routine. David notes that it is almost time to return to work and tells everyone to prepare. However, a light interruption slips in as Rex casually remarks that he will not be able to use his so-called ultimate technique at this time. David questions the meaning, but Rex only refers to it as his newest finishing move. The comment lingers briefly, but David chooses not to engage and instead urges everyone to move quickly. Later, inside the casino hall, the energy changes again. Alice moves through the space as food and drinks are brought out, her presence drawing attention. Some customers recognize her immediately, while others begin to treat her as a symbol of good fortune, convinced that luck is now on their side. The excitement grows, and one man suddenly tries to rush toward her. However, the staff reacts in time and stops him before he can get close. The situation settles just as quickly. Two staff members check on Alice to make sure she is fine, while another reassures her that she can speak up if anything feels wrong. Alice accepts their concern, and the flow of the casino resumes without further trouble. The atmosphere in the casino remains warm and welcoming. Both the staff and the customers treat Alice kindly, and whenever she struggles, someone is always there to help. For her, having a job like this feels almost unreal, especially being surrounded by humans who support her so naturally. However, beneath that comfort, a quiet thought lingers. This kindness exists only because no one knows who she truly is. That thought slowly grows heavier. She begins to wonder what would happen if the truth ever came out, if they discovered that she is a demon. But then the moment shifts. A familiar presence approaches and David finds her. He confirms that everything is proceeding according to plan, bringing her attention back to the present. The discussion turns practical. Several supplies are starting to run low, which makes sense given the increasing number of customers. The casino is becoming busier by the day. David explains that both Kuru and Rex have been a huge help in managing the situation. Rex takes care of unruly customers, keeping order when things get out of hand. Meanwhile, Kuru supports the injured, using her magic to keep everyone in good condition. Because both of them are well-known figures, Takacoako came up with a simple solution. They now wear masks, allowing them to work freely without drawing too much attention. Alice listens carefully, then notices the workload ahead. She offers to help David with carrying supplies later, wanting to contribute more. He acknowledges the gesture, and without wasting time, they move on to their tasks. Later, as they walk together, a quieter moment forms. David shows a faint smile, and Alice responds the same way. But something is still on her mind. She gathers her thoughts and decides to ask. The question is simple, but the weight behind it is not. She wants to know why he is keeping it a secret. David pauses, acting as if he does not understand at first. However, Alice does not back down. She presses the point, making it clear what she means. She asks if he has not realized what she truly is. The truth is already there between them. The tension settles as David turns the question back to her, asking if she is worried. Alice admits that she is. After all, someone like her is supposed to be an enemy, someone meant to be eliminated without hesitation. David acknowledges this, agreeing that her view is not wrong. In fact, when they first met, he had thought the same way. For David, Alice cannot be defined by a single word. Looking back on the short time they have spent together, that thought becomes clear to him. She is someone far more valuable than any simple label. Alice quietly takes in his words, holding on to their meaning. He then reassures her in a steady way. If she fears that he might treat her differently, he makes it clear that he has no intention of doing so. More than anything, she is someone Kuru deeply values as a friend, and from what he has seen, she is a genuinely good person. Instead of rejection, what he feels toward her is respect. Her honesty and kindness stand out, even more than many humans he has known. To him, what she is does not matter compared to who she is. That truth settles between them. Alice responds with a soft smile, feeling relieved, and expresses that David has also become someone important to her. The moment carries a quiet warmth, and David feels a surge of energy rising within him, as if something inside has been firmly set. However, the scene shifts far away, into the holy forest. Minu and Kagami continue their journey through the quiet surroundings. The tone changes suddenly when Kagami calls out, sounding as if something is wrong. Minu reacts with concern, but what follows is unexpected. Kagami simply drops down and admits the real issue. The journey feels painfully dull, and the tension fades into a strangely light moment. For Kagami, traveling with Minu quickly turns dull. Even though Minu finds that unfortunate, it also reflects on himself. Over the past 10 days, their exchanges have been reduced to the bare minimum. Simple alerts, short commands, and nothing more. However, for Kagami, that kind of routine feels empty. He finds himself wanting more, something like stories from the past, or even casual talk to pass the time. But then, Minu has nothing to offer. There is no such conversation from him. In contrast, Kagami can't help but think about how much more enjoyable it is when he travels with Alice. The difference is clear, and his disappointment toward Minu becomes obvious. In his mind, Minu earns nothing for this journey. However, Minu still apologizes, and that reaction alone feels exactly like what Kagami expects from him. What Kagami doesn't realize yet is that, despite everything, Minu has actually been enjoying this quiet journey in his own way. But then Kagami shifts his focus. More importantly, he turns his attention to their destination. He checks with Minu if they are already close to the location marked on the map, and Minu confirms it. However, Kagami starts to question it. This forest doesn't seem like the right place. Still, Manu relies on what he knows. According to the records from the library of the Demon King's castle, the entrance should be located at the center of this forest south of the royal capital. That is where the dungeon is said to be. However, despite searching all around, they still haven't found anything. Kagami begins to doubt the situation. Maybe the entrance is extremely small. Or maybe the information itself is wrong. However, Manu quickly dismisses that idea. In his view, the ancient records from the Demon King's castle cannot be mistaken. Still, something doesn't add up. This is the holy forest. Even its hidden areas are filled with weak monsters, and not many of them either. Kagami recalls visiting this place long ago. And thinking back, he questions it. If such an impressive dungeon truly existed here, he would have noticed it back then. The idea of missing something so significant feels unlikely. Moreover, because the monsters here are weak, most adventurers don't even bother coming to this forest to train. For Manu, the location marked on the map cannot be wrong. More than anything, it is tied to the demonic highness, and even Estellar was aware of it. Kagami pauses to think about that. Meanwhile, as the day drags on, Manu considers their situation. Before the sun sets, returning to town might be the safer choice. However, there is also the concern of avoiding the royal capital, just in case his identity as a demon is exposed. Still, they decide to continue searching a little longer. Time passes and nothing turns up. Kagami eventually admits that he cannot find anything at all. The search feels like it has gone on for too long. Manu begins to think about heading back for the day, and Kagami agrees. For him, today is another failure. They have already spent too much time here, so they decide to return. Manu calculates that if they leave now, they will reach the town late at night. He then considers another option. If Kagami plans to camp out, a lookout should be arranged. Kagami accepts that idea without hesitation. However, Manu reflects on the situation. The delay is likely caused by the uncertainty in his own information. Because of that, he offers to take the night watch himself. But then, Kagami immediately rejects it. As companions, the burden should be shared. They will take turns instead. Kagami also points out that Manu looks exhausted. He urges him to rest properly. Manu expresses his gratitude, and the moment settles briefly. But then Kagami brings up one more thing. In his view, Manu should learn to hold more engaging conversations. Manu accepts that and says he will try. Even so, doubt lingers. Kagami once again questions whether the dungeon is truly hidden in this forest. However, Manu remains firm. He has no doubt that the dungeon of the Dark Dragon exists somewhere here. Kagami wonders how he can be so certain. That certainty comes from the past. Manu had personally read the records and even confirmed them with the demonic highness. Although the demonic highness had never visited the place, he was aware that a powerful being resided there. According to those same records, the dungeon should be somewhere in this forest. Kagami then considers what exactly was sensed back then. However, Manu cannot recall that detail anymore. Manu considers that the presence they are searching for may not be something ordinary. It might only be detectable by beings as powerful as the demonic highness or Estellar. Even Estellar had recognized it. According to the records, at the very center of the forest, there should be an entrance that appears completely normal. Kagami reflects on that idea, but then his thinking shifts. Instead of focusing on what should be there, he begins to question if anything exists at all. He considers the possibility that there may not be an entrance in the first place. The thought sounds strange, but it lingers. Manu reacts with confusion, trying to understand what Kagami means. Kagami continues breaking it down. The Dark Dragon is treated as a fabled creature, yet there are no clear records of how its dungeon was first discovered. The writings themselves never explain its origin. Manu acknowledges that detail. However, that only deepens the uncertainty. Kagami sees the records as unreliable. If the books only mention the forest without describing an entrance, then perhaps there was never one to begin with. Manu pauses, caught between doubt and logic. But then, another question arises. If there truly is no entrance, how was the location of the Dark Dragon ever known? Kagami counters that both the king and Estellar confirmed it was somewhere within this forest. Still, certainty is missing. It could be a place that only appears under certain conditions. Or something that cannot be seen with the naked eye. That idea shifts the direction of their thoughts. Manu considers those conditions, but to him, that uncertainty almost feels like a dead end. If it cannot be seen, then perhaps the dungeon itself is hidden underground. That single thought sparks something in Kagami. The possibility becomes clear. The dungeon might not be hidden around them, but beneath them. With that realization, Kagami immediately decides on a course of action. They should start digging. Manu stops him for a moment, trying to confirm if he truly means digging right here. Kagami looks at their surroundings. This is essentially the center of the holy forest. There is no better place to start. Unless there is a better idea, digging is the only option. Manu eventually accepts it and asks how they plan to do it. Kagami's answer is simple. With their bare hands. And without wasting another second, he begins digging relentlessly into the ground. For Manu, however, the idea of doing the same is far less practical. Several minutes pass, and Kagami manages to dig deeper into the ground with steady effort. Meanwhile, Manu stands nearby, quietly considering a faster approach, thinking that using magic to blast through might be more efficient. However, something unusual catches his attention. The ground begins to behave strangely. Without hesitation, he calls Kagami over to take a closer look. Kagami arrives and is immediately stunned. The section they had just dug through has completely closed up, as if it had never been disturbed. For a moment, he struggles to make sense of it. It feels unnatural, almost as if the ground itself is rejecting them, refusing to let them go any further. Manu studies the phenomenon, unable to understand how such a mechanism even functions. The more he observes, the more it unsettles him. This kind of magic is something he has never encountered before. It doesn't follow any known logic. It may even be a type of magic beyond their current understanding. For Kagami, the situation feels absurd. Still, he cannot see any other path forward. The effort begins to weigh on him, draining his motivation. Manu then considers whether this effect would occur no matter where they try to dig. However, Kagami believes otherwise. In the past, he has created pitfall traps much deeper than this, enough to take down large monsters. That memory leads them to another thought. If the effect is limited to this specific area, then it means something is definitely hidden here. Manu acknowledges the implication, but he also points out the obvious problem. Even if something is there, it is meaningless if they cannot reach it. This must be a defensive measure, designed to block intruders. There has to be another way inside. But then, as Kagami strikes the surface again, something draws his attention. Without hesitation, he resumes digging with renewed focus. Manu tries to stop him, seeing it as pointless effort, nothing more than wasted energy. However, what happens next surprises him. The ground begins to regenerate, but this time it cannot keep up. Kagami continues pushing forward, yet frustration quickly builds. The process feels endless, like a battle with no clear progress. Manu analyzes the situation and realizes that persistence might be the key. If Kagami keeps going, they may eventually break through little by little. Still, the strain is obvious. Continuing like this without rest would be difficult. Kagami, however, refuses to back down. He has no intention of starting over from the beginning. Giving up now would only erase all their effort. Instead, he prepares himself for something far more reckless. Manu notices the shift and wonders what Kagami is about to attempt. Kagami moves forward with his decision and signals Manu to watch closely. If anything goes wrong, he trusts that Manu will support him. Then, without hesitation, he steps in and enhances his strength. His limit release activates, followed by overbreak. In the next moment, he charges into the ground, digging with overwhelming force, tearing through the earth in a relentless surge. Manu watches and immediately realizes how extreme this approach is. However, Kagami is already aware of that. At the same time, he senses something off about this place. The situation itself feels suspicious, and that only pushes him further. Moments later, their effort pays off. The ground finally gives way. They break through and drop straight down into a space below. Both of them fall together and land inside what looks like a dungeon. The impact settles quickly, and Kagami realizes they came down as one. The weight of the fall explains why he barely felt anything, as Manu took the brunt of it. As they regain their footing, Kagami looks around, trying to understand where they are. The space around them clearly resembles a dungeon. Then he glances upward. The hole they fell through is already gone, completely sealed as if it had never existed. Manu reflects on what that means. The dungeon truly lies within the holy forest, just as the records described. That realization brings another thought. If this is the dungeon, then the dark dragon may be somewhere nearby. Kagami accepts that possibility. However, a more immediate problem becomes clear. There is no way to return the way they came. If they want to leave, they will need to find another path. But then, Kagami's body starts to give in. His voice weakens and dizziness takes over. The strain from his earlier power begins to catch up to him. Soon after, he collapses. He steadies himself just enough to acknowledge the cause. The overuse of his enhanced strength has drained him, and now, all he can do is rest. Meanwhile, inside Valman's church, rows of injured and sick people wait quietly for treatment. The atmosphere is steady, filled with effort and patience. Then a shift happens. Alice successfully heals a man's wound. The result is clear, and for a moment, it stands as proof of everything she has worked toward. David steps closer, observing what 5 days of persistence has achieved. Alice shows her gratitude for the guidance she received along the way. In just 5 days, her growth becomes undeniable. She can now use fire magic, explosion magic, and healing magic. 3 different types, all within a short time. It raises questions. Tina begins to wonder if this rapid progress is tied to a racial trait of demons. At the same time, Kururu is certain that Alice is on the path to becoming a powerful magician. Alice turns her attention to Tina. Despite Tina's own responsibilities, she has continued to guide her without pause. That effort does not go unnoticed. Tina reflects on the nature of healing magic. It is something that usually takes a long time to learn, and practical training within the church grounds is the most effective method. Remembering the sensation of casting the spell is key. Alice acknowledges that this progress would not have been possible without that support. Her gratitude is clear. Tina responds by leaving the door open for further learning, even while she continues to improve herself. Alice then turns to Kururu and expresses the same appreciation. Kururu accepts it simply, having helped because she wanted to. With Kagami away, their usual training has paused, but this situation has given Kururu a chance to study magic alongside Alice. David shares a similar view. If Alice grows stronger, that strength will support everyone. Alice accepts that thought. For her, becoming useful to others is now within reach. Around them, progress continues elsewhere as well. Tina notes that Rex has been improving quickly, though his struggles are visible. She recalls hearing him question his own limits. It seems he is trying to combine sword techniques with magic. However, Alice realizes she has not seen him recently. It appears he had something else to handle. Tina remembers Rex leaving with urgency, but she trusts that he will manage. With that settled, her focus returns to the present. There are still many injured people waiting. The group aligns on the same goal. David prepares to assist despite not being able to use healing magic. Kururu steps in as well. The task becomes clear. If they work efficiently and treat everyone, they can finally earn a moment of rest. Later, inside the bar, the atmosphere settles into a quieter mood. David takes the lead and checks if anyone is hungry. Since he is in charge, he offers them the freedom to order anything they want. Alice immediately leans toward a hearty choice, while the others hesitate. Kururu feels that it is already too late to eat before sleeping, and Tina shares the same concern. She also suspects that David may have his own intentions behind the offer. However, David remains firm on one point. Proper care comes first, and that includes eating something. With that, Kururu gives in and chooses something light. Alice briefly wonders if that is enough for a proper meal, but David sees no issue with it. As the moment continues, David's thoughts shift. The idea of everyone eventually going their separate ways weighs on him. It would feel lonely once that happens. Alice then turns her attention to that thought, and the reason becomes clear. David explains that his time here was always temporary. He was assigned to watch over Kururu and Rex, and soon he will have to return to fulfill his duty to the king. The mood softens. Alice accepts it, but the feeling of sadness lingers. Kururu feels it as well, knowing that his departure is inevitable. David shares that sentiment. He has spent a long time by her side, and those memories remain vivid. To him, they are peaceful and nostalgic. Despite everything that has happened, very little has changed between them, and he considers that a quiet blessing. Tina reflects on those words. The time David refers to goes back to before Kururu left the castle. Since then, they have barely had the chance to meet again until now. She assumes he must have been occupied with his responsibilities. Even so, his work has always been precise and dependable. The thought of him leaving raises concern, especially when considering how things might unfold afterward. Kagami, in particular, would likely have something to say about it. Still, David offers reassurance in his own way. Whenever time allows, he intends to visit again. Alice accepts that and holds on to it, making sure that promise is not left unspoken. The moment inside the bar shifts when someone suddenly appears and startles Alice. It is Rex, moving in a hurry, clearly searching for them. He had already checked the church and found no one, so he rushed here after running around. His condition draws attention. Kururu notices immediately that something is off. Without slowing down, Rex grabs both Kururu and Alice and pulls them along. There is no time to explain. His urgency is clear, and he pushes them to move right away. Kururu reacts to his raised tone, but the tension in the air does not ease. Nearby, another presence waits quietly in the corner. Palna steps forward, calmly addressing the situation, suggesting that they have been working too late into the night and should take a moment to rest. The contrast between her composure and Rex's urgency feels unsettling. They quickly recognize her. Tina, not fully understanding what is happening yet, reacts first with relief and happiness at seeing her again after so long. However, David immediately questions her presence. This situation was supposed to be under his responsibility. Palna dismisses that assumption without hesitation. The truth becomes clear. The false reports did not go unnoticed, and action has already been taken. That statement sharpens David's expression. The tension between them rises instantly. Despite that, Alice moves toward Palna without hesitation, still holding on to her initial relief. The moment feels warm at first, as Palna responds calmly. But then everything shifts in an instant. As Alice closes the distance, Palna suddenly reaches out and removes the ribbon from her head. The intent becomes clear immediately. Alice's horns are revealed. The room falls into shock. One customer notices first, then the realization spreads. Murmurs quickly fill the bar. A demon stands among them. Confusion mixes with suspicion. Some question if it is a joke, while others recognize Alice as someone who works at the casino. The atmosphere turns heavy within seconds. Before anyone can react further, Palna acts again. Alice is forced down and restrained. At the same time, soldiers rush into the bar, securing the area and ordering everyone to stay where they are. The situation spirals out of control in an instant. For David, this moment unfolds exactly as he had feared. The situation has reached the point he tried to avoid. The one leading the operation recognizes him immediately, and the pressure closes in. There is no easy way out of this. Then the truth of the situation becomes even heavier. Even the king's right hand, Duke Militaria Remote, is present. That alone confirms how serious this has become. The Duke reflects on how unlikely all of this once sounded. The claims came from a witch who had once been part of the hero troupe, and yet everything now stands exactly as described. According to the Duke, nothing here is unexpected. Palna's predictions have aligned perfectly. Her report about Alice being a demon proves true, and so does her claim about David's deception. That leads to a single, unavoidable conclusion. The weight of the crime now hangs over David. Kururu, caught in the middle of it all, struggles to understand what is happening. That confusion forces the truth out. David reveals that his original explanation was false. His role here was never what he claimed it to be. The reality is far more calculated. Palna had already reported to the king, accusing Kuru and Rex of forming ties with demons. There had also been earlier reports of suspicious activity in Valman City. At first, the king dismissed it as unreasonable. However, certainty was needed. That is why David was sent, to verify whether Palna's claims held any truth. Now, the Duke lays out the result. Alice's identity is no longer in question. Her demonic origin is undeniable. There had even been mention that she was suppressing her magical presence. Given David's skill, it was expected that he would confirm everything quickly. Instead, his report claimed that no such contact had been made. That contradiction raises the final question. David demands to know why the Duke is here, especially if his report had already been submitted. The answer is immediate. It was never about doubting David's ability. In fact, the Duke personally approved him for this mission, recognizing his skill from his past as a covert operative. However, that trust had limits. If the report had come from anyone else, it might have ended there. But this time, the source was different. The Duke and Palna share a long-standing connection. That alone changes everything. From the very beginning, he had already chosen to believe her. The Duke explains that David was personally chosen by the king to verify Palna's claims. However, the clear discrepancies between David's report and Palna's statements raised suspicion. The idea that David would falsify information is something the Duke did not expect, yet the evidence now points in that direction. At the same time, another layer reveals itself. Militaria Remote is connected to Palna in a far deeper way. He is the father of her master. That connection lingers in her thoughts. She reflects on her master, someone she once believed had vanished completely from this world. The Duke then narrows his focus back to David. If this had merely been a case of protecting the king's daughter, it might have been overlooked. However, the situation has already gone too far. There is no easy resolution left. Still, the Duke leaves a small opening. If David can justify his actions with proper reasoning, there is a chance the king may lessen his punishment. But then the matter shifts to what comes next. David presses for clarity, and the Duke lays out his decision. Kuru and Rex will be taken back to the capital. Their fate will be decided by the king. As for their connection to demons, there remains the possibility that they have been influenced or controlled without realizing it. However, the outcome for Alice is far more severe. Once the remaining demon is captured, she will be executed along with them. That conclusion spreads tension across the entire bar, tightening the atmosphere instantly. The Duke then turns his attention to Rex. His earlier actions do not go unnoticed. Running away at the moment cooperation was suggested only reinforces the Duke's view. To him, it is proof that Alice's presence has already begun to affect Rex's judgment. That accusation hangs heavily, and Rex turns his focus toward Palna. The weight of everything that has happened leads him to question her actions. The memory of Kagami's story lingers in that moment, adding another layer to the growing conflict. Rex steps forward with urgency, his stance firm as he challenges the situation in front of him. To him, there is no real difference between demons and humans. The idea of defeating the Demon King feels meaningless, as if it would not truly solve anything. Instead, he believes there must be another path. However, his thoughts also drift to something more immediate. They could have at least waited until they had gathered enough gold, a small but telling detail that reflects his frustration. Palna focuses on a different part of his words. The mention of a master catches her attention, and she quickly realizes he is referring to the villager. That leads her to another realization. Kagami is nowhere to be seen. Despite his strength, she believes he would still be no match against the full power of the kingdom. From her perspective, there is no returning to normal once someone is labeled a criminal. The outcome is already decided. Surrender would only ease the situation for everyone involved. However, Rex continues to push, forcing her to confront the question directly. Palna reveals that this was never her desire. The weight of that statement lands heavily. Tina reacts emotionally, unable to accept it. She points out that Alice and Manu had been living among them without causing harm. For all this time, nothing had gone wrong. But Palna sees that belief as naive. To her, coexistence with demons is impossible. It is only a matter of time before betrayal happens, and by then, it would be too late. Even if Alice herself seems harmless, there is no guarantee for others. That is why, before anyone is forced to suffer from loss, Palna chooses to end it now. With that, the situation reaches its limit. Kuru realizes there is nothing left to say. The Duke acknowledges her composure and gives the order. The soldiers move in to arrest them. However, before it can fully unfold, Kuru turns to David. She needs to understand why he chose to defy the king's command. The answer comes simply. It is because of her. Seeing her smile again, just like before, was enough to change his decision. That truth settles quietly between them. Then everything breaks apart in an instant. The wall shatters suddenly, sending debris through the room. The chaos creates an opening, freeing David from the guards. Takacoako appears at that moment, calling out to him. Without hesitation, David moves. He entrusts Alice's safety to her and immediately acts. A small blade flies from his hand toward the soldiers, but their armor holds. Even so, he does not stop. He rushes forward, reaches Alice, lifts her, and throws her toward Takacoako, ensuring she is pulled out of immediate danger. Takacoako catches Alice without hesitation. The sudden shift forces Palna to take cover, realizing she overlooked one more person. Takakoo's presence was not expected, and her actions are far more aggressive than anticipated. Takacoako reflects on what she saw earlier. Rex had rushed past her, clearly unsettled, but she had not imagined it would lead to something like this. Now, the situation becomes clear. The urgency rises. Takacoako, Alice, and Tina are pushed to retreat immediately. Alice hesitates, her concern shifting toward Rex and Kuru. However, there is no time to consider rescue. At this moment, escape is the only option. David reinforces that decision. Rex and Kuru will manage on their own, but Alice's situation is far more dangerous. If she is captured, her fate is already decided. That thought alone forces the pace forward. Alice's attention turns to David, but he remains behind. His role is clear. He will hold the line and create time for them to escape. As the soldiers close in, he engages them without hesitation. Takacoako moves to support him, stepping in to assist so they can all retreat together. However, just as she prepares to act, something changes. A strange sensation spreads through her body. Her movements slow, and an unfamiliar heaviness takes hold. It feels as if control is slipping away. David immediately recognizes the cause. This is Militaria's ability. Its effect reaches everyone, regardless of strength. The situation becomes critical, and he urges them to leave at once. Then the Duke steps forward and brings everything to a halt. The gap in power becomes undeniable. Against his ability, their resistance is insignificant. The command to surrender settles over the scene, followed by another move. A spell locks David in place, restraining him completely. Even in that moment, David focuses on what matters. He directs Tina, Takacoako, and Alice to leave and find Kagami and Manu as quickly as possible. There is no hesitation left. The three of them break away and escape the scene. As they flee, Takacoako glances back. David remains behind, standing alone, fully committed. He holds his ground with a single resolve, to stop anyone from passing through. Meanwhile, deep within the holy forest, Kagami suddenly feels a sharp pain in his head. The sensation is brief but noticeable. Manu picks up on it immediately, but the moment passes just as quickly. Kagami brushes it off, treating it as something minor that has already settled. The focus shifts again. It is Kagami's turn to move forward. He steps into another encounter, facing the same type of monster once more. The repetition begins to wear on him. This time, he does not hold back. A single, powerful strike lands, completely destroying the creature. However, the frustration lingers. Kagami pushes Manu to stop watching and start helping. Manu remains composed. From his perspective, conserving energy is the smarter choice, especially in case of an emergency. There are still items to manage, and if he were to handle the fights himself, it would only slow them down further. Kagami reflects on the battles so far. He has faced many kinds of monsters before, but these are completely new to him. Manu points out that there are still creatures beyond Kagami's knowledge, and at the very least, these ones stand close to Manu's own level. However, the results are undeniable. They have gathered a large amount of money. Around 2,000 silver, and since arriving here, a total of 284 gold in just 6 days. The pace is remarkable. Manu even considers the possibility, if these monsters continue to spawn endlessly, they could accumulate far more. Kagami agrees there must be some kind of trigger behind their appearance. Despite that, something feels off. The monsters never attacked while Kagami was exhausted, almost as if they were waiting. It only adds to how strange this place is. Kagami then notices something else. He does not feel hungry, nor does he feel tired. The sense of time itself becomes unclear. He questions how long they have been down here, but Manu cannot give an answer. Even so, Manu holds on to a simple goal. He wants to finish this quickly and return to see Alice's smile again. They continue forward. The path stretches on endlessly. Stairs lead downward, followed by battles, then more stairs, repeating the same cycle over and over. Eventually, they reach another set of stairs, and Kagami begins to wonder just how deep they have gone. Manu provides the answer. This is the 99th floor. The next descent will take them to the 100th. The precision surprises Kagami, but Manu treats it as natural. Keeping track of such details is for the sake of anyone who may explore these ruins in the future. But then, something changes. As they move forward, Kagami notices the absence of what should be there. The stairs are gone. Manu studies the space and considers the possibility that they have reached a dead end. Perhaps the only way forward is to jump. Kagami looks down, but the bottom cannot be seen. The depth alone makes the idea dangerous. A fall from that height would be fatal. To test it, he drops a coin. The silence that follows stretches on, confirming just how deep the drop is. Manu immediately suggests turning back. They have already gathered more than enough. Carrying any more would be difficult, and jumping into that void would be nothing short of suicide. However, Kagami's frustration begins to rise. They have come this far, yet the dark dragon remains unseen. That alone drives him forward. Despite the risk, his resolve hardens. He is determined to go down. Manu sees the danger clearly and pushes back, insisting that they have already achieved enough and should leave while they still can. Kagami sets his bag aside and moves without hesitation. Using his knife as support, he begins climbing down the edge. The descent is risky, but he commits to it. He signals for Manu to stay behind while he checks what lies below. However, Manu refuses to let him go alone. He follows after him, wanting Kagami to at least consider his advice, even if only once. As Kagami continues downward, something unusual interrupts his movement. His body passes through a strange, pitch-black substance. It feels unnatural, yet his footing remains. Then suddenly the resistance gives way, and he drops completely. Moments later, he lands on solid ground below. Manu calls out, and Kagami confirms that it is safe to come down. Without delay, Manu follows and joins him. Once inside, Manu takes in the surroundings. The space is engulfed in darkness, almost unnaturally so. It is as if the light itself is being absorbed. The effect feels deliberate, likely caused by some kind of item. The environment hides everything above them, making it deceptive. But then, Kagami's attention shifts. Something behind Manu catches his eye, and his reaction changes instantly. Manu notices the expression but does not understand it at first. However, the moment he turns around, the truth becomes clear. A massive presence looms behind them. The dark dragon stands there, towering over both of them. Its existence alone fills the space with weight. They have finally reached it, the very being hidden deep within this dungeon.